This guy is completely bewildered. He just opened his eyes to find himself sitting on a bizarre throne, surrounded by a group of followers who are chanting incessantly, "O great observer, Atu Huitu, the virtuous admire you, the wicked crave you, the light yearns for you, and the darkness begs for you. You are the existence that transcends all, the color that the gods have painted upon the world. O great observer, Atu Huitu." The people below keep prostrating themselves before the name Atu Huitu, while he sits up high, masking his panic behind a cold, stoic expression. Atu remembers being at the office just a moment ago. How did he get dragged here? And these people cheering below aren't even speaking his native tongue, yet he understands every word. After a quick mental breakdown, Atu reaches a conclusion that must be correct. He's been isekai'd. In his previous life, his name was Atu, and now, he's possessed the body of someone called Atu Huitu. Suppose that makes them namesakes. Atu wiggles his toes, and his body moves perfectly. Everything feels fluid and natural. It looks like he's fully taken control of this body, just like an original owner would. The only bummer is that the previous owner, let's call him Hoitu, passed on without leaving any memories. Atu has absolutely no clue what to do next. Judging by the situation, Lord Huitu seems to be something like their saint or savior. In other words, if they found out the Atu sitting on the throne was a fraud, they definitely think he's an otherworldly evil spirit that wiped out their beloved saint's soul. And looking at this crowd, well, they don't look much like humans, to be honest. They aren't the type to forgive him just because he says, "Hey, I'm a victim too." Atu feels that if his secret gets out, he'll be crushed instantly. Suddenly, the 4 pillars surrounding the altar begin to glow brightly. Someone below shouts, "Pray for the descent of the heavenly lords, O great observer, Atu Huitu." Then, 4 beams of light, red, pink, blue, and violet, burst from the pillars. They circle the altar before converging, creating a voice that shakes the heavens and the earth. The only pure soul in this bleak world, the final hero of these depths, you who bear the burden of salvation and the mission of rebirth, we shall cross the silver heavenly wheel to grant you power. We shall shatter the golden heavenly scale to bless you. Your glory is our will, and your commands are our decrees. Your kingdom is the sanctuary of all living things. Atu Huitu. Through some miraculous intervention, Atu suddenly kneels, and all 4 beams of light pour into his body. Atu Huitu, I am the Lord of Light, ruler of combat, courage, and glory. I grant you the angel of strength to wipe out all your enemies. The red light proclaims. So, he is the god of strength. I am the monarch of wind, rain, and snow, ruler of strategy, change, and destiny. I grant you the angel of wisdom to achieve all your goals. The blue light, the light representing the god of wisdom, declares, I am the eternal burning heart, ruler of life, equality, and sharing. I grant you the angel of life, to keep you eternally healthy. Next is the green light of the god of life, and finally, the pink light belonging to a smoking hot beauty. She is the goddess of pleasure. I am the soul of dreams and freedom, ruler of love, desire, and art. I grant you the angel of pleasure, to radiate unparalleled charm. Of the 4 angels, Atu obviously likes the goddess of pleasure the most. All 4 lights merge into him. Immediately, he feels a surge of power flowing through him. His body is bursting with vitality, and his mind is razor sharp. The PowerPoint presentation he couldn't finish last night, he's already got a ton of ideas for it. Seeing this, the crowd below chants his name in unison once more. O great observer, Atu Huitu. It seems isekai'ing isn't so bad after all. Atu thought he was in deep trouble, but it turns out it's a huge jackpot. He's the hero of this world, protected by 4 deities, and worshipped by countless followers. In that moment, Atu starts mapping out his future. He'll defeat monsters, save the world, marry the most beautiful princess, and become the king who unites this world. Just as he's basking in his triumph, the altar shakes. A massive boom crashes down from above. The followers, who were just cheering in joy, now look terrified. The blood-crazed hunters have tracked us down. Now, we can only rely on you to drive them back. Atu hears the name blood-crazed hunters and knows they must be the villains. He assumes they're just low-level starter mobs for him to farm experience and get used to his skills. With that thought, Atu confidently draws his sword from its scabbard, swings it toward the ceiling, and yells, "Wherever my blade points, no one shall stand. Let these blood-crazed hunters be the first souls to fall beneath my sword." "No need for guides," a voice echoes from above in response. Atu Huitu. Then, the cave ceiling begins to crack under a barrage of slashes. He looks up and sees a bunch of handsome young men with weapons charging in. "We've arrived." These people don't look like low-level starter mobs meant for farming experience at all. But Atu, having just been buffed by 4 gods, feels insanely confident and replies immediately. Since you're here, good. Let me show you what it's like to die by a scripted plot. In that moment, Atu Huitu feels the power of all 4, strength, wisdom, life, and pleasure right by his side. It's an overwhelming power. Under the god's blessing, he's become so strong. Atu is impatient to name his very first technique in this world, Moonfang Heavenly Piercer, or Rebirth Breathing. Regardless of what it is, the power it packs is what matters. Atu figures he's got the protagonist's halo, so he just carelessly launches a generic sword slash. Nothing special at all. The blade's radiance was blinding. Atu Huitu stared at it, letting out an involuntary gasp, the kind of thing he'd only ever seen in games or anime before. The light beam shot straight toward the blood-crazed hunters. The man above chuckled. Is that really all you've got? He swung his sword down with massive force, the Sanitas dight. His blow shook the very foundation of Atu Huitu's altar, causing many of his followers to be knocked down instantly. The shockwave even split the ground in half. Atu Huitu, caught in the center, was blasted backward. The pain in his chest felt terrifyingly real. He could even taste the metallic tang of blood in his throat. This was unbelievable. He clearly possessed the blessings of the 4 gods, right? How could he possibly lose? At this moment, the 4 angels before Atu Huitu had slumped over, which only added to his panic. His body was thrown hard, smashing into the ground and cracking it into a deep crater. It hurts, he stammered, trembling. Atu Huitu really couldn't believe what had just happened. He understood even less why he was in this situation. He was just an ordinary person who had just transmigrated here, knowing nothing about the state of this world. Why was he suddenly acting so arrogant, actively participating in a battle that had nothing to do with him? This wasn't how a corporate employee, worn down by society for years, would act. Had he lost his mind? Blood-crazed hunter of the Sign Hunting Bureau, Keltadavit Minsudat. Hunter ID number 307,791. The Sine Hunting Bureau suspects you of involvement in spreading the 4 Pillars heresy and multiple cases of kidnapping, murder, robbery, and a series of other serious crimes. The man hovering in the air slowly descended, his feet not touching the ground, yet he stepped closer to Atu Huitu. As he walked, he announced Atu Huitu's crimes. Atu Huitu was utterly bewildered, having no clue what this person was talking about. Do you have any objections to our enforcement? If so, you can go to the reception desk of the Kaimong branch of the Sign Hunting Bureau at number 233 Citizen Avenue to file a complaint or submit feedback directly through the mayor's mailbox, the man continued. By now, his voice was very close to Atu Huitu. He could even see a mocking smile on the man's face. By the way, you've got guts. You only have a 2-winged chaos spirit technique, and it's not even one you earned yourself. Where did you get the nerve to stand against a 3-winged Saint Realm expert like me? Forget it. You're under arrest anyway, leader of the 4 Pillars heresy, Atu Huitu. That day, Atu Huitu made an outstanding contribution to the city's security because he was arrested. After being taken to the Sign Hunting Bureau, Atu Huitu faced a rigorous investigation. He could answer simple questions like his name and gender, but when asked about his age, race, or his past, Atu Huitu was completely blank. He claimed he had amnesia. That deadpan attitude drove the hunter in charge of his interrogation, the blood-crazed hunter named Ngai Mat, absolutely furious. Captain, does this guy think everyone in the Sign Hunting Bureau is a fool? Interrogating him like this won't work. Let me handle it. Another hunter stepped in, flexing that he had studied interrogation under his father for a while, and had even passed a level 1 interrogator certification during his free time. I swear on my father's name, I'll make this scumbag confess, even if it's about him wetting the bed as a kid. He was incredibly confident. Burn that interrogation certificate already, the man the hunter called Captain, lazily replied. This captain was the one who had handcuffed Atu Huitu. He said that because the newly amended human rights law wasn't just for decoration, the Sine Hunting Bureau was being closely monitored by the council. If Atu Huitu didn't sleep well tonight, it would be enough for the Bureau to be accused of coercion and disrespecting human rights, landing them in all sorts of trouble. Ngai Mat gnashed her teeth in anger. She screamed, "Where is the memory extractor? We've been looking for so long. Why hasn't one arrived yet? To extract the memories of this scumbag? The memory extractor won't be coming," Captain Tilindanyi calmly replied. "Why not? For a major case like this, no matter what, we need a memory extractor to pull the memories as evidence. But he isn't the same." "What do you mean, not the same?" Ngai Mat was nearly losing her mind. "Because he has seen the 4 pillars. Tilindanyi replied. Gaimat's face instantly turned pale. He added that it wasn't just Atu Huitu. All the followers of the heresy captured with him couldn't have their memories extracted, because memory pollution was the Four Pillars' specialty. In the Four Pillars heresy case that Tilindanyi investigated 134 years ago, it was because a memory extractor had pulled the memories of a cultist that they unknowingly became a follower of the Four Pillars themselves. Since then, the Four Pillars heresy has been like embers that keep catching fire. For so many years, there has been no way to completely extinguish it. Gaimat was truly dying of frustration. Atu Huitu refused to talk. Interrogating him violated human rights laws, and now they couldn't even extract his memories. She didn't know what to do. Of course, she didn't want to just declare Atu Huitu innocent, or did she want to label him for a special case, a special trial? No special treatment needed, Tilindanyi replied. There is a type of death penalty that is very suitable for such a criminal, who has committed heinous crimes and caused such public outrage. The interrogation here is just a formality. The real trial will wait until 8 o'clock on the night of the 15th, conducted by the entire citizenry of the city. Even though he said that, Gaimat was still fuming. Finally, unable to do anything to Atu Huitu, she stormed out of the interrogation room. Tilindanyi reminded his subordinate, "Give Atu Huitu a break in 15 minutes. No matter how much we hate him, the Bureau must protect him according to human rights laws." Atu Huitu was given a short rest and even a drink. Even though he was in custody, he looked quite relaxed. Through a one-way mirror, Tilindanyi carefully observed every expression of his, and for some reason, he felt that Atu Huitu wasn't lying. His reactions, like being panicked, curious, scared, or vague, all perfectly fit someone suffering from amnesia. Under human rights laws, conditions like multiple personality disorder, amnesia, or mental instability could be considered a loss of individual capacity, thereby exempting one from criminal liability. If they risked extracting his memories now and discovered that Atu Huitu truly had amnesia, he might be declared innocent and set free. But none of that matters to Tilindanyi, because due to the Council of Four Pillars, no memory master is allowed to be here poking around in his head. So, putting Atu Huitu on trial is up to the public, and the only job for Tilindanyi and the Mostavalicha Bounty Hunter Bureau is just to bring him to them. Thinking of this, he quickly left the interrogation room. Forget about the aesthetics. It's time to keep hunting the next target. Atu Huitu wasn't feeling too good either. He thought he was a hero ready to leave the starter village, but instead, he was the leader of a cult. He just got his first round of angel investor funding to start his business, only for a bunch of real-deal heroes to swarm him like they were farming high-level mobs for loot. The more Atu Huitu thought about it, the more annoyed he got. Being isekai'd as a cult leader is one thing, but he didn't come early or late. He arrived exactly when the hunters were casting their net to wipe out the cult. Judging by their evidence files, Atu Huitu, as Atu Huitu, is indeed a genuine gold-standard cult leader. The evidence file was so full of detailed illustrations that he almost puked up the mushroom chicken noodles he'd just eaten. Although it was hard to admit, he had to accept that the Blood Hunter Agency was the side of justice, or at least the side keeping society stable, while he was just a guy waiting for execution. The more he thought about it, the more sluggish Atu Huitu felt. He was sure he'd be executed. Even though the interrogation was very polite, they even provided free food and a luxury private room. The vacation bonus he got for finishing that massive order at his old company was only this good. However, quite some time had passed, and Atu Huitu still hadn't seen anyone come to take him to his execution. He started to hope. Maybe the death penalty had been abolished? Just then, Atu Huitu heard a notification sound, followed by a burning sensation at the back of his neck. Suddenly, he turned into a walking projector. A window popped up in front of Atu Huitu. "Dear Atu Huitu, Criminal number 4,001,623, the Kaimong City Hall, cordially invites you to be a guest on the live broadcast Blood Moon Judgment at 8 p.m. on the 15th of this month on Kaimong City Channel 1. Please pay attention to your appearance and attire. We will send someone to escort you to the studio. To decline, please send a message with the content TC." Atu Huitu was stunned. A notification message? But that Blood Moon Judgment program, just the name alone sounded like bad news. So, he quickly typed TC and hit send. Unfortunately, Atu Huitu immediately received another notification. "You are in emergency detention and awaiting trial. Message function has been disabled." Atu Huitu was speechless. If he couldn't send messages, then that last part was definitely just messing with him. With no other choice, he lay back down and focused on the status window. It wasn't a physical object. By focusing his mind, He could operate it without his hands. Pretty convenient. This thing is called Hui-2's consciousness screen. It's the smartphone of this world. It's just a shame that currently, sending messages is banned, internet connection is blocked, channel access is denied, recording is prohibited, and energy output is restricted. Everything is banned. At first, Hui-2 thought this was his special isekai hack, but it turns out to be standard gear. Everyone has one. He tried searching through the list of banned apps. He saw one called Alaklak's Occultist Handbook, and his eyes widened in shock. How did this thing come with him? He remembered clearly his department head even praised this new game for being awesome, and even made an exception to let Hui-2 lead a small team. That's why he was working overtime, until he died from overwork and ended up here. Now that he thought about it, he had downloaded the demo of the Occultist Handbook onto his phone to check it out. As a result, he hadn't even had time to play it before he ended up here. He just didn't understand why this mobile game traveled with him too. It even installed itself onto his consciousness screen. Could this be his isekai cheat? He wasn't sure, but it definitely looked more promising than those other apps. Clutching onto the hope that it would bring a miracle, Hui-2 activated it. A flurry of notifications popped up, too fast to read. Alaklak's Occultist Handbook is starting. Checking data, updating game for you. Cannot connect to server, automatically switching to local network mode. Warning. Image system lost. Conducting repairs. Warning. Instance system lost. Conducting repairs. Warning. System data lost. Conducting repairs. Hui-2 sat there with a blank face for a long time. It made sense. After all, no signal here is normal. Just as he was about to give up hope, a green status window appeared. System notification. Payment system. Started normally. You can now open the Occultist Handbook. As expected of his company, as long as the card pulling and payment system works, the whole game can successfully start. In the handbook, almost all windows showed errors. Hui-2 tried clicking the only two buttons he could, and the payment screen popped up immediately. He was so pissed he wanted to curse. This was just a demo for internal staff testing. What good is a card-pulling system? His wallet didn't travel with him, so where would he get money to pay? With no other choice, Hui-2 tried the remaining one. It was a search window, but searching required payment too. Hui-2 was furious again. Who made this shameless mobile game? He yelled, then realized his own company made it, and he had contributed quite a bit to it himself. His mood hit rock bottom once again. But not long after, Hui-2 received another notification saying the attendance system had been successfully repaired. Since it couldn't connect to the main server via regular internet, it automatically switched to local network mode. Hui-2 immediately clicked Attendance. Rewards issued. The daily reward for attendance is 1 Origin Crystal. Additionally, as a first-time user, he also gets a 10x Special Agent Search voucher to find high-value targets. It can be used for 10 searches at once, and is guaranteed to find at least one special agent, meaning this is equivalent to 10 scratch cards given to a newbie. Hui-2 was backed into a corner, so he could only pray his luck wasn't rotten and that he'd pull something decent. Before confirming the 10x search, he prayed to the Buddha, asked for Mother Earth's protection, and even prayed to God. With all his courage, Hui-2 hit confirm. The system ran at lightning speed, then returned a list of items he had pulled. Aside from a few experience potions and stamina potions, he could get low-level combat experience, wooden practice swords, and a special item with uniquely colored text, Sylvia Sadie. At this moment, the agent system had finished repairing itself. It was now able to manage the agents the player possessed. Only then did Hui-2 realize who Sylvia Sadie was. She was a 20-year-old girl, and her job class was a sorceress. Her innate talent was low-level Sylvia Sadie, granting an additional 100% swordplay experience. Her personal skills included Dark Insight, which could extinguish danger from within. When an enemy develops the intent to attack her, there is a certain probability of an automatic counterattack based on the difference in strength between the two sides. There were many more categories below, but because they were just unlocked, they all displayed as 0. Hui-2 was a bit agitated. What is this? Writing so much useless fluff? Isn't she just a pure, blank beauty with nothing to her name yet? Besides, where is there anything deadly about her? The first character I pull is a dud. And if I can't even summon the agent into the real world to help me fight, then what is the point of me pulling cards? He was so angry he stood up and stomped hard on the window he had thrown to his feet. In just a few more days, Hui-2 will have to walk to the execution ground and become a KPI statistic for the executioner. This mobile game can't even help me escape this predicament successfully. Does it really expect me to? Log in every day to boost traffic for this piece of trash game before I get my head chopped off? It lives up to the reputation of your blood-sucking company, that's for sure. Although this game actually knows how to take Atu Huitu on a roller coaster ride. Because after that, another red exclamation mark appeared on the agent window. He felt annoyed if he didn't click on it, so he tapped it. As a result, an image appeared before Atu Huitu. This appearance was clearly his own, and furthermore, the outfit the person was wearing was the exact same one Atu Huitu wore when he first transmigrated here. The title floating above that person's head was Mid-Rank Observer, which was exactly the name those cultists had called him. Furthermore, both the sorceress and the foreign soul were hints toward his current situation. A thought flashed through Atu Huitu's mind. He reopened Sylvia Sadie's window. The character's friendliness level was currently 0. He could share 30% of the experience, and he also possessed a talent for sharing experience with other agents. If Atu Huitu guessed correctly, as long as he nurtured this character in the game and made Sylvia Sadie stronger, he would also become stronger. This might be his only chance to break out of prison. Among the items opened earlier stamina potions, experience vials, practice weapons, combat cards, and trial cards. All of them were items for character development. Atu Huitu decided to train Sylvia Sadie. Currently, her mood was 5 points. Development could be achieved through actions like resting, recreation, training, and challenges. This week, he only had 2 action points per day, but players could use a stamina potion to add 1 more action point. So that's how it is. I even have to account for the agent's mood factor, Atu Huitu muttered. Truly a highly humanized development system. Worth giving a like to the designer. The better the agent's mood, the higher the training efficiency. First, Atu Huitu gave the sword to Sylvia Sadie, then fed her another stamina potion. Now, his daily action points had increased to 3. Originally, the development process required a reasonable balance between rest and work, but Atu Huitu was about to be executed any day now. Where would he find the time to care about the mood of a paper character like Sylvia Sadie? And so, in one go, he used up all 3 action points to register for 3 challenges this week, including training, and combat. There was absolutely no time for rest. After confirming, the system sent back a notification window. Agent activation successful. Development process in progress. Scheduling the itinerary. Constructing the challenge scene. Resource scene missing, automatically supplementing. Found a suitable scene, proceeding to occupy. Challenge subject missing, automatically supplementing. Found a suitable subject, proceeding to draw. Reading until the end, Atu Huitu guessed that this was done. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, causing his eyes to droop. At the same time, in a distant place, about 3 hours away from where Atu Huitu was, a young girl was heading to bed early for her skincare routine, when she suddenly realized she had woken up in the middle of a dream. In the dream, the scenery was extremely strange. She saw a strange man in a black cloak with a sword pierced through his chest. She wandered around for a while, realizing she was on a large island, but when she tasted the seawater, it was sweet. Sure enough, she was dreaming. However, even though it was a dream, she still felt it was strange, because the man sitting there like a corpse was clearly someone she had never met before. The girl wondered, who is this, and why did he appear in my dream? Yet, the more she thought, the more her curiosity got the better of her. She approached him, and then she subconsciously pulled the sword stuck in the man's chest out, then carefully took a good look at it. This sword, somehow, was perfectly suited to her aesthetic, and it also felt very balanced in her hand. It was as if it were a weapon custom-made just for her. The girl held the sword and swung it slightly. The more she held it, the more it felt right, just a little bit heavy. But then, something terrifying happened. The man she thought was a corpse began to tremble, then braced his hand against the rock beside him, and slowly stood up. Seeing this, the girl was terrified. Instinctively, she stepped back a few paces and pointed the sword at the other person. You, what are you? I am the mid-rank observer. You can call me the observer. Rest assured. Sylvia Sadie, this time I am not your enemy, the person replied. The face clearly belonged to Atu Huitu, but it was far more sinister and cunning. He continued, I just happen to be the one who will kill you. The girl, Sylvia Sadie, was truly speechless, feeling that this person's definition of the word enemy was a bit different from that of a normal person. She gripped the sword tighter with both hands and asked, what exactly do you want to do? At this moment, Atu Huitu also drew a sword of his own from his waist and demanded, within the next 72 hours, you can only leave this place if you defeat me. Otherwise, you will have to stay here for the full 72 hours. After speaking, He struck with great decisiveness. The sharp blade slashed across Sylvia Sadie's throat. Her vision blurred, and the pain felt like it was swallowing her body whole. But in the blink of an eye, she felt that she was safe and sound again, with the sword she had just been holding in her hand. "You have 10 seconds to rest," Atu said to Sylvia Sadie. She frantically touched her neck, only to find no wound. What on earth was happening? She wondered. Hadn't that strange man in front of her just sliced her throat? The pain had felt so real, too. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She asked, "Am I dreaming?" The only difference between dreams and reality is that reality is a dream we all weave together, while a dream is a cage you build for yourself, Atu replied. 10 seconds are up. As soon as he finished speaking, Sylvia Sadie saw the blade, flashing towards her once again. That unpleasant experience repeated itself as she regained consciousness. The scene played out exactly as before. "You have 10 seconds to rest." Even Atu's tone was mechanical. "I suggest you grip your sword firmly. That is the only way you'll be able to die with a bit more dignity." As he finished his sentence, Sylvia Sadie made a completely different choice. She turned and dove straight into the sea. She didn't believe he could slice the entire ocean with a sword. If she hid in the water, she would be safe. Running away was shameful, but also useless. Atu, on the shore, didn't bother to chase. He even sneered with contempt. Very quickly, Sylvia Sadie learned what useless running meant. Even though she was certain she was in a dream, the feeling of oxygen deprivation from being underwater for too long was real. She struggled for a while, and finally had to surface. Sylvia Sadie planned to catch her breath for only 2 seconds before diving back down. She didn't believe he could strike in such a short time. But Atu really could, because the moment she surfaced, she was struck by his sword. "You have 10 seconds to rest," his voice repeated mechanically. Even the sword stuck nearby was placed with precise, centimeter-perfect accuracy. The scene kept repeating like this, making Sylvia Sadie want to go insane. She carefully checked the wound Atu had just inflicted. Luckily, she was still in one piece. She looked at him, only to see him twirling his sword carelessly. "You seem to be expecting something, don't you? Thinking that once I throw this sword away, I'll be defenseless? On the contrary, why are you still so naive after dying and coming back to life so many times?" "You are being completely unreasonable," Sylvia Sadie said, frustrated. "Reason only exists on the tip of a blade. If you want to convince me, use your sword to do it," she shouted, her voice rising as if she were roaring. This expression pleased Atu greatly. He seemed to be waiting to see what petty tricks she had up her sleeve. But suddenly, Sylvia Sadie closed the distance and knelt, hugging his legs. In a voice as sweet as honey, she pleaded, "Oh, great Lord, merciful and kind, Sylvia Sadie prays to you day and night, listening to your holy words, following your miracles, and singing your praises. Please, stop torturing me like this. If you want me to do something, just say it. I am very obedient. I promise to do whatever you say." So, her real name was Sylvia Sadie. Saying this, her eyes were red, and she was on the verge of tears. "Anything at all?" Atu scoffed. Sylvia Sadie nodded. She thought he would make an unreasonable demand, like asking her to trade her body, but Atu's tone became even colder. "Very well. I command you to defeat me." Then, the all-too-familiar pain washed over her again. Sylvia Sadie was speechless. "You have 10 seconds to rest." Atu truly showed no mercy. She had just humbled herself to beg him, and the result was no different. Sylvia Sadie's anger exploded. She screamed, "I didn't do anything to provoke you before. Why waste your time on a nobody like me? There are so many truly wicked people in this world. If you want to punish evil, I can introduce you to a few candidates." As she spoke, she marched aggressively toward Atu. When she got close, her voice unconsciously softened. She returned to a pleading posture. "If you are truly a villain, I can introduce you to some people in high positions who look respectable on the outside but are full of schemes. I'm just an ordinary student. I'm not worth this much effort to deal with." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. She said she was just a fragile rose, easily trampled, born to go with the flow, drifting in the wind and waves. She really didn't know what she had done to offend Atu. Looking at this delicate appearance, 9 out of 10 men would surely soften their hearts, but Atu remained as still as a log. "You're wrong," he replied. "Where am I wrong? Tell me, and I'll be sure to correct it," Sylvia Sadie pleaded. "You said the first thing was wrong, but how can you be sure you never offended me before?" His next move was swift as the wind. Before Sylvia Sadie could recover, the all-too-familiar phrase echoed in her ear. "You have 10 seconds to rest." This time, she decided to protest by sitting flat on the ground. "If I stay here for 72 hours, Can I leave this damn dream? That's right. But there are no clocks here. Compared to a human life, 72 hours is nothing. But when it comes to death, 72 hours is not that short. Atu Huitu. Huitu replied, then asked, can you really endure 72 more hours of dying and coming back to life? Besides, why do you believe someone who keeps killing you in a dream? What if I'm lying? Atu Huitu painted a grim picture. Suppose Sylvia Sadie could actually escape the dream tonight. What about tomorrow night? Or the next? If you have experienced death, you shouldn't count on miracles. That was the last thing he said before striking again. However, this time, Atu Huitu's blade didn't cut into Sylvia Sadie's fresh flesh. Instead, it collided with another sharp sword. She had picked up a sword. Her sword-wielding arm was trembling, but her gaze was incredibly firm. You left me no choice, she said. Even so, Sylvia Sadie was defeated time and time again. However, in the process of fighting head-on, she concluded that Atu Huaitu possessed no supernatural abilities at all. Even his physique was no better than hers. Sylvia Sadie had heard of swordsmen who had trained their technique to the absolute pinnacle. Even with a simple swing, they could make onlookers feel pressure like needles pricking their backs, just by holding the hilt and standing there. Just standing there is enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Compared to those towering mountains, Atu Huitu in front of her now is nothing more than just a swordsman who really knows how to use his blade. Just now, Sylvia Sadie successfully managed to land a hit on his chest, but in the blink of an eye, the wound healed instantly, just like how she is reborn every time she's finished off. Not a single scratch left. Looks like this really is a fair duel, isn't it? The 10 seconds of rest are up. This time, Sylvia Sadie is the one initiating, lunging toward her opponent first. But this time is different. She observed her opponent closely and came to a conclusion that at the start of every new round, in the very first second, Atu Hitu always uses an attack called Ko-Hop. It's a move with massive power, heavy and certain. But as long as you strike early enough, you can block it. And she actually blocked it. Just like that, Sylvia Sadie has seized the upper hand. 1 hit, 2 hits, then 3 hits. After landing the 5th strike, she found his blind spot. Sylvia Sadie didn't dare to hesitate and struck immediately. Even though this move was dangerous, Atu Huitu could still dodge it, even suddenly appearing behind Sylvia Sadie. She knew perfectly well that her opponent dodging like that wasn't some supernatural ability, but a type of combat footwork. Yet, this is exactly what she had been waiting for. Didn't expect that, did you, challenger? Sylvia Sadie said suddenly, turning around. Her voice was filled with smugness. I've just been waiting for this moment. Since I've died so many times already, even if I were a pig, I'd have learned your moves by now. Sylvia Sadie wasn't just talking. Immediately after, she used the exact same combination of Kien Thiet and Ko-Hop that Atu Hitu had been using all along to counter him. The move cut a massive wound into his chest. Even though it healed up quickly, the match between them had ended. Atu Huitu also admitted that Sylvia Sadie had succeeded this time. Congratulations, he said. You've successfully defeated me, someone with just 1 sword. For some reason, when Atu Huitu said that, Sylvia Sadie felt like something was off. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. Another sword sprouted from deep within the earth. Atu Huitu grabbed it, assuming a stunning stance, and said slowly, Round 1 is over. Round 2 begins. Wait, really? There won't be another 10-second break? Her face turned pale. Don't tell me I have to keep fighting. As Sylvia Sadie thought Atu Huitu had broken his promise and intended to keep her trapped in this dream forever, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. But it was a woman's voice. Sylvia Sadie. Sylvia Sadie, don't you have an early class today? What time do you think it is? Sylvia Sadie woke up in reality with a splitting headache. 7:30 already? There's a general lecture today. I remember that usually, on mornings with a general lecture, you wake up an hour early to do your skincare and makeup. They've all already left. You don't look so good, do you? Is that so? I think I had a nightmare, Sylvia Sadie replied, her body drenched in cold sweat. A nightmare? You'll forget it soon. Remember to get to class. Don't be absent or you'll get dorm points deducted. That roommate left first, leaving her alone in the room. After a moment of bewilderment, Sylvia Sadie sat up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and quickly did her makeup and got dressed before heading to the lecture hall. That morning in class, she couldn't focus on the lesson, constantly thinking about the dream from yesterday. If it was just a dream, it felt way too real. Moreover, she remembered every single detail of what happened in that dream. Sylvia Sadie still remembered that before she woke up, Atu Huitu had said that this trial had ended, but her life had only just begun. No matter how she thought about it, she absolutely didn't feel like that was a blessing. Thinking this, Sylvia Sadie subconsciously pressed her pen hard into the paper. You aesthetic-obsessed challenger, Sylvia Sadie Atu Huitu. Huitu, I absolutely will not allow you to control my life. My life has only just started to get on track. At the same time, in a luxurious VIP room at the bottom of the Toai Ho Prison in Kaimong City, Atu Huitu lay lazily on his bed before falling to the floor. His eyes had dark circles. Why was that sleep so exhausting? It's like I was beaten up by someone. Is the game still open? Looking at the game screen, Atu Huitu was curious to see a different display than before. On the main interface, wait, why is there a red dot again? This really is trying to drive an obsessive person like me to death. When he clicked the red notification, Sylvia Sadie jumped up happily and said, Trial passed. The bond between you and the four greats, Sylvia Sadie, has deepened. Atu Huitu was surprised. Completing a trial can strengthen bonds? There's such a good thing? This good news made him grin until his eyes curved. Good thing I had everything arranged for her. Must try to stick to the plan. Sylvia Sadie, I really am a genius. Suddenly, she froze and let out a soft gasp. Someone asked, Are you okay, classmate Sylvia Sadie? She stood up and replied, Therefore, before a sorcerer enters the void, they must summon at least one spirit to pass through and open the gate of truth to enter the void. The teacher below praised, Absolutely correct. Very thorough understanding. You may sit. Sylvia Sadie replied politely, Thank you, sir. She received compliments from other male students. My goddess is truly amazing. Her voice sounds so nice. No wonder she's the host. I woke up early just to grab a seat to see her a bit closer. Sylvia Sadie came from a village so poor it couldn't even be found on the map of the Fawn Tin Kingdom. Below, the teacher reminded the students, Everyone, remember this logical relationship. Mark this as a key point. The chance of it being on the exam is very high. Sylvia Sadie. Thanks to the miracle bracelet gifted for free by the state, she completed the basic education courses provided within it, becoming the only person in nearly 25 years from her hometown to pass the entrance exam for the Sorcerer University of Sword and Rose of Gia-Lak. When she arrived at this school, her simple outfit attracted mocking gazes from other students. Why is there a country girl in our school? Those words made Sylvia Sadie very sad at first. She was determined to change, actively raising her hand to speak in class. She quickly learned how to do makeup and coordinate outfits, and within just 1 month of enrolling, she had corrected her accent. Thanks to her striking appearance, Sylvia Sadie got many part-time jobs, while her studies didn't fall behind. Then, she used her scholarships and wages from her part-time jobs to expand her network. She also actively participated in all kinds of activities. Last year, Sylvia Sadie served as MC for school activities many times, her popularity skyrocketing. She was vaguely considered by many to be the sword rose of the 67th class, Sylvia Sadie. Being able to shake hands with her past self in the present, she mused that there are many people in this world who can achieve such happiness. Why shouldn't I be able to, as well? Just after class, Sylvia Sadie spotted a familiar figure in the distance and rushed over, asking, Mom, why are you standing out here so foolishly? Don't you know you should go into the school's wooded path to avoid the sun? She explained that she was afraid Sylvia Sadie wouldn't see her. She corrected herself, having said it so many times already. Call me Sylvia Sadie, not Sylvia Sadie. Her mother apologetically admitted her mistake. Mom is sorry, I keep forgetting. As Sylvia Sadie pulled her along, she tried to persuade her. Maybe don't go into the city anymore. Don't waste your money. When I walked past earlier, I saw a park over there. Sylvia Sadie immediately countered. No way. It's rare for you to visit Galax. Let me take you around the capital. Sylvia Sadie pushed her onto a bus, saying, Mom, listen to me today. As the bus began to roll toward the center of the capital, she recalled the journey that brought her here. That's right, she had changed her name to Sylvia Sadie, not the name Sylvia Sadie that any waiter here might call her. Sylvia Sadie. From the first day she set foot in Galax, Sylvia Sadie's eyes reflected clean roads, towering buildings, sleek cars speeding by, and civilized, polite people. Giant screens played propaganda clips day and night. She knew that even if she were to die, she would die in this city. Sylvia Sadie turned to look at the familiar person beside her with grateful eyes, knowing that her ability to reach this place was all thanks to Masa, her mother. Her father was a useless drunk who often flew into groundless rages. He died from alcohol poisoning when Sylvia Sadie was very young. Everything was thanks to her mother, Masa, who raised her. It was thanks to her hardworking mother that Sylvia Sadie could temporarily escape manual labor to focus on her studies. While other children her age could only go to work at the factory from early morning, and watch the Meteor channel, the only channel their village could pick up in the evening, living their lives in a daze. Sylvia Sadie now had a scholarship and a part-time wage. She really wanted to take Masa around to see this prosperous place, whispering to herself, I want to let Mom enjoy this place too. She took her mother to enjoy a cup of coffee and tried to lead her into a clothing store, even though her mother kept refusing out of thrift. Sylvia Sadie was very unhappy. She sat down to take a break and eat. Sylvia Sadie felt that the bread her mother had brought along wasn't finished yet. It would be a waste not to eat it. As the sun set, it was time for the mother and daughter to say goodbye. At the bus station, Sylvia Sadie carefully gave instructions. Your return ticket is already purchased and linked to your bracelet. When you pass the checkpoint, just scan the bracelet. Masa nearly let it slip. Sylvia Sadie is so clever. Mom really doesn't understand these things very well. Before walking through the checkpoint, she waved goodbye to her daughter and turned to leave. Sylvia Sadie looked in the direction Masa was leaving and, unable to bear it, hurried after her. Sylvia Sadie patted Masa on the shoulder. She pleaded, Why don't you stay one more night? I don't have class tomorrow. I can take you out for another day. After saying this, Sylvia Sadie stood quietly, as if pondering something. She promised her, In the future, I will bring you to Galax to live the life of a wealthy person. Masa heard this and felt her heart warm up. The corners of her mouth curled up as she held her daughter's small hand, expressing, I believe in you, but you should also remember Masa would always be a solid pillar of support for her. No matter what happens, Mom will always be back home, with a meal ready, waiting for you to come back. The big city is too complicated. Living in the countryside in peace and quiet. Isn't that also very good? Masa tucked a small bag into Sylvia Sadie's hand. Oh, that's right. Mom is truly forgetful. I almost forgot. There are 3 silver coins in here. She intended to refuse, but Masa interrupted. Mom knows you aren't lacking anything, but I don't spend this much money at home. She looked toward the checkpoint, silently wishing, I'm a useless mother who can't help you with anything. But Sylvia Sadie, don't worry. I won't become a burden to you. Just live your life in the capital with peace of mind. I'm doing just fine in the countryside. She got on the bus and waved goodbye to Sylvia Sadie one last time. If anything happens, the neighbors will help me. Just remember to write home. Oh, and definitely don't send money back. You keep it and spend it. Who knows, the post office might embezzle your money. Sylvia Sadie tucked the money bag into her pocket, thinking, That's right, Mom, the big city is too complicated. Just as she realized, a man approached her from behind. In his hand, he held a razor blade, preparing to slit the bag Sylvia Sadie was carrying. Her alertness was high. She moved instantly. She struck his wrist hard with her hand. The razor blade fell, and as the pickpocket's wrist trembled, Sylvia Sadie didn't even bother to argue, just turned and walked away. She had adapted to this city very well, but she was exactly the type of complicated person she just described. By the time Sylvia Sadie returned to school, it was already dark. She was now very worried, standing outside the gate. There was a traffic accident on the way. The subway stopped for over half an hour. While Sylvia Sadie was worried to the point of tears, she had run the whole way there. What should I do now? Being late 3 times means getting punished. It's so scary. 3 punishments and I'll be expelled. Then, the gate opened. Sylvia Sadie rushed inside. Thank you so much, big brother. You're really a kind person. Both of them entered the gate. She was very skilled at using her looks to gain advantages, asking the gate guard for favors. She had understood that from a young age, but it wasn't until she came to Galax that she realized the power of beauty was even greater. Compared to that poor, miserable town, the civilized city people were willing to grant more privileges to those with good looks. Sylvia Sadie sighed from the bottom of her heart, grateful to the Lord of Prosperity. Thanks to him, the nation was as civilized and prosperous as it was today. I have the opportunity to exist and squeeze into the upper class. She remembered her past. If she were still in those savage lands, she would have surely been captured as a trophy by some barbarian. She also had to thank her mother. If she had been working in the fields since she was little, then no matter how naturally beautiful she was, the wind and rain would have worn her down into a rough, coarse village girl. Just as she stopped at the dormitory door, a voice from inside made her freeze. It's past 7 already. That country girl probably isn't coming back tonight, right? They were gossiping and making up stories about Sylvia Sadie. Finally, she can't hide her true colors anymore, right? Probably hooking up with some wealthy businessman, right? She leaned against the door to listen. They were whispering about her. Stop talking. Lacey, what if she comes back? If she comes back, she comes back. I'm just waiting to yell at her face for being shameless. Lacey, on the contrary, seemed quite interested. Oh, we too wonders if she might return. Return? I'm just waiting to spit in her face and call her shameless. Sylvia Sadie, on the other hand, finds it quite interesting. How ironic. I just happened to catch a classic scene, friendship as thin as glass, and gossiping behind someone's back. The people inside were still chattering away about her. You didn't see how flirtatious she was, did you? Even during class, she was still batting her eyes at guys such a country bumpkin, fresh off the farm. Aside from that decent face of hers, what's so special about her anyway? Sylvia Sadie leaned against the door, silently noting the compliment. Being prettier than you is already something special. As the conversation inside reached a climax, she pressed her ear against the door. Speaking of which, I remember Dick Tooley telling me that this afternoon, she saw Sylvia Sadie leave the school gate and talk to a peasant woman. When they mentioned her mother, Sylvia Sadie's face darkened. Could that peasant woman really be her mother? How can someone be such a shameless girl? I bet her mother is no better, a shameless woman. Sylvia Sadie couldn't take it anymore and placed her hand on the doorknob. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from inside, startling her. Atu Huitu opened the door from the inside. Good evening, Sylvia Sadie. She quickly replied, Good evening, Atu Huitu. After that, Sylvia Sadie peered into the room. She saw a fist mark on something in the room. So that's how it is, she thought. All right. She glanced at the two girls cowering in the corner in panic. She thought, since Atu Huitu already punished them for me, I'll be generous and let it slide for now. The two girls were her roommates. The first one was Lachi Yisi, and the other was Adi, Lachi Yisi's lackey. These two were the roommates who were at complete odds with Sylvia Sadie. This Lachi Yisi was the daughter of a local merchant in Galatha, and she was the one who clashed with Sylvia Sadie the most. She always thought she was prettier than everyone else and often lurked around the dorms, making snide, backhanded remarks about Sylvia Sadie's humble background. Yet, no matter what she said, whenever they appeared together, the male students clearly showed much more interest in Sylvia Sadie. There was no helping it. She was simply prettier than Lachi Yisi. Until Sylvia Sadie won the position of MC for a school event, Lachi Yisi was so furious she didn't even bother pretending anymore. So, she started flaunting her money, continuously organizing entertainment activities for the hydro magic department and paying out of her own pocket to treat her classmates to fancy restaurants, intentionally leaving Sylvia Sadie out. Lachi Yisi was smug about her plan, the temptation of not having to struggle. With this move of mine, can you even handle it? This plan achieved a certain level of success, and the number of people chasing after her grew. But her standards for choosing a partner were abysmal. For example, the guy she claimed was the rare upperclassman who made her heart flutter was just someone she bumped into accidentally. Sylvia Sadie and that upperclassman had made eye contact, just a single look, and the guy was completely infatuated, immediately turning around to confess his feelings to Sylvia Sadie. Of course, she would definitely reject his pursuit, but she didn't want to be with someone like that either. A piece of trash who would even go for a country bumpkin like her? She wouldn't want to be with that kind of person, right? Even if she liked him, she wouldn't be willing, would she? Sylvia Sadie felt that. In short, Lassie Yisi's taste in men was truly, no matter how much she likes him, she wouldn't truly commit, right? Sylvia Sadie feels that Y2's taste in men is just terrible. Take this senior for example. Aside from his looks, he has absolutely no redeeming qualities, and he's so arrogant. I feel like I saved her from a disaster. I don't have time for romance anyway. My goal is much loftier. Galatha, I absolutely have to stay in this place. But Sylvia Sadie is just a student from the countryside who managed to get in here. Trying to stand on her own 2 feet here, it would probably take 15 years. So she wants to take a shortcut, find a good man. This is the shortcut to stepping into high society. Sylvia Sadie's plan is crystal clear. She must become a hydro mage. Because according to Sylvia Sadie's research, over 50% of noble wives are hydro mages. If the noble himself is a mage, that rate jumps to over 70%. Without a doubt, being a hydro mage is a huge bonus when nobles choose a wife. Swordflower University might not be the top-tier magic academy, but its training for sword mages, hydro mages, and wind mages is top-notch. These 3 types of mages have infinite prospects upon graduation. Sylvia Sadie imagines her boyfriend taking her home to meet his mother. She's a hydro mage who graduated from Swordflower University. The mother-in-law would be thrilled. That's wonderful. Our family really needs a daughter-in-law like her. She's thought it through. Since hydro mages have so many healing-related spells, they often become healers. Wind mages usually become meteorologists, often working outdoors in harsh conditions. And as for sword mages, their muscular builds are a major turnoff for women. So, Sylvia Sadie has been planning for a long time. Strive to summon her first hydro spirit before next year. Ideally, before graduation. so she can fully master the silver elixir and become a top-tier alchemist. Then, find a way to join the internal activities of the Truth Mage University in Galathay to hook a noble heir. Truth University is the #1 magic academy in Galathay, and even the most prestigious school in the entire Fontaine Kingdom. Everyone inside is either incredibly wealthy or powerful. Only there will her future boyfriend appear. As for those male students at Swordflower University, she doesn't even look at them. Sylvia Sadie is very meticulous about her appearance. In short, she has to work hard, be beautiful, and get good grades. She's applying makeup to look even better. I have to be careful with my lashes. Wait, let me fix the flow. Doing lashes at Perfect Starlight is so expensive. And this makeup remover is so cheap and plentiful, it cleans off sunscreen super well. Sylvia Sadie looks at herself in the mirror. Being beautiful costs both time and money. If she didn't study hard in her busy schedule, how could she have won that scholarship last semester? Sylvia Sadie thinks to herself. Anyway, to become an ether-specialized mage, if spirit beasts are valuable, then experience orbs are truly priceless. Atu thinks to himself. If everything goes smoothly, I'll step into high society as a nobleman's wife and use his family's social connections to build up some personal capital. That way, even if we divorce, I'll still be able to stand on my own 2 feet. I could even bring my mother here to enjoy a noble life. A voice suddenly echoed, "No, you must practice your swordsmanship, Sylvia Sadie." Sylvia Sadie panicked and whipped around to look. Atu stood in the shadows, reminding her, "If I were you, I'd observe others' reactions first. If you want to talk to me, just think it in your heart." Atu could appear anywhere in the room. Sylvia Sadie was initially startled, but as she sat down in her chair and calmed herself, she realized, "So that's how it is." Sylvia Sadie asked curiously, "Who exactly are you?" Atu walked over and said, "I am the Observer Lieutenant. You can call me the Observer. If you're young and have already forgotten so soon, I can only advise you to quit," Sylvia Sadie said, her face darkening as she whispered to herself. "You know that's not what I'm asking about," he replied. "But that is all I can tell you. You can only stop there?" Atu reassured her. "Don't worry, Sylvia Sadie. I am not your enemy. In fact, I don't even qualify as a complete human being anymore. I am merely a distant memory." He returned to the original topic. "We've gone off track. Let's talk about the matter at hand." Sylvia Sadie looked surprised. "What matter?" Atu pulled out a small bottle. "First, drink this." She refused immediately. "Are you kidding?" "No, absolutely not." Atu didn't let her resist. He poured the liquid down her throat instantly. She gulped it down. Sylvia Sadie frowned, realizing the liquid had seeped in. Her body stood up on its own, not just her throat, but her entire body followed. After that, Atu raised his sword, controlling her movements. "You want to practice swordsmanship?" Sylvia Sadie inwardly protested. "No, I don't." She tried to fight the sensation of being forced to obey. She didn't want to, but her hand instinctively gripped the wooden sword. 2 girls in the room were surprised. "Wooden sword? I don't think isekai'd has anything like that." Sylvia Sadie slammed the door shut, startling Dakni. They scolded her. "Sylvia Sadie, are you sick?" She tried to persuade her. "Lachi Yisi, let it be. Just let it be." "Why too? You're already blaming her? She hasn't practiced for a year, and suddenly she's practicing tonight? She must be trying to seduce the upperclassmen in the swordsmanship department, right?" Dakni whispered. "Keep your voice down." Sylvia Sadie ignored them and walked outside. She entered the Hoa Swordsmanship University training hall. Students were diligently practicing inside. isekai'd was there to practice as well. She had successfully pierced her opponent's weak point. isekai'd breathed a sigh of relief. "I've reached the edge of the 9th ring already," he predicted. "At this rate, I should be able to strike the 10th ring this month." Summoning the sword spirit. "No, I can't be complacent this early. Arrogance will only set me back. I must keep trying." While the students were practicing, the door swung wide open. Sylvia Sadie walked in, carrying a wooden sword. A senior was surprised, holding his own sword. Could she be a new freshman? Dakni also noticed her. "Sylvia Sadie," she thought. "She's drawing the attention of all the boys here. She's so beautiful, but she's not even wearing training gear. With those tiny legs, can she even swing a sword? This is disrespectful to the blade. Let's see how she performs." isekai'd thought to himself, "This isn't where she should be. Aren't you a water arts student?" When he saw Sylvia Sadie swing her sword at the target, she silently observed, "Her lead hand isn't steady, and her supporting hand lacks power. Her footwork is loose, her body is sluggish. None of her movements are decent. Female swordmasters need to master magic to summon spirits. Their physiques must be trained even better than men's. Both hands should be calloused, with arms, legs, and even abs strengthened by training. Sylvia Sadie, are you ready to accept all this? As he thought about the boy's admiration fading, a different thought suddenly flashed in Ankled's mind. The boy's is his target her? He noticed Philo Kurt Furtdalt. Is it him? Philo Kurt Furtdalt is a genius freshman in the swordsmanship department. He is the second son of the Duke of the Futu Lak Dat family, one of the 5 pillars of the Fon Tin Council, the top nobility of Fon Tin. He should have been studying at the University of Truth, but for some reason, he came to Hoa Swordsmanship University. Duke Futu Lak Dat is also known as the Jewel Duke. He owns the most advanced steel factories in the Fon Tin Kingdom, and his business spans both civilian and military sectors. He holds a vital role in all 3 realms: military, politics, and commerce. He is considered the most powerful person in this kingdom. Ankled was getting impatient, knowing all this, but the guy himself is a scumbag. I've seen it with my own eyes for 5 days in a row. A different girlfriend comes to see him at the training ground every day. Plus, I remember she said he was very dangerous. However, if that's why she started loving swordsmanship, then that's not bad. Ankled shifted from shock to delight. That's great. Another friend who shares the love for swordsmanship. When he saw Sylvia Sadie's movements, he realized, wait a minute. Seeing the blade strike the edge of the first ring, Ankled froze. She already reached the edge of the first ring? It's only been a few minutes. Did she learn swordsmanship before? Looking closely, although her movements were still clumsy, every motion strictly adhered to the requirements of the sword manual. Every swing Sylvia Sadie made, she poured all her strength into it. Sweat doesn't lie. Good job. But consuming stamina like this, in just a few minutes, she'll definitely be too exhausted to stand. That's not effective at all. It's not training, it's amateur hour. I've tried swinging the sword continuously too. My limit is 256 times in 11 minutes. Ankled stood by, waiting for Sylvia Sadie. She must be tired now. When she stops, I'll give her some pointers. As a new companion, let me help her count. She carefully counted every swing Sylvia Sadie made, 156 up to 201. By now, as Sylvia Sadie continued to train, more and more people were paying attention to her. The crowd, gathering there, was packed, surrounding her. They were whispering, "How many minutes has it been? 96 minutes? Has anyone counted how many times she's swung the sword?" I was the one who started counting first. By the time I counted over 1,700 times, I saw her sword cut into the 7th ring. They were stunned for a moment. Now I estimate it's probably over 2,400 times. Lie, curious, came to investigate. She misunderstood the atmosphere. Is Philo Kurt Furtdalt playing another big game? Did he successfully summon his own sword spirit? Is that it? Lie calculated in her head. Where should we go to celebrate later? The Tiger Club? Or the Diamond Bar? Should I be proactive? Or just go straight to his place and spend some quality time together? But when she saw him standing outside, Lie went blank. She was curious. What's with him? Lie walked over to start a conversation. Philo Kurt Furtdalt. What are you all looking at? Cocktoo replied, Senior, you're here? You're praising Sylvia Sadie? I didn't even know the swordsmanship department had such a pretty junior. Lie was silently judging her. She looks like she's not wearing makeup, but in reality, she's using every makeup technique to camouflage as a first love look. If she hadn't prepared carefully in advance, how could she masquerade as such a perfect dream goddess, hitting every point that makes men fall for her? Confirming through her gaze, she was also a hunter with those traits. The prey she was targeting was definitely Philo Kurt Furtdalt. He knew about her background. She's not from the swordsmanship department. She's a freshman in the water arts department, named Sylvia Sadie. Lie felt impatient and immediately linked arms with him. I can't believe he even knows my name and school year. I have to drag him away quickly. Trying to steal my prey? Not a chance, she asked, putting on a naive act. Why is everyone watching her practice? Is it because she's pretty? Philo Kurt denied it. No, it's not just that. She's not even a student from the sword art department. So, let me explain simply. An hour and a half ago, she was still a total beginner. Her sword stance wasn't even correct. But now, she can strike the 9th circle with a single sword swing. Leah dismissed her effort, thinking she must be faking it, but deep down, she knew better. She had trained before and only reached a mid to high level, taking months just to hit the 2nd circle. He continued. Even though I thought the same thing before, she was stunned when Kurt affirmed, I would even say I want to believe that even more. That's exactly why I've been tracking her training. I hope to see her reach her limit. I'm waiting for the moment when she can't advance even one more step. But now, after an hour and a half, my petty jealousy has turned into complete admiration, Leah thought. I can't believe he would say such humble and sincere words. This was a very dangerous sign. Usually, with his father and brother, he always acted so dismissive. What's more, he had been following a girl. For an hour and a half, she finally noticed. Wait, an hour and a half? Leah turned to observe Sylvia Sadie more closely. So, that hunter named Sylvia Sadie. She had been practicing continuously for an hour and a half without a single break. Normal people need a break after just a few minutes. Kurt is called a genius, yet he can only train for 3 hours at most, and that includes an hour of rest in between. She noticed the admiring looks from the male students. No wonder these guys, who usually only know how to train like crazy, are like this. What do you think? Does wearing girls' clothes actually give you a stamina boost? Lia's hand let go of Kurt's arm. She felt completely defeated. In her eyes, Sylvia Sadie was like the main character performing on stage. If her beautiful, intellectual senior was worth 80 points in Kurt's heart, then a genius swordswoman like Sylvia Sadie must surely be worth 150 points. She had almost no chance of winning anymore. Her sword tip was about to pierce the center of the second circle. Everyone present gasped in shock. The armor shattered into mist. The whole place shook with a shout. The armor broke. It's the 10th circle. That armor slowly faded before Sylvia Sadie's sword. Someone thought in stunned silence, she actually managed to hit the 10th circle. In other words, Sylvia Sadie lifted her head to look at the results she had created. Even if she didn't do anything from now on, as long as the time was ripe, she would be able to trigger the resonance of knowledge in the void, summon sword arts and spirit arts, enter the void, and become a void medicine master. Fast. It would take a second. Slow. A few months. Her dream of never worrying about money again for the rest of her life was already within reach. isekai'd happily ran over with a water bottle. Sylvia Sadie, you must be exhausted, right? At Sword Art University, not everyone can become a master. The graduation rate has always hovered around 50%. Every graduating void medicine master would have a bright future. Every move Sylvia Sadie made kept everyone's eyes glued to her. She wiped her sweat. Then, she drank some water. Drink some water, you monster wearing a beautiful girl's skin. You're finally tired, aren't you? isekai'd blushed shyly and asked, are we heading back together? Sylvia Sadie smiled, thinking, isekai'd is so clingy, she only knows how to use these excuses to get closer. Going back together, going to the restroom together, going to eat together. Suddenly, she gulped. Sylvia Sadie felt like she was being controlled. Something flowed down her throat. Her eyes flashed with surprise. Then, Sylvia Sadie turned sharply to look in one direction. That was where Kurt was standing. Leah felt sad seeing his gaze never leaving her, while Sylvia Sadie frowned, looking seriously at Kurt more accurately, at the person standing behind him. Atu held an empty wine bottle, not a drop left. He called out, Sylvia Sadie, you don't get a break yet, you know? He pointed at Kurt. You must defeat this person. Deep down, Sylvia Sadie just wanted to grab a loudspeaker and protest. He explained, it's not as complicated as you think. I just want to set up a fight for you. The strongest one here is him. It's as simple as that. That's it. Whether he's a noble or not has nothing to do with it. Of course, if he is a noble, even better. I especially love seeing nobles get beaten to a pulp. After you win, you can step on his face or kick his butt. I heard some nobles from Fontaine are pretty twisted. Oh, never mind. Consider it as if I never said anything. Sylvia Sadie proactively suggested, then can we change the opponent? I don't want to get involved with Kurt. I've researched him a bit. He is very strange and also very dangerous. Kurt Furtdalt is the most accessible noble scion at Sword Art University. Naturally, I also listed him as my top target. Being a womanizer isn't the problem. The problem is Kurt's family background and his circle of ex-girlfriends outside. Rumor has it that Kurt is a walking breeding machine, dedicated to serving 10 girls every day, but he has never brought a girlfriend home to spend the night. He lives in a villa outside the campus. Every night after practice, he drives away from school. The car he drives, the Silver Tiger, is the only one of its kind at the university. He changes girlfriends every 3 days but never brings them home. Among them are many noble ladies. I don't believe he could have eaten them all clean in just 3 days. So, rather than calling him a womanizer, it's better to say he's collecting stamps. Secondly, as the son of Duke Furtdalt, yet ending up having to study at Sword Art University, it's hard not to make people wonder if he's involved in some kind of political dispute. That's how it's always written in novels. A person like him is even seen as a villain in the noble world. Atu realized, you mean if you fight him, you might get into trouble? Sylvia Sadie nodded in confirmation. He suddenly laughed loudly. Then what could be better? I want you to get into trouble. This sinister mindset made her heart turn to stone. Atu calmly said, I hope you can walk a truly arrogant path and take all the enemies blocking your path and crush them into dust. Isn't that your own wish? Sylvia Sadie was so angry she felt like crying, retorting, I have no such childish and arrogant wish like that. Atu refused to change the opponent. Then, I wish you a big win in the first match. Beat that sword genius to a pulp, and kick that Fontaine noble away. While Sylvia Sadie was still arguing, Atu, you absolutely wouldn't. She had already raised then, you're just like the noble Fontaine. While the house was still debating, Atu Hutuyet definitely wouldn't, but right now, she had already raised her hand. Sword pointed toward him in a challenge. Philo Kurt Furt Dalt, the fencing genius, all that flashy, massive sword technique is only worthy of being a footstool for my summoned spirit. Do you dare face me in a duel? The crowd gathered there began to cheer. So cool. Is this the arrogance of a genius? A challenge. They've issued a challenge. Leah felt bitter inside. As expected, his target was also Philo Kurt Furt Dalt. Plus, she was using this old-fashioned yet extremely effective method, directly establishing a connection with Philo Kurt Furt Dalt. Everyone around her was shouting, fight, fight. Leah felt a wave of panic. Bursting into tears, isekai'd stepped in to help Sylvia Sadie. Sadie, you've just been training for 2 hours. Even if you want a fencing match, you should wait until tomorrow, right? She chimed in, yes, yes, yes. isekai'd, hurry and pull me away. But Philo Kurt Furt Dalt wouldn't let her get her way. Not right now. 2 hours, 3,600 strikes. From a fencing novice straight to a level of mastery. You are the most talented person I have ever met, and also the second person to ever make me feel fear. He stepped forward, Philo Kurt Furt Dalt, standing in a combat stance against her. If I don't accept your challenge now, then when I wake up tomorrow, I fear I won't have the courage to draw my sword against you again. Right now, this might be my only chance to defeat you. His sword was raised. Even if others call it taking advantage of your vulnerability or waiting until you're exhausted to strike, I don't care. At least after defeating you tonight, I will still have the qualification and courage to continue chasing your shadow. Other male students marveled. The wave stance, a secret technique, inherited by the Furladat family. The Furladat family is famous for many sword techniques, with 4 secret stances that can summon spirits. The wave stance is one of them. In this school of swordsmanship, the stance is not just a method of training. It's a way to summon, and also a combat technique. Leah thought, the ordinary, common stance. Some people admired her deeply. I can't believe she can actually go head-to-head with the wave stance. So admirable. I will definitely catch up to you. Seeing Ashtu standing there, calmly smiling as he watched her fall into trouble, Leah whispered angrily, you, controlling my body to fight like this, what's the point? Even if I win, it's you who wins, and I'm just a bystander. If you only want to control my body, she challenged, go ahead and do it. After all, I can't resist anyway. Sylvia Sadie softened her tone to negotiate. How about this? You let me regain control of my body. I guarantee I will fight properly. 1 isn't enough? Then I'll fight 2. How about that? Ashtu didn't bother responding. Do you think this is a math class? Is it 1 + 1 = 2? Besides, who told you I was the one controlling your body to fight? She replied. If not you, don't tell me it's me. Ashtu's next words made Leah shudder. It is you, yourself. Do you think I actually went around randomly finding someone for you to fight? Do you think I could really ignore your will and force you to control your body? Why are you practicing fencing? Because last night you beat me in your dream, and you realized your talent for the sword. You know you have a chance to gain strength. You also know you've been wasting time. That's why you came here, working until you squeezed out every last drop of energy, just so others would see, so your roommate, isekai'd, would see, beyond just your looks. Hearing this, Sanaya's hand holding the sword rose up. She swung her sword toward her opponent, her expression becoming more serious because Ashtu had said, you also have the talent to hold your head high and be proud. Philo Kurt Furt Dalt also moved. He leaped up to dodge the blow. Sylvia Sadie fought while listening to Ashtu. Why did you challenge Philo Kurt Furt Dalt? Because from the first time you saw him, you resented him. From the moment you saw him riding that galloping silver tiger through the school streets, seeing him cheered on and surrounded by everyone seeing him become the center of the school, you started to envy him, admire him, and hate him. While trading blows with Leah, Philo Kurt Furt Dalt noticed a strange footwork pattern. The drawing strike was also quite powerful. He swung a strong sword slash, but it couldn't match the wave stance. Laya defended. Ashtu continued. That's right. In his eyes, you only know a few basic moves from the fencing manual taught in the general curriculum. Even if your talent is higher, his wave stance can still stand invincible. The wave stance of the noble lineage. Deep down, Leah felt resentful. Why do they get everything just because they were born? Why can they be better than me in every aspect? Philo-Kurt Furt-Dalt was continuously pressured back by her, and was surprised. How can she still fight me on equal ground now? Where is she getting this strength? No. I must end this. The sword in his hand was imbued with a surge of power. The next strike will decide it win or lose. Ashtu continued to explain. Do you understand now, Sylvia Sadie? That is the wave stance. Putting in all your strength. Victory is about to be decided. All of this stems from your own sincere heart. She gripped the wooden sword tightly. It's you who stepped into the training ground. It's you who wants to defeat him. It's you who wants to prove, Sylvia Sadie, that you are not inferior to anyone. It is you who longs to shine brightly. Seeing Laya perform the same move as Philo-Kurt Furt-Dalt, everyone was astonished. The wave stance. They were whispering excitedly. The wave stance? It's the wave stance. She only saw it once. There's no way she could have learned it. She's provoking him. It's getting intense. Leah watched, shocked. I didn't expect there to be such a skilled female hunter, using this method to humiliate and provoke Philo-Kurt Furt-Dalt. So even if he wants to forget you, he won't be able to. Next, by losing this match, it's like offering Philo-Kurt Furt-Dalt a stepping stone, and then just going with the flow to arrange future duels, increasing the chances for contact. Seeing this, Philo-Kurt Furt-Dalt began to boil with anger. You brought this humiliation upon yourself. The moment the two were about to clash blades, Sylvia Sadie told herself she was absolutely not inferior to anyone. Before everyone's eyes, the collision became blinding. Wood fragments flew in all directions. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Sonia's sword was snapped in half. A water droplet appeared on Philo-Kurt Furt-Dalt's shoulder. Everyone noticed it. Look, on his shoulder, is that a spirit? From that droplet, a form emerged, a spirit user employing the wave stance. Gasps of awe echoed. A breakthrough, right in the middle of battle. I never expected a breakthrough to actually happen in the middle of a clash. To be able to summon a life-bound spirit during combat, as expected of a Furladat. Anclid. Then she shouted in encouragement, Don't give up, Sylvia Sadie Sadie. Soon, you'll be able to summon a spirit art too. Sylvia Sadie Sadie replied proudly, I won't lose. Everyone else didn't know what was happening, just mocking her. So typical of a genius, always so stubborn. But she's kinda cute, isn't she? Just too proud to admit defeat. But Car's sword had already been sliced off from his shoulder. Sylvia Sadie Sadie also unleashed a spirit art, seeing her sword spirit manifest. Everyone was shocked. Triple pulse sword art? The whole hall is exploding. How could she summon the triple pulse sword art of Philo-Kurt Furt-Dalt? Could it be that she learned the triple pulse sword art from Philo-Kurt Furt-Dalt right during the battle and summoned it immediately? How is that even possible? Someone realized, wait a minute. Doesn't this mean she went from a novice sword trainee to a full-fledged sword master in just a few hours? How can she achieve in such a short time what would take us years, if ever? Why are we even training? While everyone was in awe, Sylvia Sadie gazed off into the distance, where Asher was standing. She asked, Is that what you think? Are you just an illusion from the depths of my heart? You're not actually real, are you? You just represent the thoughts in my mind. You're just a hallucination. He picked up the broken half of the blade and attached it back to the old sword. They began to fuse back together. Before leaving, Asher teased her, What do you think? Sylvia Sadie was annoyed as he vanished into the crowd. As Asher returned, the chime from his game interface pinged. Information about Sylvia Sadie. Asher updated. Sylvia Sadie Sadie has completed a sword practice session. Sword art experience increased significantly. Sylvia Sadie Sadie has completed a battle. Sword art experience increased drastically. Talent activated. Gained 1000 bonus experience during battle. Resonated with the Void Realm and summoned the triple pulse spirit sword. Sylvia Sadie Sadie. Human, female, 20 years old. Connection level. Not shared. 30% experience. Occupation. Sword master. First wing. Job trait. Can use spirit sword art. Consumes 10% stamina. Equipped with no spirit art. Triple pulse sword. Sword art. Silver grade. Void realm exploration. 0.000%. Water magic. Not yet initiated. Triple pulse spirit sword. First wing restriction. Must use sword energy. Basic effect. Release one wave of triple pulse sword energy. Passive effect. Regular sword energy attacks are more likely to make the target lose balance. The sword isn't trembling, it's thirsty. He cheered happily. Leveled up. Even though I don't know what a first-wing swordmaster is, the guy who blew me away with one strike seemed to have 3 wings. That means having wings makes you superhuman. It wasn't a waste of time waking up at 6 to check my progress in the game. Truly, heaven doesn't betray the diligent. After all the hardship of pulling all-nighters, non-stop, he kept refreshing the newsfeed. But where's the 30% shared experience? Why don't I feel any stronger? There's no sense of enlightenment or experience being poured directly into my brain. The observer-agent interface hasn't changed either. Was I scammed? The boss said I'd get a promotion once I finished. Is it because I haven't topped up any money? His family's company game is famous for no top-up, no experience. At least if it's just about money, there's a chance to make up for it. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Dear Mr. Asher, the Toai Ho Prison has completed the verification of your vitality. You are free to move around in the designated areas. For details, please see the attached document, Toai Ho Prison Living Manual. Note: meal delivery service is no longer provided. Please go to the cafeteria to eat yourself. He looked at the door in surprise. What is this? Asher activated the Toai Ho Prison Living Manual. The info displayed. Free activity time. From 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Areas you can enter include the central lobby, library, gym, media room, seaside terrace, and the lover's room, which provides supplies. Work office. Cafeteria 2. Breakfast 7 to 9. Lunch 11 to 1. Afternoon 4 to 5. Dinner 5 to 8. Outside of these hours, if you want to eat, please use the meal ordering service. 3. Library. If there are books missing, please report to the manager. They will be restocked within 3 working days. 4. Media room. Currently only provides audio and visual programs purchased from the provided channels after the broadcast ends. 5. Lover's room. Supplies that have been used, please put in the recycling bin. Do not wash and put back yourself. Asher exclaimed in joy. This much freedom? Is this really not an April Fool's Day prank? He began analyzing the situation. The manual only listed the rights granted to prisoners and didn't mention any rules or prohibitions. If something's unusual, there's a catch. I won't be fooled. Suddenly, his stomach growled. Asher peeked behind the door. I'll just go get something to eat and come right back. Nothing should happen, right? He saw the hallway was empty. Not a soul, not even a single guard in sight. It was getting even creepier. Now, Asher was standing in front of a room. He looked at the sign. It showed information for a gym with full equipment and a sauna in the main hall. Asher remembered rule number 5. Lover's room supplies that have been used. Please put in the recycling bin. Do not wash and put back yourself. He immediately turned and ran away. When he peeked into another room, he saw a vast space inside. Asher was stunned. Is this not a park? People are chatting comfortably here. There are people resting on chairs. There are guards working too, Asher thought. Great, it's a guard. Even if it looks like they're slacking off or playing around during work hours, at least there's someone to ask for help. I haven't received any experience from Sylvia Sadie yet. I'm basically a useless piece of scrap metal, with no combat power and all the mental weaknesses of an office worker working overtime. If I don't have a law enforcer to protect me, I don't know if I can even keep my virtue safe. Now I'm more relieved. Let's find the cafeteria. He stopped when he saw a big screen broadcasting the news. 2 people were sitting and discussing. I didn't expect Lalunta to become a counselor. Looks like he's already. Since they joined the Eternal Wine Club, the Adela family has completely dominated the market. I'm afraid the current mayor's term is up. He'll have to pack his bags this year. Darian listened and replied, I don't think so. Mayor Phainam Tuyet has the backing of Bishop. And Lai Kwa. Just wait and see. Lalunta's presence isn't a sign of the Adela family's rise. On the contrary, it's a death warrant for them. You've been rooted in Kai Mong for 15 years. The church wants to maintain stability, so they surely won't act directly. Have you forgotten the murder-suicide case of the Railway Bureau chief 15 years ago? Atu Hoitu listened in, eavesdropping on the prisoner Oxia Zan and the goblin discussing the power shifts in high-level politics. Someone behind him chimed in. If you're interested in politics, I suggest you go to the reading room and talk to old Loi Un. As for Darien and Lodada, before they ended up here, they were just government secretaries and development bureau chiefs. Their status was mediocre, and their understanding of politics was vague. They just babbled about nonsense that had no real value. The one speaking was Kolap Bakim. He continued to persuade him, but as the leader of the Four Pillars cult, Are you really interested in the political landscape of Kaimong? Atu Huitu was surprised. You know who I am? Kolap Bakim confirmed. Of course. After all, you've been in the news lately. Both the day before yesterday and yesterday. You were on the front page. The news is the fastest way for us to get to know new friends. He reached out his hand to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. Perhaps you've already seen me on the news as well. I'm Kolap Bakim. Atu Huitu timidly stepped back and asked, Is everyone here this enthusiastic? Kolap Bakim smiled slightly and said, We are quite enthusiastic toward newcomers. After all, we are comrades with a shared vision. He doubted that statement. Shared vision? Kolap Bakim glanced at the prison guard playing around in the back before revealing his purpose. Are you interested in joining our void prison? Research group, so we can be friends who support each other. Atu Huitu happily agreed instantly, though he thought to himself, This is like someone offering a pillow just when I'm feeling sleepy. I was just looking for a way to break out, and it turns out, there's already an organization here to join. Just as their hands were about to touch, a third party interrupted. If I were you, I'd punch him. A girl was leaning back against the wall, observing them leisurely. Atu Huitu was startled. That voice Saknia Sat Dui? Atu Huitu immediately raised his hand to punch Kolap Bakim just as he was getting close. A red light appeared behind Atu Huitu's neck, and an announcement blared. Warning. You are emitting excessive kinetic energy. This behavior is strictly prohibited. A series of red warnings popped up. Kolap Bakim stood there calmly as the punch stopped right in front of him. Kolap Bakim mocked him. Atu Huitu, that weak, pathetic punch of yours, is actually kind of cute. Atu Huitu's whole body stiffened, unable to move at all. Kolap Bakim turned around and walked away. It seems, Atu Huitu, you're quite satisfied with life in prison. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Only then could Atu Huitu lower his hand and breathe a sigh of relief. I can move again. What just happened? Sylvia Sadie spoke up. What's so surprising about that? She revealed. It's just that the miracle chip behind your neck detected that you were trying to attack someone. It released a nerve control current to temporarily disable your body, making your attack completely ineffective. This technology, besides being used in prisons, is widely applied in the livestock industry, but it seems even more practical when applied to humans. Atu Huitu asked curiously, Then why did you tell me to hit him? Sylvia Sadie revealed. Even though this place forbids fighting and limits ability usage, there are still many tricks you can use. For instance, using a spirit technique to sign a contract. If I'm not mistaken, that guy has the bloodline of a Mi-Oa. Mi-Oa is a race easily proficient in mind-spirit techniques. If you had responded to his request and shaken his hand, it would be the same as signing a contract, meaning you would have become a mutually supportive friend to him. In the eyes of a psychic, friend and slave aren't much different. However, this relationship only means you are forced to help him. Whether he helps you back or not depends on his mood. Atu Huitu realized, I see. If I had actually shaken his hand, I would have effectively become his employee. Oh, wait, more like an intern. This other world is so underhanded. You don't even need to sign an employment contract. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Can others not see you? Is it really okay for you to keep talking to me like this? She reminded him. As long as you don't mind people looking at you like you're a total lunatic, muttering to yourself. Atu Huitu smiled awkwardly while being judged by those around him. Sure enough, the brains of these cult leaders all have problems. You figured it out? So you really are Sakni Asat Dui? Sylvia Sadie confirmed. That's right. I am Sachni Asat Dui, the observer. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have expected you to fall this far. Do you mind if I laugh at you? Atu Huitu bluntly confirmed. I mind. And furthermore, why aren't you wearing the outfit from the illustrations? She angrily scolded him back. Aren't you wearing the classic prisoner uniform of this? Toai Ho Prison, the premium edition? You don't even look like your own illustration, and you have the nerve to lecture me? I'm a girl, okay? Do you expect me to wear the same unwashed outfit every single day? Atu Huitu couldn't argue. You've got a point there. He then pleaded with her. Since you're already here, Sachni a Satdui, help me escape this prison. Sylvia Sadie replied, I refuse. That blunt rejection made Atu Huitu freeze. Huh? She put on a superior attitude and asked back, Why should I help you escape? There's food and shelter here. Isn't that quite perfect for a loser like you? Why do you even want to escape? For all you know, the outside world is even harsher than this place. You should just obediently retire early, enjoy your golden years, and live the life of your dreams. Wouldn't that be great? Atu Huitu corrected her, but I'm carrying a huge burden on my back. In a few days, I have to participate in something called the Blood Moon Judgment. Just the name tells me they aren't inviting me to a buffet. Sylvia Sadie laughed at his misfortune. The Blood Moon Judgment? Then I definitely won't help you escape, Atu begged. You can't treat me like this. I'm practically yours. Her attitude turned dangerous. I'm one of yours. She pressed her finger into his forehead and asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Do you think you have any say in what you are to me? Sylvia Sadie pinned Atu to the ground, her face inches from his. She stared him down and asked coldly, what? Are you planning to say you're my master? Do you want me to call you that a few more times so your tiny, warped brain has more material to fantasize about? Isn't it true? He retorted. What's wrong with that? You're just a virtual character in a game, while I'm the real player. If I die, then, obviously, you can't exist either. Since this connection exists, why can't you help me? Atu continued. The connection? Sylvia Sadie, I am not your master, but at the same time, I am not your slave. If you can't even treat me as an equal, then you might as well go back into the game and stay as your lines of code. Facing this criticism, Sylvia Sadie curved her lips slightly. Virtual character? You're right. I truly am just a virtual, illusory projection. But, observer, you'd better remember, every word you said today. You are not my master, and you never will be. Atu promised. I guarantee it. Sylvia Sadie still didn't trust him, and demanded he swear a blood oath. Swear it! A liar shall lose their own face, and even after 10,000 years, it shall never change. Atu immediately raised 3 fingers. I swear, a liar shall lose their own face, and even after 10,000 years, it shall never change. Hearing this, Sylvia Sadie was satisfied. She turned around to leave. Let's go, she said as she walked. He asked, surprised. Go where? Sylvia Sadie replied, to the cafeteria, obviously. Didn't you want to go eat breakfast? Atu was still preoccupied. But what about breaking out of prison? Sylvia Sadie didn't hide it. She spoke bluntly. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's that I can't. She stood in front of a guy and waved her hand in front of his face. As you can see, other than you, no one else can see or touch me. I don't have the ability to affect the physical world, so how am I supposed to help you escape this prison? Atu was speechless. Then why are you even here? Just to show off your new skin? Sylvia Sadie replied nonchalantly. You said it yourself, the connection. He still didn't understand. The connection, Sylvia Sadie said bluntly. To put it simply, I'm here to transfer 30% of the shared experience to you. Atu immediately replied, fine by me. He stretched out both arms. Come on, do it. I'm ready. Sylvia Sadie flicked Atu's forehead hard. Ready, my foot. Ready? Do you really think that would work? You'll instantly grasp all my swordsmanship experience? If you want to dream, go do it in your bed. He was stunned. Then how do you plan to transfer it to me? She already had a simple plan. You go find someone to fight. I'll transfer the experience to you while you're battling, so you'll naturally gain a massive amount of experience right in the middle of the fight. Atu realized, I get it now. His eyes scanned his surroundings. Atu locked onto Lung Na, who was eating in the cafeteria. He had chosen his target, a burly man with a shaved head and tattoos, bulging muscles, and a knife scar on his face. You could tell just by looking at him that he was the type of serial killer who'd offed hundreds before being dumped in here, a true, twisted psychopath. He started by knocking over the guy's milk. His face was soaking wet. Atu casually said, sorry about that. Lang Na flared up with cold, killing intent, staring at the person who dared to provoke him. Atu was shaking slightly, waiting for it. Suddenly, the man changed his attitude, becoming friendly. It's fine. Be careful next time, okay? This milk is actually pretty good today. Worth a try. At this sudden shift, Atu was dumbfounded. His jaw dropped. As a tray of food and milk was served in the cafeteria, everyone was busy with their own thing. He heard loud laughter nearby, and glanced over to see Sylvia Sadie laughing loudly. Sorry, I'm professionally trained. You, observer. You're so stupid it's hard to get used to. Unless you truly can't help yourself, let me say this to you one more time. All of you prisoners are locked down with a chip at the back of your necks. You aren't allowed to attack others, insult others, or even harm yourselves. This is the reason why the Toai Ho Prison seems so free. Because every bone, every nerve of yours is shackled, dragging chains along. This place even has students coming to visit during spring and autumn, you know? That chip can even emit a strong electric shock that stops your heart instantly. Digging a tunnel with a spoon? As soon as there's any act of property damage, the chip will immediately intervene. A teacher was leading students on a tour. She pointed at Atu. Kids, look over there. This is a criminal. Don't ever follow in their footsteps, okay? Sylvia Sadie blurted out. They really have field trips here? He asked curiously. So, with this chip on me, how am I supposed to escape? She concluded. In short, just go find someone and fight them first. Nothing is easier to understand than fighting, right, observer? He burst into tears and pleaded. Prisoners aren't allowed to attack others, so how am I supposed to provoke someone enough to make them hit me? Sylvia Sadie demanded. Do you have to ask me everything? Do you want to escape, or do I want to escape? Are you going to wait for me to call my mom next? Atu, determined to escape, would do anything, so he actually called out, Mom. Sylvia Sadie immediately punched him away. Do you have a death wish? Atu accidentally fell and bumped headfirst into Lang Na's back. The man quickly covered his glass, preventing the milk from splashing out. When he turned around, he introduced himself. I'm Atu. What's your name? He thought to himself, I have no choice but to try and get some info. After all, they couldn't attack him. Lang Na greeted him back. Hi Atu. He said something completely unrelated. I have a boyfriend. Seeing a guy who looked like a thug, resting his chin on his hand and acting cute, his voice trembled involuntarily. I didn't mean that. I just had a few things I wanted to ask you. The man replied. I understand. I understand. Really. When you're chatting and meet someone like me who proactively and straightforwardly says, I already have a lover, it really puts you in an extremely embarrassing position. Lang Na kept babbling, but my love for my boyfriend is pure and sincere. It can't harbor even a bit of doubt. So, stating my stance clearly from the start is good for everyone. Atu, you're a good guy too. I'm sure that you'll also find love of your own one day. Atu weakly countered. No, the man urged. Go ahead and ask. You don't need to be so shy. Failing when starting a conversation is just a very common thing. If you haven't thought of a question to deal with it for a moment, I can wait. But honestly, Atu, the way you tried to get my attention was truly too old-fashioned. Even trying to knock over my milk on purpose just like elementary school kids. Here we go again. He spoke up boldly, needing to stop the man from talking. I want to ask something. If I want to fight, is there any way? Lang Na. So, you're the new guy, huh? If you're looking to stretch your muscles a bit, you've come to the right place. He introduced himself. I'm Lang Na, a member of the Deathmatch Society. The warden has given us special permission. During the tournament, we can temporarily disable our backshant restraint chips to fight. It's a perk reserved only for members of the Deathmatch Society. A match only ends when one side goes down. Atu was stunned by this news. Deathmatch Society, fight to the death? Atu asked. Does the prison actually allow us to kill people? Lang Na explained. Just because someone dies doesn't mean you've committed murder. Right next to the arena is the infirmary. As long as the body is intact and it hasn't been more than 5 minutes since the death occurred, they can bring you back to life. Of course, there's no telling what kind of lasting damage you might have. Besides, even if a prisoner really does die, the prison couldn't care less. After all, everyone here is already a dead man walking. Atu gave a forced, awkward smile. Yeah, I guess you're right. Everyone dies eventually. Anyway, he interrupted. I think you misunderstood me. Lang Na suddenly remembered. Oh, I remember now. You're that guy who's been all over the news lately. The leader of the Four Pillars cult. He leaned in close and whispered, I'm actually quite interested in the Four Pillars, but unfortunately, I already have a boyfriend. Otherwise, I might have given you a chance. Atu hesitated, wanting to change the subject. About that deathmatch society you mentioned, he replied. No wonder you're so eager to find them. Still, the 15th is only a few days away, and I'd hate to see a nice guy like you die. Have you never heard of the reputation of Shattered Tiger Prison? You've never watched the Blood Moon trial that happens on the 1st and the 15th of every month? You're really not one for following the crowd, are you? I like that. All right, let me break it down for you. Atu sat down across from Lang Na to listen. As Lang Na explained, every prisoner in Shattered Tiger is on death row. There's no such thing as an appeal, no escape, and we've all been stripped of our political rights for life. After entering, every prisoner can eat well, sleep, exercise, watch movies, or play games. But the one thing strictly forbidden is taking a life even your own. Because, in the end, we all face the same single outcome. Participating in the Blood Moon trial. We all die a miserable death under the eyes of the public. So, truly, we are all dead men walking. Atu felt like he'd been struck by lightning. No appeals, no parole. It really was a death sentence. The next words left him frozen. It seems like you really don't understand the Blood Moon trial. It's a live-streamed television program shown in every city. Most people, on the night of the 1st and the 15th of every month, stay home, turn on their screens, and watch the final moments of every criminal. The viewership rating is nearly 70%. The prison doesn't just hold us to keep us alive. It's to watch us die in the most miserable way possible. Isn't that just a waste of resources? Compared to the advertising revenue that the Blood Moon trial brings in, the costs the prison spends to keep us fed are just a drop in the bucket. Atu felt his world collapsing. Watching executions had become a hit show. In this world, that's just too absurd. How could 70% of the population possibly watch an entertainment program like that? At 8 o'clock at night, no less? Don't they have to work overtime? Atu thought to himself. I guess they just don't have enough to keep them busy. Lang Na revealed. But if you want to escape the Blood Moon trial, there is a way. Although someone is guaranteed to die every single time the Blood Moon trial airs, there are 8 participants, and those 8 spots aren't always fixed. Each prisoner starts with 50 contribution points, and 10 points are deducted every month. Even if your points hit 0, it doesn't matter. The prison won't do anything extra to you because of that. However, the higher your contribution points, the later your turn in the trial, and those with low contribution points are bumped up the list. The 8 people at the bottom of the list are the ones who must participate in the Blood Moon trial. In other words, as long as your contribution points are high enough, you can avoid the Blood Moon trial. There are many ways to earn points. The simplest way is to create value. Even though the memory architects wiped our memories before we entered the prison, making my past information worthless, we still have plenty of ways to generate contribution points. Some people are here for embezzlement. They can propose reforms to the system to reduce corruption for others, Lang Na continued. Some are here because of illegal experiments. They can continue to conduct legal research, in prison and write papers. Some even write best-selling books from right inside the prison. That also counts as creating value. But in this prison, most people are here for murder, and they don't have any special creative talents, like me or you. That is exactly why the Deathmatch Society is the answer for us to earn contribution points. After all, Atu, you are the leader of a cult. For every deathmatch, both sides must bet a certain amount of contribution points. The winner takes all, and the victor avoids the Blood Moon. The loser faces the trial. That's how we create value, by weeding out the weak and maintaining a fiery, competitive spirit. This is also why the prison allows the Deathmatch Society to exist. After all, every actor needs to put on a costume before they step onto the stage. Hearing all this, do you still want to join the Deathmatch Society? Atu replied. Of course. Lang Na stood up to lead him away. If so, then follow me. If you're lucky, if we go over there now, you might even get to see some still warm corpses. In the meantime, Atu turned around and realized she was gone. Sania? Sadhu? Where are you? Looking at the person inside that room, Atu was surprised. People are already fighting to the death this early in the morning? Lang Na revealed. Even though you have to bet points, for the first match, you only need to bet 1 point. After that, every subsequent death match requires betting 1 more point than the previous one. The second match is 2 points, the third is 3 points, and so on. Even though the bets eventually pile up, you still have a chance to turn things around even if you lose the first 5 matches. So everyone tries to use those first 5 matches to test their opponent's strength and gauge their own abilities. In this prison, the frequency of death matches is quite high. 1 match a day is perfectly normal. With just a few days left until the 15th, the lower-ranked inmates are definitely looking to avoid judgment by choosing a death match. I bet the arena floor is still covered in stains of blood that hasn't even dried yet. He led Atu Haitu inside. Suddenly, Lang Na remembered something and said, I just remembered, do you want to buy some meat? Atu Haitu was stunned. Meat? What kind of meat? He asked. She replied, the meat that falls on the arena floor. It's one of the few ways we can spend our contribution points. The meat left on the stage belongs to the prison. We can buy it back from the prison. If you're lucky, you can get a prime cut. Whether you eat it as sashimi or cook it, it tastes amazing. I highly recommend trying it. The people inside saw her arrive and called out, Food critic Lang Na is here. They noticed Atu Huitu. Wait, is that someone new? Is he one of the 4 divine pillars' favorites? Young man, you dare to get close to one of the 4 divine pillars? Lang Na, is that your little boyfriend? Changed your tastes, have you? Lang Na warned them, Duty Mong, if you keep spewing nonsense and ruining the relationship between me and my boyfriend, do you want me to bite you to death right now? The guy gave a forced laugh. Not daring to say another word, he added, Lang Na, I didn't mean it like that. Oh, right. Aren't you going to introduce the newcomer? He introduced Atu Huitu. He's new, Just here for 2 days. Atu Huitu had already sensed it. If you randomly ask a passerby who looks weak and easy to bully, it's very likely they are actually a master killer. In this prison, during the matches, spectators were asking each other, "Who's fighting right now?" The other replied, "Tynak and the blind beast, Lodek." They whispered, "Lodek? Why him? Tynak is an old-timer. Why would he even bother with such small contribution points? Didn't you guys challenge Lodek?" The other replied, "Of course, we can't ignore an easy meal like that. But Lodek hasn't seen Tynak's death matches. He thinks Tynak is an easy target, and the betting odds for Tynak are high." So, as the two fighters on the floor were probing each other and staring, Lodek was hit square in the face by his opponent. His heavy body fell backward. Seeing him winding up a punch, Lodek trembled, saying, Don't. Tynak unleashed a barrage of punches, and Atuhuitu watched in horror. "Doesn't that mean the winner has already been decided? Why hasn't it ended yet?" The person next to him explained, "It's not over yet. The air barrier hasn't been removed. Only when one of the two dies or is completely unconscious is the barrier lifted. As long as the barrier is still there, you must never drop your guard. You have to keep suppressing, crushing, and destroying your opponent. Besides, there's no surrender in a death match. The loser only has 2 options: death or losing consciousness. I don't know how many fools have been overconfident in their martial arts and look down on their opponents. Just because they treat this place as a friendly sparring match, putting friendship first and competition second, they stop halfway through and then get killed by their opponent's counterattack. They lose a huge amount of contribution points and get a one-way ticket to a higher position in the judgment chain. But this is exactly the point of a death match. It's to transfer contribution points from someone who doesn't deserve them to someone who does." Atu Hoitu added, "Speaking of contribution points, the difference between these two is 30 points. The person next to him continued, "As long as both sides agree, even bets without force can be accepted. Besides, it's rare to have death matches with equal stakes. According to the rules, each time you participate in a death match, you must bet a little more than the last time. Tynak has fought 34 death matches before, so this time he has to bet 35 points." Atu Huitu was surprised. "So, this is Lodek's 5th match?" The other guy denied. "No, this is his 10th. He has lost 10 matches in a row, and by the 10th match, he only had 5 points left. That's why he's called the blind beast Lodek. He always chooses opponents he can't beat." Seeing him fall toward the edge of the floor, the other added, "Look, this is what happens." The barrier disappeared. The door on the other side opened. The medical team would appear from that door to drag the body to the infirmary for treatment. Only then is the death match considered over. When Tynak stepped off the floor, everyone judged him. This old man is too cunning, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, just to trick the prisoner out of his contribution points. This isn't trickery. I knew from the start that the old man wasn't someone to mess with. Tynak walked with a hunched back, mumbling, "That beastman's punch was pretty strong. I think I have internal injuries." The others shouted back, "Who believes you? Old man, you already have so many contribution points. Next time, leave these opportunities for us young people to worry about." At this moment, Lang Na appeared and said, "In this arena, he is very strong." Atu Huitu curiously asked why he was so strong. She explained, "Because this arena only allows attacks, but limits the output of mana. Mages come in many types, like craftsmen, warriors, scholars, and healers. But most mages can only control spirit energy through mana. Limiting the output of mana makes mages no different from ordinary people. But there are a few mages who, even without spirit energy, still possess strength that surpasses ordinary mortals. They are body art mages. Any mage involved in cultivating and training their body can be called a body art mage. For example, sword art mages, fist art mages, gun art mages, spear art mages, axe art mages. As long as they have the right weapon, they can fight many people alone. However, compared to their strength, they only have an advantage in technique, not physical stature. They aren't much stronger than ordinary people. But there is one type of body art mage that constantly reinforces their body, even using mana to change and mutate their flesh and blood, using their own body as a weapon, thereby achieving almost overwhelming violent strength. This type of body art mage, even when they no longer have mana, the reinforcement effect in their bodies still doesn't disappear. This type is called a suffering body art mage. Their flesh and blood are weak. Their bodies are no longer made of mere flesh and blood anymore. Atu Huitu realized, Tynak. So that's what it means. Meanwhile, Tynak was still correcting everyone. Really, I think I have internal injuries. No one believed him. He scraped so hard that even Scrap metal fell off him. Who would believe him? This is the how many th person the old man has sent off. Since the day he arrived, the old man has sent at least 5 people away. Lang Na urged him. Since you're here, start fighting. Just don't fight that old man, that's all. Oh, right. For your first battle, it's best to choose an unarmed opponent, and you should also be unarmed. Atu Huitu asked. Why? She bluntly stated. Because your body is too weak. If you picked up a real sword, you'd probably be beaten to a pulp before you could even swing it a few times. You just got finished off by your opponent. One sword strike, and you'd have lost your head. If he had only used his fists, at least you could have held out longer. To save time on passing down experience, I don't really expect you to know how to fight, but you're definitely good at getting beaten up, she asked the person still standing in the shadows. I want to join a deathmatch, and the best opponent would be someone who uses hand-to-hand combat, he replied. Do you have any suggestions? Hand-to-hand? Huh? Well, you've come to the right place. My friend, I'm an expert at hand-to-hand combat. Let's have a match. I promise I won't bully you. Atuhitu agreed immediately. That sounds good, but this is my first death match, so I'll only bet 1 contribution point. Even if you want to play the pig to eat the tiger, you won't earn much anyway. That guy is Kolap Bakim, he promised. Don't worry, my friend. Not only will I not turn down your contribution points, I'll even gift you some more. I'm pretty weak, but even so, you seem like the type who wants to punch me in the face. We meet again, student Atu Huitu, with fists ready. As he was getting his hands wrapped in cloth to prepare, people around them were whispering about him. That new cult leader wants to fight Kolap Bakim to the death. Kolap Bakim never lets even a single contribution point slip away. Did that cult leader fall for the trap? If so, it's not just about 1 point anymore. This time, Kolap Bakim might actually get 50 contribution points into his account. Looks like you really were pretending to be weak, Kolap Bakim said after wrapping his hands. I, on the other hand, felt like you were hiding your strength to lure me in. Falling into your trap? You're a leader of the 4 pillars, someone who dares to confront the blood frenzy hunter, while I'm just a common con man. No matter how you look at it, your combat strength is much higher. He is Kolap Bakim, also known as the con man, who worked in insurance and swindled many rich people to make a fortune, eventually landing in prison, Atu Huitu thought to himself. But I'm not the original body. Still, he doesn't seem to have the ability to fight head-on. Earlier, Lang Na warned me. Be careful, kid. Although the prison forbids the use of spirit arts, he's a con man. By the way, he's my boyfriend. Pay attention to how he uses his skills indirectly, she had said. Atu Huitu compared it to when he sent me a party invitation in the lobby, right? Just be careful not to agree to anything. Don't shake hands or make physical contact, and it should be fine. After all, he's just a con man. Looking so thin and weak, the advantage is mine. Before he could finish, Sylvia Sadie burst out laughing. That's ridiculous. The advantage is mine? Observer, are you trying to laugh me to death? Who gave you that confidence? Then watch why you have to get on that stage. He was pale-faced. Right. Why did I even agree to get on that stage? Atu Hutu stepped onto the ring, wondering, why did I agree to fight him? I'm completely certain that I have to fight him to the death. It's hard to describe this feeling. It's not that my body is being controlled, but my perception has been altered. It feels like the absurd belief that water is deadly poison. In my head, there isn't a single thought of refusal. Kolap Bakim spoke up because you had already agreed. Before that, he had coaxed, let's have a match with me. I promise I won't bully you. Atu Huitu didn't think twice and accepted. Sure. Only now did he remember. Could it be because of earlier? That's why I said, Sylvia Sadie reminded him, don't ever casually accept invitations from anyone in the future. You are a middle position observer, after all. In my opinion, you should reject any kindness or malice from others. Say no to everything, she cautioned. Use your own power to take everything. Use your own will to define all things. Rule the world like a demon lord. But he firmly refused. A ping sound rang out with the notification that the match had started. Because the protective shield was activated, the chip limiters were unlocked. At that moment, he felt his body released from some kind of shackle. Kolap Bakim attacked first. Atu Huitu instinctively raised his hands to block. The opponent changed tactics, sweeping his legs and causing Atu Huitu to trip. Atu Hitu's face slammed into the ground. Just as he rolled over to stand up, he was punched straight in the stomach. Atu Huitu spat out mucus. Kolap Bakim urged him, clench your teeth. He instinctively obeyed. So, Atu Huitu clenched his teeth, absorbing the blow landing on his face. This one hit made his head spin. A barrage of punches rained down on him like a storm. Atu Huitu tried to endure it. Isn't the experience transfer starting yet? If this keeps up, I'm going to be beaten to death. It hurts so much. Sylvia Sadie, hurry up and possess me. Smash this blonde guy to pieces. Sylvia Sadie, Mom, save me. Sylvia Sadie propped her chin and calmly said, Soon. Soon. The more you get beaten, the faster the experience transfers. Don't just take hits. Try counterattacking. Atu asked further, Does counterattacking speed up the experience transfer? She denied it. No. But it will make this deathmatch look a bit more interesting. Watching you get one-sidedly beaten is boring. Sylvia Sadie was surprised watching the further developments. He thought he would kneel down and beg for mercy, cry miserably, or something. Although pathetic, he had done his best. After falling, he quickly stood back up. Instead of lying flat on the floor to be dominated, he tried to lean his back against the wall to reduce the attack surface, using both hands to cover the triangle area on his face. This is the tiger-crushing prison. Before transmigrating here, he must have just been a normal office worker, right? I even feel that without me, without the sorcerer's notebook, his personality suggests he isn't a weakling at all. After going through the initial pain of transmigrating, he could still quickly adapt to this cruel world that only seems beautiful. Once the environment changes, his true nature will be revealed. Sylvia Sadie guessed. Sure enough, he is a middle-position observer. Atu thought fiercely. Counterattack. That's right, counterattack. I'm like a worker. Other than not talking back to the boss, I don't want to suffer even the slightest loss. He threw a punch. Bakim sneered and dodged, weak, soft as cotton. He gave Atu another punch. How adorable. Your clumsy moves can't hurt your opponent. As he was continuously punched and kicked, Atu gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, you can't even swear here. The place erupted with cheers. It happened again. Bakim's magic tricks were so elegant that it looked like they were both acting in a play. The opponent's face was actively diving into Bakim's fists. Bakim has won all 45 of his previous matches. It's too strong. Only someone like Master Tainak can handle someone like Bakim. No, I refuse. An old man like me will only become a stepping stone for you kids sooner or later. But no one believes him. Who is he trying to fool? The Lonkan district is about to be turned upside down by Mr. Van Thon. Meanwhile, Langna's boyfriend is asking, Can you see through Bakim's tricks? He lies on his boyfriend's lap and replies, I don't know yet. I have to fight him to find out. But I really don't want to face Bakim. He's not the type of person I like. Relax, my love. After being punched until his face was bruised and swollen, Bakim stopped and asked, Do you know why I won all 45 previous matches? It's not because of my physical fitness, nor are my reflexes fast. So why do you keep missing me? And why do I land a hit on you every single time? Atu realized it just now. It's true, his physical strength is actually about the same as his, and his martial arts skills are just average. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted this long. Clearly, both of us are beginners. Why are you the only one who can hit me? Bakim said with a cold laugh. Because you are all just livestock, meant to be bled and skinned, then carved up by the master into neat little portions. It's not just you. Even the beastkin, ghouls, and goblins, whose physical bodies far exceed mine, they all fall in this arena. The contribution points you earn don't belong to them. They belong to me. The moment you stepped into this arena, your body was already bound by the chains I prepared. Until your last contribution point is drained, you will always be livestock, meant to be ordered around at my whim, he said disdainfully. Weak? You're just too weak. Looking at Atuhuitu's fist, Bakim had predicted that he would strike at his left side with an uppercut. Atuhuitu, he mocked. Your fist still smells like baby milk. Who do you think you can hit? When he made his next move, his opponent had already predicted it. He's going to lift his leg to attack my left shin. He wants to tackle me. Looking at Atuhuitu, who was clenching his fist, raised it. Bakim realized he wanted to use a right hook. Your thoughts are constantly flowing into my consciousness. Your intention to attack cannot escape my sight. He wanted to throw a straight punch to his chest. Bakim arrogantly declared, Now that you're just a marinated lamb, kneel at my feet and wait to be roasted. Let me trample you, you piece of livestock. As Atuhuitu threw his punch, he raised his hand and stepped back, cheering. Come on, just a little bit more and you would have hit me. Just as his elbow was about to come down, he teleported. Atuhuitu had moved in front of Bakim. He reflexively stepped back. Bakim didn't underestimate him at all when he realized he had dodged his attack. This isn't good. This isn't a good sign. He decided to take the initiative and end the match. He couldn't play around anymore. Knock him out now. Everyone realized Kolap Bakim was getting serious. That's right. Finish it quickly. It's rare to have a rookie like this. Don't ruin him so fast. Kolap Bakim, you have so many contribution points. Why don't you let me have some fun too? They joked with each other, saying, Kolap Bakim, you take the blade next round. I want to eat some tender thigh meat. Lang Na, don't try to steal it from me, Lang Na replied. Even if I don't try to steal it, you won't be able to eat it anyway. Just then, someone with a sharp eye noticed. Everyone, look over there. Before, every one of Kolap Bakim's punches hit the mark. When they saw he could block the opponent's strike, everyone was surprised. Now, landing 1 out of 4 punches is already doing well. Moreover, the fact that this punch was blocked by an arm is interesting, isn't it? Someone guessed that he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Master Tynak seemed to be the same type of person as him. The master denied it. No, he's not acting. He was a real pig before. His body couldn't have been faked. Lang Na also sat up to watch the fight seriously. His body has never undergone any combat training. You can tell just by looking. He's a scholar, used to a life of luxury. I was the one who brought him in. I see it very clearly. The spectators even stood up to lean over and watch. How is this possible? Doesn't that mean that in just a few minutes of intense fighting, he has already developed combat instincts? This kid, is he a follower of the 4 pillars? That's right, the wrong person in the wrong place, who just awakened the wrong talent. When they saw Atu Haitu's fist being blocked by Kolap Bakim, someone said, what a pity. That was a defensive maneuver. The leader of the evil sect is forcing Kolap Bakim to defend for the first time. Meanwhile, Atu Huitu anticipated it and thought, it's time to end this. He silently recalled that every era has its own central theme. In today's era, large-scale wars rarely happen. Humans are no longer expanding their territories. The class system is solidified, and the regime has become supreme. Plundering has been replaced by more advanced forms of exploitation. Everyone is fighting over existing resources. Every action must follow the rules set 1,000 years ago. Therefore, the central theme now is domination. Dominating others, dominating organizations, dominating culture, and dominating ideology. In a world where classes are fixed, from the moment you are born, the trajectory of your life is predetermined. Most people have no connection to the Blood Moon Kingdom. In the Abyss, those of us who are psychic specialists are no different from the beasts at the top of the food chain. Even the rulers of this nation, the Blood Saint clan and the Moon Shadow clan, are terrified of us, so they have sealed off psychic knowledge from the lower classes. But because the bloodline of the succubus in Kolap Bakim awakened, and he successively found 2 important spirit arts in the Abyss, which are resonance and execution, he was able to self-actualize and transform completely, becoming a true psychic specialist. On top of that, Kolap Bakim was originally a contractor in the insurance industry, possessing the basic contract spirit art. Thus, he combined them to create a miracle specifically designed to deal with intelligent creatures. Anything said must be done, whether it's a joke or a lie, as long as he says 10 things, Kolap Bakim can utilize resonance to establish a connection with the opponent, use the contract to set a promise, and then use execution to demand that the opponent fulfill their words. In civilized society, this trick could be called unbeatable. If it weren't for running into a strong opponent, he would be lying on a sunny, windy beach at this moment, sipping fine wine in a villa. But as long as it's a place with rules, Kolap Bakim is still the one in charge, and prison is no exception. Even though spirit arts and spirit power are neutralized here, his 3 spirit arts contract, resonance, and execution are all closely related to speech. Just by relying on the power of language, Kolap Bakim can surpass the limits of the chip, triggering the resonance of his spirit art through the contract link, along with the guidance of his words, causing the resonance to remain in effect between Kolap Bakim and his opponent. Thanks to that, he captures his opponent's intention to attack. By just looking, he knows the opponent. He wanted to strike at my left cheek, because there's a tradition that says you have to accept the opponent's challenge to a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th deathmatch, even if you lose, until your contribution points are completely drained. Kolap Bakim kept winning 45 matches in a row like that, until Atu's fist was raised right in front of him. He was so panicked that he was drenched in sweat, but this guy, he really looked just like cattle, silently waiting to be slaughtered. Transforming into a Kolap Bakim, he sneered. A piece of cattle waiting to be slaughtered, screaming so fiercely how cute that punch is. It's softer than a baby's fist. Are you tired? I have to admit, I really underestimated you. Your learning speed is far beyond my expectations. Is this a gift from the four-pillar gods, or a talent you just discovered? I admit you have the guts to escape the life of cattle, but your physique is too weak. So weak that I only need to stall for time to drain your energy. Consider the one contribution point you bet as a ransom for you to stop being cattle and transform into a human. Feel lucky, Atu. You are the only head of cattle that can escape the chains. But that's all there is to it. After this death match, I won't have anything to do with you anymore, nor will I accept any of your challenges. Under prison rules, you can't take revenge on me either. I understand the rules. I exploit the rules, and I dominate the rules. This is true power. When you are swallowed by power and sent to the Blood Moon Judgment to struggle, that little fighting talent of yours will at best only help you go from being cattle to being a beast. I will sit in a safe place, sipping red wine while enjoying your pathetic state. This is the difference between you and me. This is the gap between the ruled and the ruler. After that long string of provocations, Atu reminded himself, "Don't cover your face. You look pretty good. I want to look a few more times." In Kolap Bakim's mind, it was as if a machine kept replaying these words. Kolap Bakim froze for a moment. This was the first time he had heard such a sincere compliment in the arena. Instinctively, wanting to show off, he unconsciously dropped his hands. That was the moment. Atu struck, punching his opponent square in the face. Everyone there was stunned and couldn't believe it. As he fell, the ding sound rang out. The outcome was clear. The winner was Atu. Meanwhile, his consciousness gradually became blurred. Atu felt, "It hurts so much. Is this what a match is? It hurts. It's so unpleasant." He remembered what Lang Na had said. Eliminate the weak. Maintain aggression. Before going on stage, an actor always has to put on makeup. Atu suddenly realized, I get it now. Just like when we make mobile games, we draw exquisite character illustrations. So-called death matches are just about turning death row inmates into vivid illustrations. A death row inmate who has failed many times in matches will become hysterical from the pain, fall into despair, and go crazy from fear. And by then, what appears before the audience's eyes is just a blood-soaked beast, full of fighting spirit, desperate, fearful, yet daring to resist. Such a main course is much more enjoyable to watch as they die than someone who was born numb, withered, and indifferent. This is a public conspiracy that death row inmates cannot refuse. Not only will the loser become the product the prison needs to be put on a live broadcast and sold for a high price, but even the winner is just drinking poison to quench thirst. Sooner or later, they will appear in a broadcast, walking down the same path of destruction. Dormitories with private bathrooms, good food, fully equipped facilities, all just to fatten us up. The so-called judgment chain is actually an internal competition mechanism. Everyone is in a zero-sum game. Either you go to be judged, or you get executed. Atu rubbed his chin and thought. But this actually made sense. Who told them to break the law and become death row inmates? He voiced a philosophy. If you don't want to be exploited, just lie still and wait for death. You only have to compete if you want to live. If I weren't in this prison, I would definitely applaud this mechanism and sit on the sidelines to watch the show. Atu realized his body had changed. It didn't seem to hurt anymore. A voice rang in his ear. Atu, if you're awake, get up and go yourself. Otherwise, you'll be late for dinner. There are no meal portions for patients here. Atu heard this and opened his eyes. Seeing that her eyes were bulging out, he was surprised. Number 222. Why are your eyes bulging out like that? Is something uncomfortable? She leaned down to observe him. Where is there a problem? Let me see quickly. Atu was so scared he stuttered when he saw 222's strange appearance. You're the one who scared me. He backed away into the corner. Reporting the situation. The eyes are fine. The eyes are fine. To be honest, maybe there's a bit of a problem with my face. 222 was surprised. Huh? A problem with your face? I've already healed all your wounds. Could it be that the blood vessels inside ruptured? It doesn't seem like it, Atu thought to himself. Although she looks scary, she is the healer here, so it's probably not a cult, he recounted. I feel like I'm not as handsome as before. Did you not treat me well? Oh, and does this place provide cosmetic surgery services? No. He mentally assessed the other person. She seemed quite serious and responsible. Not like a bad person at all. He decided to try to strike up a conversation and be a bit humorous. I am very confident. 222 leaned into Atu's face and revealed, Of course there is. Epicanthoplasty, nose bridge adjustment, bone shaving, chin implants. I can do all these techniques. You can have surgery to change into any shape you want. Even changing into a different race is no problem. I highly recommend the Kazalendai spell here. It can help enlarge your eyes effectively. Sorry. If you want cosmetic surgery on your mouth, I have a brand new spell called YZ Beat Candy that can give your lips a natural sweet taste. Atu was scared by her excited appearance. I don't have any money. 222 leaned in and replied, I don't need your money. I only need you. Suddenly, the whole space fell into silence. After those words, 222 was embarrassed and pressed her face against the wall after being misunderstood. So soon? We haven't even known each other that long, she protested. I didn't mean it like that. He wanted to know, wait a minute, are you a man or a woman? Actually, wait, what race are you? 222 turned back and asked timidly. What I meant is, as long as you're willing to let me perform the surgery, that's enough. You don't need to give me money. It's completely free. Atu tried to brush her off. So, if I want you to pay me, what then? She replied, how much do you want? Atu didn't want to keep talking about this. Stop it. I was just asking out of curiosity. I don't actually want plastic surgery. 222 kept pestering him. Are you really sure you don't want it? I'm a silver rank healer with 3 spirit arts. You won't find another healer outside who's as skilled and free as me. He firmly refused. In my line of work, there's a saying, the things that are free are the most expensive. If I get greedy for your free service, I'll definitely end up paying for it somewhere else. 222 answered sadly. All right, if you just let me operate on you, there will only be a tiny, tiny bit of risk. Atu was wary. A tiny bit? She wasn't even confident, holding up 2 fingers to measure it. Just a tiny bit. That tiny bit of 222's was as big as a whole galaxy, leaving Atu speechless. Just a tiny bit. I'm already way too used to this. No way, she asked disappointedly. Really? Not at all? He asked back. Why don't you try explaining that tiny bit more clearly? And so, 222 launched into a long explanation like a machine, lecturing him. Medicine in this world is developed from spirit arts. As long as there's water in the patient's body, we can perform surgery, cutting flesh, and drawing blood, then activate the spirit art to help the patient's wounds regenerate quickly. The type of spirit art us healers use most is water healing from the water art school, but this healing method has many flaws. For example, things might grow back incorrectly, but the water healing spirit art evolves. As long as we treat enough illnesses, the next time we encounter a similar case, we can treat it more effectively. Water healing can even evolve into a 2-wing art. Just a few more times. And it will definitely be cured, Atu thought to himself. That's amazing. There are prisoners being beaten to death every day. The experience points here are insane. Atu realized. So that's how it is. The deathmatch arena isn't just an open conspiracy to incite prisoners to fight each other. It also turns prisoners into a renewable resource, to serve as experience points for the healers. This prison is truly a master of business, raking in cash. He spoke up, but you're doing this for free? You don't even charge contribution points? This prison has such a narrow vision. Compared to my old company, it's still lacking. My company didn't just sell us sudden death insurance. They even maliciously deducted our overtime pay from our salaries. My plan to get rich by working overtime to play crypto is totally ruined. 222 trembled in fear. What a terrifying place. Atu pointed at her face and offered some advice. Can't you guys put more effort into your appearance? She revealed this was a meaningful tradition. 222 posed a question. Think about it. If, by some chance, I make a mistake while treating you, and you wake up to find a few body parts missing between the healer and the patient, if you saw me looking like this, would you dare to attack me? He, naturally, didn't dare. She added, Exactly. Atu finally understood. So, the outfit is a tool used to improve the relationship between the healer and the patient? He discovered something strange. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then the chance of your healing going wrong is actually very high? 222 replied, It's only a little bit. Not a very high chance. Atu wasn't surprised. As expected, a little bit. He critiqued 222. Your service attitude is really not okay. Out there, you definitely don't have any patients looking for you, right? You probably even get criticized by patients for not being good enough, which is why you were forced to hide in this prison, finding prisoners who can't report you just to grind experience. Right? 222. Sad. 222 said, I clearly healed them, but they still went around reporting me and causing trouble everywhere. She collapsed onto the bed, crying. Moreover, some of those issues had nothing to do with me. It was their own fault. I clearly provided the most basic, guaranteed treatment, yet they had so many demands. Atu asked, Do you know what your flaw is? 222 admitted, I know. It's because my technique isn't good. He corrected her. It's that you don't talk firmly enough. Atu's voice became louder. The way you talk is spineless and lacks authority. Once a medical incident happens, patients will definitely come after you. Even if you don't take their money, they'll still hound you to death. Let me teach you. When saying you aren't sure if you can cure the illness, your voice must be loud, your back must be straight, and you must say it with an attitude of confidence and pride. 222 stared at him as he fired off instructions like a machine gun. Furthermore, that's just the first step. The second step is to find the patient's flaws. If the patient is good-looking, then tell them they've lived too promiscuously. If the patient is ugly, tell them they haven't been nurtured by love. If the patient is thin, tell them it's malnutrition. If the patient is fat, tell them they have excess nutrition. There's always a type of criticism that fits. No one is absolutely perfect. You can definitely find a point to suppress the patient. As long as you can carry out these steps, you will establish authority and suppress the patient's status. You create the feeling that, I am willing to heal you. You must be grateful to me. Even if the treatment goes wrong, the patient won't blame you, but will be ready to defend and make excuses for you. 222's whole body trembled with emotion. She asked, Does it really work? Atu confirmed, It really does. This is my many years of personal experience. So, do you know what to do now? She immediately listened and asked, What should I do? He taught her, From now on, no matter what surgery you do, you must tell the patient, I have tried my best. 222 whispered the phrase. Atu felt it wasn't enough, saying, Say it louder. I can't hear anything. She said it louder. I have tried my best. After being a counselor for a while, he felt tired. The rest, you'll slowly understand. I have to go eat now. He thought to himself, I'm way too familiar with this kind of manipulation. This technique, if applied in the workplace, deserves to be punished. But for healers who volunteer and are willing to treat people for free, we should probably let them have an easier path in their career. 222 timidly asked, About that, are you really not going to do plastic surgery? She took out a mirror. Look at the face in the mirror. Doesn't it feel like appearing in public like this is actually disrespectful to others? Don't you see how well you've learned? Atu didn't know whether to be happy or sad. This kid is a quick learner. She just learned the skill and immediately turned it on the teacher. If you joined our company, you'd at least be a strong team leader. Atu lashed out at her. Compared to your crow-like face, I think I'm quite handsome. Next time. Okay? Definitely next time. 222 spat with irritation. You're the one who looks ugly. I'm definitely not ugly, she asked coldly. You're so confident, aren't you? Why don't you look at yourself? She lifted her mask slightly. She took an item out and handed it to him. Right, Atu. Take this. Atu curiously picked up the tag marked 222 to examine it. What is this? She replied, It's my ID tag. Remember to carry it with you at all times, even when you're sleeping. Never take it off. That way, everyone will know you're mine, Atu. He wondered, What exactly is she? A human or a monster? Atu, I'm usually an easygoing person. But if your requests push me past my limit, I'll have to charge you extra. She pointed at his face and mocked him. If you don't get plastic surgery, other people will be so scared, they'll want to fight you to the death just by looking at you. Carry my ID tag. If you get beaten to a pulp later, you'll get priority treatment. If your face gets smashed, I can just help you reconstruct it while I'm at it. You're pretty quick. After that, 222 pushed him away. All right, get moving and go eat. The cafeteria is about to close. Atu suddenly remembered. Right, can I ask a favor? Next time I come, can you help me peel an apple? She agreed. Sure. If there's time, we can eat together. Atu was delighted to hear that. Then I'll head off now. See you next time. I almost forgot to thank you. She replied. If you want to thank me, then let me help you with some plastic surgery next time. Definitely next time. Atu thought to himself. Done. Target achieved. These tips were about a secret to office social interactions. Having others help you with small, trivial matters is a shortcut to shortening the distance in a relationship. He walked away leisurely. I relied on this trick to get the most votes in the top 10 outstanding employees poll. And because of that, I got a 6-month bonus. He didn't know someone was watching him from behind. This person, with the ID 176, walked into the infirmary and asked, Why are you still here? 222 replied, A patient just woke up, so it took a little while. I gave him my ID tag. He already pre-booked his future treatment. 176 immediately asked, You didn't talk to him, did you? the other person warned. You know that communicating with prisoners is a violation of the rules. Our status must be kept strictly confidential. If news gets out that we are performing rituals here, the Human Rights Association will level the council. 222 bowed her head in apology. I understand. 176 ordered. Then get back to your room. The report on blood arts must be submitted before the weekend. Remember that. Don't think that just because you have a bit of talent, you can be lazy. Without the team leader's permission, you have no qualifications to be here. She went back to work immediately. Understood. As she walked out, 222 mused, is the senior deliberately criticizing my imperfections? Does she want to build her authority and lower my status? The fact that I got in here through connections with the team leader is unchangeable. It has nothing to do with my skills. But she can always use that to criticize me. What she said actually made some sense. His body's recovery speed seemed much stronger than normal combat mages. The sensation during treatment was incredible. I really hope Atu gets beaten to the brink of death soon. Meanwhile, over at Atu's side, he ran into trouble. He kept thinking that after this ordeal, he would be pulled back from the brink of death. Who would have thought he was just standing still? In the cafeteria, he angrily asked, "What is this based on?" Atu questioned Lang Na. "I've already earned 45 contribution points. Why do I still have to participate? In the Blood Moon trial, in a few days, wasn't it said that those with more contribution points would have their trial order pushed back?" He confirmed, "That is correct. But there is a prerequisite. All prisoners are forbidden from being absent during their first Blood Moon trial. Only after surviving the first Blood Moon trial will the judgment order be arranged based on high or low contribution points. Among the 8 participants, only one will die. A 12.5% mortality rate is actually quite low, but you are the leader of the 4-pillar gods cult. The number of innocent people harmed by you is at least in the thousands. Your infamy has become a household name lately. You are definitely a key target of interest in the Blood Moon trial. How about this? If you give up, why not just gift your contribution points to me? I will remember your sacrifice and live happily with my boyfriend." Atu snapped back. "Get lost. Who knows? Maybe I'll survive. I won't give up," Lang Na revealed. "Then that's fine. Someone wants to challenge you. Do you accept?" Atu guessed. "This is why you were waiting for me in the cafeteria, right?" He continued. "The opponent has bet 37 contribution points." Atu was curious. "Is it because I've fought 36 challenge matches? I only have 2 points to bet, you know." He confirmed. "That's right. Usually, veterans won't challenge a rookie, especially someone who hasn't fought 5 matches yet. Those contribution points, the veterans don't even care about. So, I want to ask, did you and the opponent have a grudge against each other?" Atu asked while eating. "Who is the opponent?" He had never heard the name Lang Na. Revealed, West Oni. He was stunned, not hearing clearly. "Who?" He dodged the question. "It's nothing. I just remembered an acquaintance." "So, are you willing to accept West Oni's challenge?" Atu asked curiously. "What weapon does West use?" Lang Na replied, "A sword." He glanced over. "A sword?" "It's that sword," she reminded him. "What's with the sneaky look? Speak up." Atu hesitated and said, "I was thinking, if you can touch me, then can I also touch you? Sylvia Sadie. Later, when you get back, remember to wash up thoroughly." Sylvia Sadie raised her sword. "I told you to talk about this?" When the sword was at his throat, he blurted out, "Tell West to wash his neck clean tomorrow and wait for me," Lang Na advised before leaving. "Then tomorrow morning, you go to the deathmatch arena. Okay? I'm leaving. My boyfriend is still waiting for me. Goodbye." Atu wondered. "That direction is the path to the deathmatch arena, right? Are you not going to the lover's room?" Sylvia Sadie reminded him. "Hurry back to the dormitory. You have things to keep you busy tonight. I will take you to explore a world you've never known." Atu's face turned beet red after hearing that. What kind of world have I never known? Do I look like a virgin? This woman is being too outrageous. If I let her continue being this arrogant, won't I have no status left at all? She went into the room and asked, "Why aren't you coming over here yet?" He skipped along after her. It was 8:45 p.m. in the Deathmatch Association. Atu had agreed, and Lang Na came to deliver the news. "It's not because of the name you gave me, but because he's looking for a swordsman. The person he's trading with is West." "Thanks. Consider it a favor I owe you, Ling." "Lang Na," he asked for West. "You can repay me right now. Just tell me why you suddenly have your eyes on that cute little Atu Huitu. Does it have to do with that name, West?" His voice was laced with murderous intent. "I don't mind telling you, as long as you don't regret it." Lang Na fearfully refused. "Forget it. My boyfriend and I are very happy and satisfied with our lives. I don't want to get dragged into the power struggles of big shots. But is Atu really the leader of the 4 pillars of the evil cult? I think my judge of character is pretty good. He looks like a fresh graduate. I even thought he was innocent. West coldly scoffed. Everyone who steps into this sewer is a far cry from being innocent. Before passing by a prison guard, West delivered the news that Atu had already agreed to his terms. The other party insisted on thoroughly crushing his brain, heart, and spine to a point where even 2-element sorcerers couldn't heal him. West agreed. I will do as you ask. And what about what you promised me? This person promised that as long as Atu dies tomorrow, then after the next blood trial ends, you will disappear from this prison. However, you and that child cannot continue to stay in Kaimeng City. He guessed this was a request from Mr. Shi Lin. I have no interest in breathing the same air as Shi Lin. The jailer pushed him along. Move it. Free time is almost over. Don't stand outside. Get back into your cell. You're just an elven death row prisoner, yet you still hold on to the arrogance of a born noble. And Atu, you still have no clue about any of this. Atu was currently in the room with Sylvia Sadie discussing some adult topics. Sanya revealed there were 2 pieces of news. The good news is that for the rest of your life, you'll have free housing provided by the state. Atu happily asked, "There's such good news?" She smiled and replied, "The bad news is, you could be dragged off to be beheaded at any moment." Atu blankly asked, "Can't I break out of prison?" Sylvia Sadie sat down and continued, "You saw it today, that ascetic sorcerer who trained his body into diamond. He's strong. Without a chip, even he couldn't win, so he can only rot in this sewer. So, as long as you have the chip at the nape of your neck, you won't be able to escape successfully." Atu understood this. Indeed, even if he managed to escape outside, he still wouldn't escape the demonic grip of the chip. He made a bold suggestion. "Does digging out the flesh at the nape of the neck work?" She calmly said, "If it were that easy, I would have sliced you long ago. The miracle chip has fused into your bone marrow, seeping deep into every bone, every nerve, every muscle. Unless you go to a steel factory and jump into molten steel, maybe that would work." Atu became serious. "In other words, it's impossible to remove the chip by conventional means." "What about a sorcerer's methods?" Sylvia Sadie revealed. "A sorcerer's methods? Well, there are many, and the thing you're most likely to get is the blade-clearing miracle sword art." Atu was delighted. "So there really is a way?" She explained. Blade clearing is a defensive miracle for swordsmen, used specifically to purify abnormal states. Although it's only a silver-rank miracle that a first-rank sorcerer can perform, it can directly purify most long-term damage caused by 2-element sorcerer spells. As long as you perform blade clearing, you can instantly clear all miracle chips from your body. Only then will you have a chance to break out. Atu was eager to hear. "So, how do I get it?" "A skill to clear debuffs. I like that," she continued. "To perform a miracle, you first need a spell spirit. And if you want a spell spirit, you have 4 paths. First, through studying knowledge and resonating with the void, so that the knowledge of the void manifests as a spell spirit in reality. You can't take this path. The miracle chip long ago cut your connection to the void. No matter how much knowledge you absorb, you can't trigger a void resonance. Second, trading for a spell spirit. Needless to say, you have no capital to trade with anyone. Third, kill a sorcerer and seize their spell spirit. A mortal killing a sorcerer usually happens when a male or female pet takes advantage of their master being intimate to assassinate them. You have no chance on this path either. Atu wasn't convinced and argued, "I still have a small chance, right?" Sylvia Sadie stared blankly. "Is that so?" She nonchalantly continued, "Fourth, go to the void to search for wild spell spirits. This is your only way now." Atu wondered. "So how do I get to the void?" Sanya revealed the only way to the void is through activating the gate of truth within a spell spirit, causing your consciousness to travel directly to the void. Atu finally understood. "I get it now. If I want to go to the void, I need a spell spirit. And my goal in the void is to search for a spell spirit." Sanya confirmed, "That's right." He felt like this was exactly the ironic situation of a new graduate finding out that every job requires 3 years of work experience, didn't it? "I don't have a spell spirit, so I can't go to the void. I want to find a spell spirit, but I'm forced to go to the void." "Isn't this a dead loop?" Sanya corrected him. "Who told you that to go to the void, you have to use your own spell spirit?" Atu was stunned. "Huh?" She reminded him. "Did you forget? Jack, I already have a sword wave spell spirit. I'm qualified to enter the void." "The Observer. You and I have already used the notebook to form a soul-binding contract. Taking you to the void is naturally no problem. Atu hurriedly opened his interface to check. There's even a function like this? Sonia heard this and, annoyed, demanded, Did you really forget? See for yourself. Atu curiously looked at the interface. When was this new module added? All right, then mark it. Preparation complete. After finishing the operation, he suspiciously looked back at Sonia. She urged him, I've already confirmed I'm ready. You confirm, too. She stood up, preparing to leave. Then I'll go back and prepare. You can wait slowly. Atu was surprised. What else do you have to prepare? She replied cryptically, A lot. A lot. Things a virgin guy like you wouldn't understand. Constantly being teased about this, Atu couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Damn it! What proof do you have that I'm a virgin? She replied with just one sentence, Just you wait. And then she vanished. Atu sat on the bed, collapsed back down, and muttered, Waiting, huh? Soon after, he quickly drifted off to sleep. Atu was truly exhausted today. In Fontaine, where there is a 3-hour time difference from Atu's location, inside the Jianhua University female dormitory, 2 girls returned to their room. Sylvia Sadie asked with a laugh, Hey, Atu I'm so tired. Are you going to shower first, or should I? She replied, I'll go first. I still have to do laundry later. Besides, your legs are shaky too. Sit down and rest for a bit to recover your strength. Sylvia Sadie listened. You're right. Professor Dalaton is so strict. From advanced classes to sparring with her, and even practicing swordsmanship at night, to master the 3 ripples of sword intent. Lin felt their whole day's schedule was packed tight. Atu replied, Isn't that a good thing? That's Professor Dalaton, the sword saint of the Imperial Hand, one of the 10 most outstanding sword saints in Fontaine. I heard she has the potential to break through to the legendary rank. Ziyu asked, By then, Sylvia Sadie, will you be the student of a legendary spellcaster? She corrected her. Professor Dalaton hasn't said she'd take me as her student yet. She just feels that I have a lot of talent. Then tomorrow, I'll introduce you to Professor Dalaton. Besides, the professor clearly wants to cultivate talent, and I'm just an ordinary person. Atu refused. No way, I'm about to reach the 10th level soon. In a few months, I'll be able to summon my spell spirits, and the sword technique's resources will open up for me too. Who knows? Maybe by then, I'll surpass you. I won't carry you. Sylvia Sadie brought up something else. Atu. Thank goodness you were there earlier. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known how to turn down Philoctetes' invitation. Jianhua University is still too small. In the future, I must go to the University of Truth to develop my potential. As for romance, I'll wait until my swordsmanship achieves something first. Sylvia Sadie continued. Professor Dalaton already helped me register for the Jianhua University fencing competition. I'll also be able to use the equipment at the University of Truth. Later, I might have to travel back and forth between the two. Iner, listening in the room, asked admiringly. Then, Sylvia Sadie Sachi, won't you be able to get to know all the outstanding students at the University of Truth later? If you meet any handsome guys, remember to introduce them to me. Sylvia Sadie agreed immediately. No problem. She walked past Yisi and took the opportunity to tease her. If I have any good opportunities, how could I forget my roommate? We've spent a happy year together as good roommates, haven't we? Lassie Yisi. Seeing her intently reading, Sylvia Sadie continued to provoke. Are you reading a water magic textbook, young lady? I'm so envious. I also really want to keep studying water magic. It's both elegant and prestigious. Can't keep up the act anymore, right? She really wanted to see Yisi lose her temper and explode. Meanwhile, her whole body was trembling with anger, but then she calmed down. Sylvia Sadie saw this and lost interest in teasing her. Forget it. I'll shower tomorrow morning. Right now, I have to go to the meditation room to prepare for my first trip to the Void Realm. Everyone, have a good evening. Iner waved goodbye to Sylvia Sadie. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Yisi, then stood up and walked over to talk to her. That country bumpkin is just small-minded and conceited. Lacey, you don't need to worry about it. With that arrogant attitude, she'll hit a wall sooner or later. Isn't it just a little bit of swordsmanship talent? What's so amazing about that? Yisi suddenly said. This time I lost. That country bumpkin has already climbed to a height I have to look up to. If it continues like this, after we graduate and meet again, I'll have to bow my head to her. I can't accept this. I don't believe that even I am not as good as that country bumpkin. With that, Iner went back to her desk. Bored, she slumped over the table to read. Meanwhile, Sylvia Sadie was walking toward the Destiny building of Jianhua University, built specifically for spellcasters exploring the Void Realm. When checking her bracelet with the guard, the other party instructed her, "The bracelet information is correct. Please go straight toward this wall." Sylvia Sadie walked through the wall and exclaimed in amazement. She let out an "oh" and glanced at the water magic spell that was appearing. My thinking speed has truly become much faster. The sword intent spell spirit was also incredibly excited. It's no wonder this is the place blessed by the Master of Fontaine. Inside the building, they've cast a miracle starlight projection, which accelerates thought speed. The observer had actually been following Sylvia Sadie all along. Sylvia Sadie asked curiously, "So, after I enter the Void Realm, will you still be by my side?" Atu Huitu replied, "This counts as overtime work. There must be an overtime fee. I'm super poor." Sylvia Sadie reminded him, "The most precious thing I have is myself, you know? You seduced her. She was just waiting for you to say that. From now on, you are an employee working for me. You haven't graduated yet, so you're in your probationary period. No employment contract, and no salary." Sylvia Sadie speculated about his motives. "You went through so much effort, stimulating my swordsmanship talent, arranging my training, and testing me in the dreamscape. You spent so much to cultivate me. You must want to reap a big harvest from me. Unless you are my mental illusion," Atu Huitu cautioned. "The only thing you must do is survive." She was surprised. "Survive? What do you mean?" He didn't explain. "Just kidding. Actually, because of some reasons, I've become very weak. I can't venture deep into the Void Realm alone. That's why I need you to protect me. Let's go." Sylvia Sadie listened and touched her hand to the door to check. A beep sounded. Information confirmed. The door opened. Outside was a starry night. Sylvia Sadie held her sword and stepped out. She began to look for a suitable spot, sat down, and closed her eyes to practice. As soon as Sylvia Sadie closed her eyes, the sword spirit became stronger. Her body felt like it was sinking into a dark void. Sylvia Sadie immediately called out, "Observer!" He replied, "I'm here. Don't worry. Between you and me, there is a bond of fate, a sacred bond that has connected you and me." When the two met in another space, they were both surprised to recognize a familiar face. The observer. "Sylvia Sadie?" Atu Hitu asked curiously. "Is this place the Void Realm?" Sylvia Sadie replied, "This scene is exactly like what the textbooks describe about the Void Realm. This is the Sea of Knowledge. Is it also the Sea of Silver? The Primeval Sea? Why doesn't this place reflect my face? But whether one is a genius or a mediocre person, it's all just medicine. Is this the Silver Sea? The Primordial Sea? This place doesn't reflect my face. But regardless of whether one is a genius or a mediocrity, at the 6th level, the legendary Master of Potions knows that the first step into the void is always this sea. But as he gazes at his reflection in the water, he thinks to himself, I'm wearing a dark cloak, just like in the illustration. It looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Atu Huitu asks, confused, why is there a boat here? She reminds him that the textbooks say mages arrive here completely naked. He's surprised? Naked? She explains. Being naked means we can't have any help from external objects. The images in the void are a reflection of our own consciousness. I've heard others say that when you first enter the void, you have to swim directly in the sea. There's no way a boat could exist. Atu Huitu understands. I get it now. Your consciousness is split into 21 parts. The heavy soul manifests as this small boat to make it easier for you to travel, and one part is the agile mind, which manifests as your current physical form. This boat is your true self. You are just a projection of your consciousness. The soul is the boat. The consciousness is the rower. The boat carries the rower toward the shore that must be it. Sylvia Sadie confirms, that sounds reasonable, but how do you intend to prove it? He suggests, if you don't believe me, try jumping into the sea. If I'm not mistaken, you won't be able to leave this boat at all. Sylvia Sadie doesn't hesitate to follow her companion's advice. A moment later, she climbs back onto the boat and says, You're wrong. I can move away from the boat. This boat isn't created by my soul at all. Sylvia Sadie smugly thinks, even you, the observer, can be wrong sometimes. Meanwhile, Atu Huitu's eyes are glued to her soaking wet body. Sylvia Sadie angrily pushes him off. You were just testing me, weren't you? He replies, It's just a boat. Is there any need to be so surprised? Sylvia Sadie. She snaps back. Of course I'm surprised. Having a boat means we won't drown. Isn't that redundant to say? Don't look down on drowning. Drowning is the most common way for a mage to die. In the process of a mage's growth, exploring the void is the most critical link. Most opportunities to break through and level up in this world happen here. Many Mages spend their entire lives exploring the void. Reality is just a stage for showing off in one's spare time. And when a mage wants to explore deep into the sea or stand still in it, they are all at risk of being swallowed by the sea of knowledge. Atu Huitu asks a very silly question. What happens if you die here? Sylvia Sadie answers his question. If I die here, it takes 3 days to rest and recover my mental strength. After a mage dies in the void, their soul suffers tremendous damage. The greater the power, the worse the damage, and the longer the recovery time. A novice mage only needs 3 days, a silver rank mage needs at least 15 days, and gold rank mages are measured in months. I've heard the recovery time for saint rank and legendary mages is 3 years. 3 years, then another 3 years. Do you know how I've lived? The void even measures time in years. Inability to explore the void means a 90% decrease in growth speed. Therefore, mages have many different perspectives on exploring the void. Some choose the cautious path, trying to grow steadily, while others love to take risks. If you win big, you might find beauties at the nightclub. If you lose big, you'll become the girl in the nightclub yourself. Atu Huitu strokes his chin, pondering, you say that, and having a boat is indeed very powerful. He suddenly realizes, wait, why does this thing feel like a cheat code? Atu Huitu opens the game interface to check. A cheat? Does it have anything to do with the Mage's Handbook? The handbook can be operated, sure enough, everything else failed. But this notification window, the screen switches to display. You have entered Void Exploration Mode. Please read the beginner's guide. Tap to enter. Atu Huitu is delighted. There's even a guide for entering the void? How friendly. Suddenly, the ground shakes beneath them, making him lose his balance. An earthquake? Seeing her rowing the boat by hand, he snatches the oar. Sylvia Sadie, don't rush and move around like that. Just let me do it. Sylvia Sadie is not very trusting. As the observer, do you even know the correct direction of the void? He hesitates. This wait until I finish reading the guide. She can't help but shout, don't joke around like that. It's not funny. She thinks disappointedly, I knew it. Even the observer couldn't possibly know. To this day, there is no manual for exploring the void that one can follow. Even Professor Dalaton could only spread his arms and say that there isn't one. She remembers what someone once said. The reason mages have equal status is that in the void, we are all equally ignorant. But pay attention to one thing. Don't stop in the same place. Sylvia Sadie rose while explaining, those who stop in the void soon stop their hearts in the real world. Even a healer mage can't save them because their souls are not in their bodies. There is an explanation for this. If you stand still in the void, your body will assume you're dead and you will die right on the spot. Many teachers at the academy say the same thing. Atu Huitu feels, Sylvia Sadie, you make it sound so scary. She tiredly interrupts. I thought you were a radical who likes going to nightclubs and playing the young model. Sylvia Sadie remembers that she used to lean towards taking risks. After all, she had nothing back then. But now it's different. She is now a sword technique genius. Professor Dalatan has evaluated her. Reaching gold rank at 25 is no problem. At 40, there's hope for the saint rank. In the Fontine Kingdom, a 2-wing gold mage becoming a minor noble is no problem at all. You could say she has achieved her life's goal. If she could level up to a 3-wing saint, she could even establish a family with a glorious reputation. It's not that she doesn't know that hard work brings a brighter future, but being able to hold happiness in one's hand, you can't blame her for being too cautious. She looks at the misty area in front of her. I've heard that heading toward the thinnest fog in the void is the safest. The seniors at school all say the success rate is 60%. Suddenly, the boat is pushed forward faster. He waves his hand to steer. No, we have to go that way. Sylvia Sadie is extremely surprised. You can control this boat? You brought this boat along? He confirms, that's right. She decides to settle the score for earlier. Then why did you trick me into jumping into the sea? Atu Huitu laughs awkwardly. I just discovered that I can control this boat. It certainly wasn't because I wanted to see you all soaked. Sylvia Sadie pauses, looking ahead. Huh? I just discovered I can control this boat. It definitely wasn't because I wanted to see you soaked. Sylvia Sadie stared blankly ahead. Huh? This mist, it was an illusion. The figure practicing swordsmanship before her eyes suddenly dissolved, and she realized knowledge of swordsmanship was flowing directly into her body. As expected, just by moving through the void realm, mages can automatically acquire knowledge found within it. Furthermore, she glanced at the faint ethereal feather circling her. She could condense that knowledge into silver mage power, forming a void wing. The symbol of a silver mage's power, the silver wing. Even though it's just a single feather right now, It feels amazing. I feel like I'm getting stronger every second. While Sylvia was enjoying the pleasure brought by this knowledge, Atu Huitu was acting like a troublesome student, doing his own thing during class. He was focused entirely on the map on his screen. Because the screen was displaying the Void Realm exploration mode, he was navigating the ship toward a path he deemed worth taking. Atu Huitu calculated to himself, a waste of effort. See? There's nothing inside. It's too dangerous to go looking for trouble on our own. It's best not to go. I can't figure it out. Worth taking is clearly a hint from the game, so I'm definitely choosing this side. Sylvia peered into the distance. It looked like there was something in the mist ahead. As the image became clearer, she shouted, "An island! It's a small island!" She thought back to the past. The place where the observer and I practiced in my dreams, doesn't it look exactly like this? She turned to look at Atu Huitu. No wonder the observer was so confident. He can use the Void Realm to conduct training. Exploring the Void Realm is obviously no big deal to him. The observer is truly a mysterious expert. As the two of them stepped onto the shore, the mist gradually dissipated. He exclaimed, "The mist is clearing." Across from them, someone was waiting with a rifle leveled at them. The man spoke. "Within 7 paces. The gun is faster than the eye." Tangent 2 glanced at them, his eyes filled with the danger of those 7 paces. The barrel was pointed straight at them. The shot was both accurate and fast. Atu Hitu panicked. "Hey, let's talk about this." However, the bullet was already flying toward them. Atu Huitu hurriedly dodged to the side. He looked at his ankle in a panic. "I got hit. Am I going to die? It hurts so much." "Wait, it doesn't actually hurt that much. It just feels exhausting, like I just ran a 400-meter dash." Seeing his leg gradually fading away, Atu Huitu said tensely, "My color seems to be fading." He realized, "I get it now. I'm currently in a state of consciousness. It's not my real physical body at all. Getting hit by a bullet just costs me soul energy." Sylvia struck, rushing forward with her sword. Tangent 2 aimed, his barrel toward her. 3,000 techniques, a gun in his hand. He pulled the trigger. Only speed is invincible. Nothing cannot be broken. A fiery shot was fired. Sylvia swung her sword down. Sylvia's aura flared, her sword light brilliant, blocking the bullet. Meanwhile, Atu Huitu lunged forward and tackled him. "Sylvia, now!" She took the hint, leaped up, and drove her blade through the opponent's head. Atu Huitu nimbly tilted his head behind them to dodge both, then sat down, exhausted, to catch his breath. When Tangent 2 had disappeared, a voice echoed, "Hey, you almost cut my head off. Wasn't it just a split second away?" Both of them noticed something smoking nearby. Then, a book appeared. He asked curiously, "What is this?" Sylvia realized. "I understand now." She picked it up and revealed, "This is the Heritage Island in the Void Realm, and this is the mage's handbook of that mage." He used a gun? Atu Huitu was surprised. In the mage's handbook that Atu Huitu was reading, from insects to rats and rabbits, everything became target practice. Seeing the young boy hit every shot, the man gave him a thumbs up. The two returned to the village. The boy was showing off a rabbit to the person walking in front, but that person's chest had already been shot. In the distance, a group of people approached, their guns still smoking. The old man and the boy, Tangent 2, drew their bows, but the arrows couldn't pierce their armor. A barrage of bullets fired toward the villagers. The old man had no choice but to grab the boy and run toward the forest. Exhausted, he collapsed to his knees. When the boy woke up, he saw the man had passed away. Tangent 2 picked up the hat the old man had worn. His eyes were filled with rage. When the first hunter approached, he was struck in the middle of his forehead by an arrow. Tangent 2 snatched the man's gun. The boy aimed at a man relieving himself and pulled the trigger. The others were taken down one by Tangent 2. When they realized it, the boy ran, leading them into a trap before firing. Several men fell into a pit. Tangent 2 stood above, raining down fire. The boy returned to finish off the leader. The gun in the man's hand had been shattered. While the leader was raising his hands to surrender, Tangent 2 pulled the trigger. After dealing with them, the boy carefully buried the villagers. From that day on, Tangent 2 grew up with a smoking gun. When the order came to find mercenaries, his group, including Tangent 2, set out on a campaign. He was a master marksman. Until his old age, a medal was honorably pinned to Tangent 2's chest. He lived in a large house, even having servants. On the day the place was massacred, Tangent 2 drank bottle after bottle. From the servants to the dog, everyone had died before his eyes. Until the barrel of the gun pointed at the elderly woman. Atu Halsu. Tangent 2 jumped in to shield her. He collapsed, fresh blood gushing out. Atu Huitu was curious as he read this. Tangent 2 is the owner of this journal. right? Sylvia, beside him, was surprised. You were actually able to read the whole thing? He flipped to the page containing information. Tangent Tuthok Loy. Human race. Male. 56 years old. Weight. 72 kilograms. Height. 1.7 to 6 meters. Distinguishing features. Brown hair, smelly armpits. He guessed it. The last page. This is the medal he won. The medal transformed into a spirit spell. Atu Huitu was surprised. Here is the information. Rapid fire. Level 1. Spirit spell. Restriction. Must have a long-range weapon. Basic effect. After one shot, you can immediately fire a second shot. Passive effect. Increases accuracy of long-range shots. Sometimes, a few seconds delay. A whole lifetime of practice and you still couldn't catch up. He realized. So this is a spirit spell? Wait, there's a window popping up. My interface can actually display notification. Currency detected. Would you like to top up? Would you like to exchange for points? Atu Huitu became excited. This stuff can be topped up? This world actually has currency that this game recognizes? This is awesome. Let me top up a little. Wait, this is the foundation of this world's masterpiece. It's the source of power that mages crave, the spirit spell. Sylvia. Perhaps he turned to ask her opinion. Do you want this spirit spell? Sylvia replied comfortably. You want it? Then you take it. Atu Huitu insisted. But this is a spirit spell. You don't want it? She truly didn't care for it. This isn't a swordsmanship spirit spell. It's not even a common spirit spell, so keeping it is useless and a waste of my money. But Atu Huitu asked such a clueless question. What does this have to do with money? Sylvia Sadie felt. Observer, are you mocking me for being broke? How could you possibly not understand this, when you're capable of piloting a boat in the void? Are these basic concepts for a spellcaster unknown to you? Or is the observer such a wealthy person that they don't need to worry about nurturing spirit spells? In novels, there are often funny situations, where wealthy nobles don't understand the basics. She started explaining like this, finding Atu Huitu so naive. She never expected that I would encounter a species on the brink of extinction like this in real life. Sylvia Sadie recounted what she knew to him. Spirit spells must be nurtured. Moreover, you have to feed them with current currency. A first circle spirit spell needs to be fed with silver coins. A second circle spirit spell needs gold coins. If a spirit spell isn't fed, it will automatically dissipate. Some truly poor spellcasters can actually let their spirit spells starve to death. Nurturing a spirit spell yourself can also be done with other ingredients, but each spirit spell requires different ones. Finding them is incredibly troublesome. On the contrary, using money to shut them up is more convenient. Besides, just the mere existence of a spirit spell drains a spellcaster's mental energy. A spellcaster who owns many spirit spells is like a man with many girlfriends. Not only will his wallet fail to keep up, but his body won't be able to handle it either. Atu Huitu was poked in a sore spot. Sylvia Sadie, you're being a bit sensitive. He thought to himself, I get it now. Spirit spells are expensive and draining. So, more isn't always better. Less but better is the development strategy for a spellcaster, she added, embodying the excellent tradition of the proletariat. Also, spirit spells have usage limits. Based on these limits, spirit spells are divided into different schools. For example, there's the sword spell school, that requires the use of a sword. The gun spell school uses guns. The hardship school demands great physical stamina. And the martial arts school suppresses opponents with fists. As for those spirit spells that have no special requirements or requirements that most people can meet, they are called common spirit spells. For example, Eagle Eye only requires the spellcaster to have eyes. In short, a spellcaster possesses spirit spells, composed of specialized ones and common ones. It's best not to exceed 2 schools for specialized spirit spells. Common spirit spells also need to be carefully coordinated, trying not to keep useless ones. In short, I have no interest in this. Spirit spells that have been discarded by the times like this, even if sold to a school at the highest price, they'd only fetch 1 silver coin. Atu Huitu was surprised. The characters in this game are so well developed, that is the minimum purchase price for a first circle spirit spell, she added. Rapid fire is a product of the matchlock era from several hundred years ago. Nowadays, handheld guns can fire 7 rounds in 1 second. Atu Huitu asked for the last time. So, I'll take it? Sylvia Sadie didn't even care. Take it, he silently chanted, and the medal gradually disappeared. The screen displayed a notification. Top-up successful. You have received 10 top-up points. He was extremely happy. 6 points to buy 1 essence crystal. One card pull requires 3 essence crystals. 2 first circle spirit spells exchanged for 1 card pull. Atu Huitu was moved to tears. Spirit spells are, after all, a supernatural power. Why is the price as cheap as a fresh college graduate? Only then did he notice the other item in his hand. Right, this notebook, Sylvia Sadie reminded him. That's a spellcaster's handbook. You don't know this either? I just said it. A spellcaster's handbook summarizes the life of a spellcaster. In a way, it's actually a spellcaster's diary. However, this is not something the spellcaster writes voluntarily, but rather after they die. Their soul automatically returns to the void, turning into an afterimage of the spellcaster. Then, the memories of their life are settled and turned into a book. Like birth, aging, sickness, and death, this is an unavoidable natural law. Atuhutu felt, so this is a spellcaster's handbook? Different from his game, she continued. Like a medal, a spellcaster's handbook can also be absorbed. Through that, you can acquire a random skill of the owner. This skill handbook doesn't belong to any specific school of spellcraft. It's completely random. Atuhuitu offered it to her. So, do you want it? She refused. I don't want it. I got dizzy after reading just 2 pages. A spellcaster's handbook has corruption. Spellcasters can only read handbooks that share their worldview, values, and outlook on life with their own. If you force the absorption of an incompatible handbook, it will damage your soul, and could even lead to schizophrenia. Atu Huitu was shocked. It's that serious? She continued. But prevention is easy. As long as you don't feel uncomfortable while flipping through it, that means absorbing this handbook won't be a problem. I've heard that for some average spellcasters, if they encounter 10 handbooks, absorbing 2 or 3 is considered lucky. Many spellcasters never even encounter an absorbable handbook in their entire lives. How could you just casually pick one up and absorb it directly without being corrupted? Atu Hitu was stunned to hear this evaluation. Is my worldview just quite tolerant? She changed her explanation. Or maybe your moral standards are quite flexible. He then absorbed the handbook. A notification reminded him, you have acquired a new skill. Reconnaissance Resistance Mastery. Atu Hitu silently felt the change in himself, a feeling of having a bit more knowledge in his mind, hard to describe. Reconnaissance Resistance skill. I guess I'll have a use for it later. It felt like a block of ice melting within his consciousness. Suddenly, the place where they were standing began to shake. The island was sinking into the sea. This is the unique feature of the void encounters are inherently impermanent. They exist only to pass on knowledge. On the sea of knowledge, countless inheritance islands are floating, quietly waiting for new spellcasters to find them. Once a spellcaster takes the inheritance, the island naturally returns to the sea. The two of them got on the boat and left the island. By the time the island disappeared completely, the traces of the lives of all spellcasters were deeply carved into the void. We will encounter countless inheritances from those who came before us in this place, confronting a marksman from several hundred years ago, exchanging ideas with a sage from thousands of years ago. All of this can happen. Sylvia Sadie exclaimed, the traces of our lives will also be carved into the void. Several hundred years from now, when some spellcaster tears through the white mist, they will also have to face the challenges that you and I leave behind. He felt. That sounds very romantic, she sarcastically asked. Is that so? Is your life something that future generations can admire without any secrets hidden, Atu Huitu? Revealing the truth before a mage dies can erase some records of their life, things like study materials, art, or the essence of a person. A fish dragon rose from the water, creating intense waves that flipped their boat over. Sylvia Sadie was stunned as she was thrown from the vessel. She screamed at the fish dragon as it unleashed a massive water jet from its mouth. Soaked and struggling, Sylvia Sadie urged him, Observer, we have to run. Can't you control the boat? Atu was caught off guard. How can it even fire water cannons? He tried to manipulate the screen, unaware the boat had flipped. The vessel surged forward, past the creature's jaws, with Sylvia Sadie clinging tightly to the edge. Thank goodness. Just head straight that way and we can get away. He navigated based on the control interface, finally pulling ahead. Once they reached a safe zone, Sylvia Sadie asked anxiously, It's not chasing us, right? Atu wasn't even sure himself. She scolded him. What kind of guide are you? You're going to get us killed. Atu felt wronged. Before I led the way, I told you it was a bit dangerous. The two bickered back and forth. He mocked. Who was it earlier acting like a cheating student, confidently saying no problem? Sylvia Sadie felt he was twisting the facts. Is this what you call a bit dangerous? We almost died back there. We've been out for almost an hour and haven't gained a single thing. They decided to check the map for the best area to explore. Instead, they They ended up on the boat together, sighing in frustration. My soul color is fading from pale to transparent now. Sylvia Sadie sighed, then asked, "You couldn't kill that fish dragon?" Atu asked, confused. "Huh? Even you couldn't find a way? How would I have a way?" she finally realized. So, the observer is that weak. She calmed herself down. Wait, is this my chance to pay back the torment of the last few days twofold? Sylvia Sadie, stay calm. Don't let this commoner control your emotions. Don't be so short-sighted and fixated on petty revenge. Even if the observer is weaker than I imagined, I still can't kill him. His control over me is something I haven't found a way to resist yet. Besides, even Professor Dalaton couldn't detect the observer's presence. There is no doubt he is powerful, and he has extraordinary significance. Everyone knows, no one can detect the Mist Realm. This is the reason all mages are equal. But now, someone can detect risks in the unknown. Faced with potential benefits, risks are everywhere. Everyone is equal. The strong can die, and the weak have a chance to soar above all other mages. He is a cut above other mages. Sylvia Sadie was ecstatic. What enemy? This is a powerhouse who can carry me to the top. He's a big brother, even stronger than the ones in the live streams. As long as I follow him, the Mist Realm is a peaceful place. I want to ask why I'm so lucky to have been chosen by him. But what if he reacts poorly? Won't I lose my chance to rise above others? She looked at Atu with hopeful eyes and asked, "Observer, am I truly that special?" Atu, meanwhile, started questioning himself. Right, what do I need her for? Sylvia Sadie secretly raised her guard. Why would a powerhouse like him ask such stupid questions? Is it too dangerous? Must stay alert. The observer is trying to defeat the weak. This old man is wicked. If I fall for it, who knows? The observer might use it as an excuse to punish or abuse me, Sylvia Sadie thought. Atu, oblivious, asked, "Speaking of which, what kind of creature was that fish?" She assumed a watching the show stance. Pretend all you want. Even asking such common-sense questions? I won't let you catch me off guard. She changed her expression to a bright one and explained, "That is a fish dragon, one of the most common creatures in the Mist Realm. It can unleash water-style or earth-style spirit techniques. If he has killed other mages before, he could have looted their spirit techniques." Atu wondered internally. Why did her attitude suddenly improve so much? Through Sylvia Sadie's explanation, Atu got a rough idea of the setting. In the Mist Realm, there are only two types of sentient beings, mages and knowledge beings. Killing a knowledge being grants knowledge, which condenses into a spirit technique. The loot dropped isn't fixed, but usually belongs to the same elemental style. Moreover, the loot from knowledge beings follows the latest version updates. For example, if a mage in the real world invents a new type of knowledge and summons a new type of spirit technique, then other mages in the Mist Realm might find that newly invented version as loot after killing a knowledge being. If the new knowledge is crazy enough, it could even directly spawn new species of knowledge beings, expanding the diversity of life in the Mist Realm. Atu tried another angle. So, how do you protect the knowledge you invent? Can other mages just take your achievements in the Mist Realm? Sylvia Sadie confirmed, "That's right. No one can cut off knowledge permanently. This is one of the important premises. Mages are equal. Knowledge is equal. Just like opportunity is equal." Atu discovered the core truth. This means no one can ever truly retire comfortably. He analyzed, because opportunity and knowledge are equal, as long as you don't give up your current gains, you must continue to take risks and create new value. So, mages have to work for their entire lives? Isn't this just a KPI system? But this process does ensure the development of new generations of mages, and it constantly optimizes them. If you stop striving, you get eliminated. The system is perfect. Fine. If it's really about being a wage slave, then I have confidence. When it comes to hard work and grinding, I've never lost to anyone. Sylvia Sadie curiously thought to herself, why is the observer suddenly so excited? Atu reminded her, Sylvia Sadie, don't go near the battle zones. I'm a bit tired. Let's explore one or two more areas and then go. She agreed. Okay, let me check the surrounding area. Sylvia Sadie suddenly remembered. Right. Observer. Couldn't you detect what the creatures in the fog were? Atu spoke vaguely. I couldn't. I only know the level of danger we face in the fog. You don't know the specific danger? Sylvia Sadie probed. Then I'm sure you couldn't find that golden fish either, right? Atu blankly turned around and asked, what golden fish? She's misunderstanding again, he thought. Is he trying to build my loyalty through stupid questions? Sylvia Sadie wondered. If I fight back, he'll think my loyalty isn't high enough and will torment me with harsh punishments. I have to be careful. On the surface, Sylvia Sadie continued to act friendly, smiling as she described the golden fish. She explained in detail that the golden fish is a creature floating on the surface of the Sea of Knowledge. On its back is the Time Continent, and the Time Continent is where two winged mages arrive. It is so vast that no one has ever seen the complete form of the golden fish. Atuhuitu couldn't imagine it. Wait, how big is this continent-sized fish? She used a metaphor. They say even the smallest scale on the golden fish is as large as a big city, capable of accommodating 1 million people. He had a question. Wouldn't a fish that huge be easy to find? Sylvia Sadie countered, saying that only a few lucky people can find the golden fish, and without exception, those lucky few all become famous legendary mages. Atuhuitu, who was curious about the main point, asked what the benefit of finding the golden fish was. Sylvia Sadie said, seriously, you directly become a two-winged mage. He was stunned. It's that good? A direct upgrade? Sylvia Sadie smiled and played along. That's right. Isn't it amazing? Deep down, she was mocking that ridiculous reaction. Keep acting. I'll play along with you. Atuhuitu fell into deep thought. When a one-winged mage in the Sea of Knowledge condenses their magic power to the extreme and their silver wings fully open, they cannot receive any more magic power during their sea voyage. They must research knowledge, summon a two-winged spell, and from within that two-winged spell, find the gateway of truth. He would then reach the second layer of the void scene, the Time Continent. On the Time Continent, a mage can finally absorb more magic power and condense the second layer, the golden wings. He roughly understood. A one-winged mage condenses silver wings in the Sea of Knowledge, and a two-winged mage condenses golden wings on the Time Continent. He asked, so, can a one-winged mage take a two-winged spell from someone else and then directly find the Time Continent? Sylvia Sadie denied it. Absolutely not. If it's not a spirit spell summoned by your own hand, you cannot find the gateway of truth within it. Since spirit spells are constructed from knowledge, if you don't understand the structure of the spirit spell, how can you probe its secrets? You wouldn't even be able to search inside the spirit spell. Atuhuitu reached a conclusion. So, finding that golden fish is a shortcut, a backdoor to promotion? She had a different opinion. I prefer to call it a border crosser, crossing from the lowest level to the highest level. Who could refuse the temptation of getting something for nothing? Sylvia Sadie started getting annoyed and complained. If you can't find the golden fish, why ask so many questions? Just sail the boat. Atuhuitu was checking the screen and exclaimed, ah, okay. Sylvia Sadie raised her voice, asking anxiously, did you find the golden fish? Or is there a monster again? He repeatedly denied it. No, it's not that. It's not that. Atuhuitu's fingers were working on the screen. The screen flashed with a golden light, accompanied by the text, welcome. A small island gradually appeared in the hazy mist. He checked the adventure island. There was absolutely no danger and no trials, only wild spirit spells playing around. When they stepped onto the island, the spirit spells stared blankly at the newcomers. Sylvia Sadie Sadie's eyes lit up. What are you standing there for? Do it. Her hand quickly and accurately caught one, urging him to catch one too. Atuhuitu immediately lunged and caught one. The spirit spells were running around everywhere, but they managed to catch two. The substitute spell, a one-winged spell, is limited to primate-type intelligent creatures. Its basic effect creates an illusion that is exactly identical to the target. It shatters upon impact. If the target is an intelligent creature, it will obey the mage's orders. The captured spirit spell resignedly accepted them as masters. If you feel pain, just think of yourself as someone else, and you won't feel it anymore. The flow spell, a one-winged spell, is limited to containing ownerless fluid. Its basic effect shoots out a stream of liquid with impact kinetic energy. Its passive effect enhances the ability to control liquids. Flowing slowly is life. Flowing violently is renewal. Nothing is unchanging, except for flow itself. Atuhuitu's eyes lit up as he looked at the thing in his palm. Is this a spirit spell? And it's a substitute spell. This happens to be one of the main spirit spells needed for the demon-slaying miracle. Sylvia Sadie was secretly watching him. She requested, I want this flow spell. I can sell this for a high price in the market. Atuhuitu immediately agreed. Ah, sure. He understood the problem. What does a paper person need money for? Forget it. Who knows, maybe there's an automatic upgrade mechanism in the game. Plus, I still have to hug Sylvia Sadie Sadie's big thigh. I can't afford to offend anyone, especially the only technical staff member. Therefore, the two decided to end their first trip to the void scene. Atuhuitu cheered happily, coming back with a full bag. I can log off contentedly today. Sylvia Sadie Sadie said goodbye, and his body gradually faded away. Sylvia Sadie Sadie was able to confirm it. Indeed, the observer. Perhaps it's because of the void scene's mechanism. In the void scene, it seems you can't read my inner thoughts, but back in reality, you can. Right? Very good. In fact, right now, I didn't tell you the whole truth. The flow spell is indeed a rare spirit spell, but the value of the substitute spell is higher. A substitute, as a general-purpose spirit spell, is inherently one level higher in value than a specialized spirit spell, unless its usage is too narrow. Otherwise, any general-purpose, one-winged spell can be sold for the price of a two-winged specialized spirit spell. After all, specialized spirit spells are only needed by mages of specific schools, while general-purpose spirit spells can be used by all mages. Why did I hide this information? Because even if you can't see my face clearly, I can. See that you really want the substitute spell. I pretended that getting the flow spell was a huge profit just so you could accept the substitute spell. Once you get back to reality and read my inner thoughts, you'll immediately understand this little trick of mine. A little trick, but all the tricks are meant for your own good. At the same time, this silly girl has such shallow methods you have to see through them. Even if it can't deal a critical hit to you, at least it can increase your favorability. I thought you were on the first floor and I was on the second, but you are on the third floor, seeing right through me. But the truth is, I'm on the fourth floor, just waiting for you to see through me. After 2 days of thinking training, I can already initially control my thoughts so that they only think about what I want them to think. Right now, I'm only thinking about the first floor. Hurry up and come read my inner thoughts, observer. Over to you, Sylvia Sadie. Sylvia Sadie was calling out in an empty space, repeatedly shouting, Guanza, I've finished my bath. You should hide now. Not seeing him anywhere, Sylvia Sadie kept looking. He's really not here? I had such a hard time finding a chance to butter him up. And you just ran off after eating the candy. Sylvia Sadie kept swinging her sword to express her anger. Guanja, you jerk. Meanwhile, she was practicing her swordplay when a gentle voice called out from behind, Good morning, junior sister Sylvia Sadie. Is this your first time in the Void Realm? You seem quite excited. Sylvia Sadie beamed, Good morning, senior sister Leah. Since they were both apprentices of the Sword Saint, she often ran into Philo Kurt Furt Dalt, and naturally, she knew Leah too. She knew Leah was the same type of person, a female hunter who wouldn't let anything stop her from climbing to the top. Sylvia Sadie understood. She had finally caught a rare animal, only to find a heavily armed master pet trainer standing next to the trap. It was no wonder Leah was hostile toward her, but then she noticed Leah was covering her nose with her hand, clearly fuming. Was this half-step back for real? I may not have showered after training, she thought, but I wiped myself down with a towel. There's no way I smell, she retorted. Senior sister, are you here at the meditation building to borrow the shower? Leah gave a stiff smile. I'm obviously here to meditate and enter the Void Realm. Leah held out a spirit art. Look, this is the inheritance spirit art I found last night. What do you think? Leah's eyes shone, praising it enthusiastically. She knew that Sword Art 01 was a limited spirit art, but in the hands of a sword master, its efficiency was incredible. Combined with other spirit sword arts, it could create a 150% boost 10 seconds after activation. This spirit art could even branch out into a whole new school. Sylvia Sadie nodded. Sword arts that focus on combining sword concealment and accumulating power. To strike, if you can trigger those bursts of sword energy, the power would be enough to kill enemies above your level. It's a complete school of thought. Leah brought up the guy. Hey, do you think Philo Kurt Furtdalt would like it? Sylvia Sadie realized then, this woman was here just to show off. Sylvia Sadie played along. I'm so envious of your boyfriend, sister. For a sword master, this is a priceless spirit art. Leah replied. Since you say so, junior sister, then I believe it. Seeing that arrogant look, Sylvia Sadie realized, wait, was that the same face I made in the dorm last night? Thank goodness my roommates didn't kill me. Leah changed the subject. Junior sister, you need to work harder. I heard your family background isn't great. Being able to get into Swordflower University is impressive, but your abilities are probably stronger than ours, the local Gialate people. Surely you'll be able to stay in Gialate and bring your family to the big city later. You were meant to fly high. It's a pity your family is holding you back. On the surface, Sylvia Sadie kept smiling. Senior sister is right. Sometimes, where a person starts determines where they end up. Being born is our first draw of the lottery. I only drew the consolation prize. Leah was inwardly annoyed. Had she broken her composure? She continued, People from poor places like us can never change their origin. Sylvia Sadie laughed. Talking to you for so long, senior sister, I forgot I hadn't even washed my face. Being so messy in front of you. I'm being so rude. Leah was taken aback, feeling awkward. There's no need to be like that. From the palm of Sylvia Sadie's hand, a small ball of water appeared. She used it to splash her face. Leah was stunned. Was Sylvia Sadie intentionally showing off? Ah, that feels so refreshing. This was the lucky encounter I had in the Void Realm last night. It's the torrent spirit art I got from the Adventure Island. See? My luck isn't half bad, right? Leah smiled, but her eyes were full of doubt. I don't believe it. How could someone meet an Adventure Island on their first day in the Void Realm? And she even got a water-type spirit art? One of the most precious ones? Torrent spirit art? Are you trying to trick me like a fool? It couldn't be bought. How would a country girl have the money to buy such a rare spirit art? Besides, the torrent spirit art was priceless. She had wanted to buy it for a long time, but could never find one. If she didn't buy it, someone must have given it to her. There weren't many people at Swordflower University who could just pull out a torrent spirit art. Sylvia Sadie didn't stay long and left. Senior sister, I have things to do. I'll see you later. At that moment, Philo Kurt Fertdalt walked up from behind. Senior sister, were you waiting for me? The Void Realm is a fascinating place. I want to go to the library to read more about it. Leah was still thinking about who could have given away the torrent spirit art so easily. Do you have an invitation, senior sister? Do you want to go together? Leah turned around and smiled. Sure. When Sylvia Sadie returned, she was happily thinking, is this the sword spirit art I got from the Void Realm last night? But I don't study sword fighting. I wonder how my junior brother thinks I should handle this. She washed up, happily assuming that Leah must think Philo Kurt Fertdalt gave her the torrent spirit art. She's probably so mad her mouth is crooked. That'll teach you to come and provoke me. Scene shifts to the boy. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Atu Huitu woke up, thinking he was the earliest criminal, and decided to have a hearty breakfast. He didn't expect the living habits of these criminals to be so healthy. Looking at the line, Atu Hitu sighed. So crowded. This not only reminded him of more troubles, but he decided to practice. He pulled out the spirit art he got, the Miracle Slash. I need to have a substitute to try this. The substitute turned out to be a paper doll. He also used the binding he got from Sylvia Sadie Spirit Power. Warning. System updating. Warning. You are attempting to use forbidden spirit power. Atu Huitu suddenly discovered the chip restricts him from using spirit power, which means if he wants to use a spirit art to release a miracle, he has to bypass the chip. To bypass the chip, he has to use a spirit art to release a miracle to purify the chip. It was a vicious cycle. Sylvia Sadie, Ah Meng, save me. But this time, Sylvia Sadie didn't appear. Forget it. Even paper dolls need a break. When he reached the food stall, he pointed at a dish. Auntie, what is this? She replied, royal seafood, lalofai. If you were a bit later, it would all be gone. Atu Huitu licked his lips greedily. Okay, give me some. The person next to him bluntly pointed at the dishes on the table. Give me 5 portions. She dumped everything into a large bowl. Atu Huitu looked at the person who just left. How is he allowed to take 5 portions? The cook whispered, he's a beast man. He still didn't understand. Why beast men could take 5 portions, she said firmly. Beast men are just allowed to take 5 portions. That's how it is. Atu Huitu felt very disgruntled. If he takes 5 portions, I won't have anything left to eat. How could he do this? As soon as he finished speaking, he bit his lip tightly, and a jolt of electricity ran through his body, accompanied by a warning. Warning. You are attempting to express hate speech. This behavior is prohibited in the Blood Moon Nation. Racial equality is the primary rule. Please be mindful. Too. Frustrated, he carried his food tray. Is it really hate speech just because I said beasts can eat too much? Are they insane? As he walked past the beastkin, he noticed. Finally, an empty spot. The guy was taking up 2 seats. Even though he didn't look like someone to mess with, everyone has a chip. He couldn't just attack him. Tu went up to the guy and reminded him, hey, you're taking up 2 seats. Can you make some room? The guy was in the middle of eating and turned back to say, I'm a ghoul. You, being a proper. Criticizing a ghoul can't mean you can hog 2 seats. Another jolt of electricity surged through him. Warning. You are attempting to express racial discrimination. This behavior is prohibited in the Blood Moon Nation. Racial equality is the primary rule. Please be mindful. Atu felt desperate in his heart. Is saying your butt is taking up 2 seats also racial discrimination? He pressed his lips together, trying to hold back the urge to curse, but the words were blocked before they could reach his throat. He wanted to smash the plate, but his hand stiffened. Clearly Atu was furious, but he couldn't say a thing. He wanted to fight back, but his body wouldn't obey him. Ah-Tu ended up eating while standing, only to suddenly realize, compared to the civilization here, the wild fighting arena was actually more endearing. When he entered the room, someone waved at him. Ah-Tu, here so early? Have you eaten? He politely greeted them back. Already ate, he thought to himself. Was it an illusion? His boyfriend seems a bit thinner than yesterday. Ah-Tu devoured his food and ran to the fighting arena, sitting on a bench. This place felt much more comfortable. Maybe it was because the lights weren't off yet? A voice sounded from beside him. Chilindani Kolap Bakim sat next to him. He didn't seem nervous. I have no interest in challenging you to a fight. I won't participate in any battle I can't win. If I make a bet, I stand by it. I accept defeat. Ah-Tu bluntly called him out. Someone who plays tactical games like you, your heart is dirty. I don't trust you, he replied. Then let's skip the meaningless foreplay. Let's go straight to the most primitive human action, he asked suspiciously. The most primitive? Action? Ah-Tu's face turned pale as he whispered. A trade. Kolap Bakim cut him off. A trade. You ask me a question, I answer, and vice versa. Ah-Tu didn't care. I have nothing I want to ask. Kolap Bakim brought up another point. Are you sure? Don't you want to know why that elf, West, proactively challenged you? Ah-Tu had to concede. Fine. I admit, I am a little curious. But how do I know you're not lying? He retorted. I also don't know if you're lying. We have the same amount of risk. Tu wondered. Then what's the point of the trade? He asserted. I am confident that I can tell if you're lying. Even if you lie, I can still deduce the truth, which means you benefit too. Tu replied. I don't. I'm not well educated. You'll definitely trick me. Kolap Bakim helplessly rubbed his forehead. How about this? I'll just give you the information directly, and you judge if it's valuable. If it is, then answer my question. Deal? He nodded, silently comparing Kolap Bakim's expression to someone from Sichuan agreeing to have a split-pot hot pot. He revealed that West used to be a researcher at Kaiman General University. Because of his elf identity, he was the only criminal who didn't participate in the Blood Moon Judgment. He went to prison and had been there for 5 years without ever participating in a single Blood Moon Judgment. Tu wondered. Why could he avoid the Blood Moon Judgment? Because of his elf identity? Didn't you say racial equality is the nation's primary rule? Blood Moon? Racial equality is, of course, the primary rule, but some races are more equal than others. Tu changed his question. Then why did he provoke me? That has to do with the crime he committed. Stealing patents and killing colleagues were heavy crimes, but they weren't enough to land him in the Toai Ho Prison. Kolap Bakim revealed. The crime that truly angered the leaders was that he raised a child on his own. He was bewildered. Why is raising a child on your own a serious crime? His tone became unpleasant. Because it's not allowed. No one can raise a child on their own. He asked the fatal question. No one raises children? Then what about you? How did we all grow up? Kolap Bakim replied. We all grew up in orphanages. Socialized rearing is the basic state policy of the Blood Moon Nation. Are you picking a fight by asking that? Tu realized. Socialized rearing. You mean we were all raised by the state. We are all. And strange emotion welled up in his heart. An orphan with no father or mother. He wanted to say it, but couldn't get the words out. This time, it wasn't the chip stopping him, it was the fact that he couldn't find the words at all. The only term that could carry some relation was guardian. He racked his brain to the limit, only to discover that in his native dictionary, words like father or mother didn't exist at all. Even the term parents didn't exist. This proved that in the social relationships of the Blood Moon Nation, these two figures simply didn't exist. Since they were raised through socialized means, the chip at the back of everyone's neck could control them all. What kind of world have I transmigrated into? Tu understood. You mean he challenged me because of that child? Kolap Bakim replied. West had been keeping to himself in prison for 5 years. He almost never challenged anyone else. He just collected his contribution points. That was enough for him to live comfortably. This time, he suddenly jumped out solely because of that child. There's no other reason. That child has long since accepted the education at the orphanage. There are many people who could come into contact with the child, but there is only one key person who links that child. West. And you. He said a name, Tilin Danyi. Tu was confused. Who is Chilin? Seeing him poke at his face, he was curious. What are you doing? Kolap Bakim replied. Tilin Danyi is a history professor at Kaiman General University and the head of the Elf Race Authorization Association. The person with the greatest connection to you is him. He is the faculty advisor for the Ancient Artifact Research Society at Kaiman University. He pointed at himself, introducing, I used to be a member of the Ancient Artifact Research Society, Kolap Bakum concluded, saying, to be exact, you are still the head of the Ancient Artifact Research Society. Although I don't have any evidence, you and Chilin likely have an interest-based relationship that goes beyond a normal teacher-student dynamic. Ah, Tu secretly understood. The four divine pillars, cult, right. Tilin Danyi is very likely one of the hidden aides. Kolap Bakim reminded him, I have already shown my sincerity. Are you willing to answer my question? Even though I've already guessed the answer, he interrupted. You already guessed it, so why ask me? Ask away. Kolap Bakim couldn't figure out how on earth you did it. Using telepathy to deceive me in the fighting ring? I predicted your attack trajectory by listening to your inner thoughts. I've never really lost this trick before, because no one can deceive themselves. Wait, what are you surprised about? You can hear my inner thoughts? Kolap, I can only hear your psychic whispers through your emotional fluctuations while we're in the ring. You're telling me I didn't use inner thoughts to trick you? I just found out now that you could cheat like that. No wonder I couldn't land a single punch on you earlier. Kolap, confused, he asked, so how did you do it? Thinking she's quite pretty in your heart while throwing a punch at my face? Atu replied blankly. Finding you pretty and wanting to hit you aren't mutually exclusive. Kolap frowned as he explained. Generally speaking, I can hear the most genuine desires in a person's heart. If you want to hit me, I should definitely be able to hear the thought, I want to punch your face, and not hear the compliment. She's quite pretty. Atu realized. I think I get what you mean. Back then, I must have been distracted. Yeah, when I'm distracted, I tend to let my mind wander. I wanted to see something nice to look at, so I genuinely felt you were pretty, Kolap said sternly. He asked, so why did you suddenly attack me? Atu explained. It's simple, because once I finished being distracted, I stood up, and of course, I immediately got back into work mode. Pretty images only affect my working speed. Kolap immediately darkened his face, thinking to himself, a leader of an evil cult, one of the four pillar gods, a martial arts genius growing rapidly in battle. This kind of person, was he actually distracted mid-fight, causing me to mishear things? No way. He scolded the opponent directly. Even if you were distracted, I would definitely be able to hear your true inner thoughts. Atu didn't really believe it. Don't be so sure. Who knows? Maybe your ability has its limits. Kolap touched Atu's cheek with her finger. Atu, I can tell if you're lying by the temperature change on your face. Try saying one true statement and one lie. Atu replied, the statement I'm making is false. Kolap froze. Is this statement true or false? If his statement is true, but he says it's false, then it's a lie. If this is a lie, that means the reverse of this statement is the truth. Seeing Kolap stunned, Atu felt that this kind of brain-teasing rapid-fire logic was something he'd seen too often during interviews. It seemed like the children of this world hadn't encountered this kind of mental exercise. Suddenly, someone interrupted. Oh, isn't this our dear colleague? They bowed respectfully. Filthy beast man, may you receive the most precious blessing. Do you need me to lick your boots for you? Another one shouted. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't dirty the young master's clothes, you inferior elf. You lot aren't worthy of coming within 5 steps of an elf. Oni lowered his head and replied, thank you all for your concern. You speak so eloquently. Surely you wiped your mouths clean before leaving the bathroom, right? That guy was furious. Uni, are you accusing us of eating ZT? He denied it. No, I just meant to say that after you're done eating, you'll wipe your mouths clean. Why are you jumping out like that? Could it be that you eat tea too? As a beast man was about to curse, a beep sounded, giving a warning. Please use civilized language. Oni continued to provoke. Oh, your breath is quite heavy. It smells foul. It seems your diet is quite broad. The other beast man was about to open his mouth to violate community standards when a warning beep sounded. Oni feigned confusion and asked, hey, why are you so agitated? I wasn't even scolding you. Ah, just throwing out trash. Hearing dogs barking. Surely I must have hit a dog. The guys wanted to scream in rage, but Oni triggered another warning beep. He continued to taunt. I didn't realize you wiped your mouth so thoroughly after using the bathroom. Far away, Kolap observed this and said refreshingly, a match of verbal abuse this amazing can only be seen in the Toai Ho Prison. Oni understands the rules, how to insult people without cursing, and how to drive people to lose their minds and get hit by the censor chip. These are the 2 key elements to master in the prison arena. The resident trash talk expert here is invincible. If you want to use dirty language, the chip will automatically choke you. If you want to throw a punch, the chip will directly take over control of your body. When that guy tried to attack, he was electrocuted. His body went limp, and he collapsed forward. Notification. Beep. Please use civilized language. Oni waved his hand proudly. You're dismissed. Leave. He looked up above. Why, Kolap, Bakim, and Atu glanced down to observe the situation. A voice sounded. If there are no problems, let's start directly. When the light above shone down on the floor, someone handed Atu a sword. Atu was surprised. Sylvia Sadie? He looked up at the spectators. He suddenly felt a bit lonely. Kolap stroked her chin and thought, who is Sylvia Sadie? No one here is named Sylvia Sadie. He reminded her, hey, Oni is much stronger than me. He isn't an opponent you can win against just by using a little wit, he replied. Thanks. This time, I don't plan on using little tricks. Kolap was curious. Then what are you using? Atu stepped onto the arena, calmly saying, my life. He had decided to use his life. His first extreme sword strike wouldn't kill him. As long as the first sword didn't kill him, the second sword would be his chance. Human. The cheers rang out all around. Cut that elf down. What kind of sword stance is that? He hasn't learned swordsmanship, has he? If you don't know how to use a sword, don't use it. Wouldn't a long spear be better? Obviously a hammer is better. What nonsense are you talking about? Clearly a long spear is more suitable for beginners. I'm not talking nonsense. The hammer is the most suitable weapon for a beginner. Rough men arguing like spoiled girls. Atu darkened his face. They're so noisy, Oni said calmly. A pit is like that. Everywhere is full of buzzing flies. Insects can't turn into butterflies. Even if a bug is truly in a shit pit, it's just a slightly larger fly, Atu mocked. It seems you have feelings about prison life. Interested in writing a book? He whispered. Sorry. A sword light swept across Atu's shoulder. He leaned to dodge, thinking to himself, too fast. Atu's footsteps retreated. He's too tall. I have to shorten the distance. Taking advantage of the opponent's strike, he launched a blow so he couldn't even bring his sword down on him. An inch closer, an inch more dangerous. The sword in Uni's hand spun skillfully, easily blocking his sword. Haven't you learned any swordsmanship at all? He used his elbow to conveniently nudge Atu's face as Atu. As he fell, the blade was closing in. Atu nimbly did a somersault to dodge. Watching the sword strike the floor, leaving a crack, Atu was shocked. How is that possible? This is ground material. We haven't even activated our spirit arts yet, and his sword is already coated in a layer of spirit arts. How can you be so surprised? A swordsman using spirit arts in battle, isn't that just common sense? Afterward, Orni drew his sword. There are some things that cannot be locked down. Even if you shackle their hands and feet, with a powerful strike, they will still sprout wings and take flight. The floor in front of him had been shredded by powerful sword chi. Seeing the long crack on the arena floor, the crowd was stunned. A miracle of elf swordsmanship. The entire hall was in an uproar. He used a miracle again? How is that possible? What are you just standing there for? Watch closely. Kolap Bakim frowned, thinking to herself that using spirit arts and using a miracle were two entirely different things. Every miracle must be unleashed through the coordination of many complex spirit arts. The difficulty of releasing them is high. The miracle itself is just one stage of the manifestation. Orni struck with the Sylvia Sadie. Next, the powerful Sylvia Sadie sword came down like a wall right in front of Atu. He revealed, I have never successfully unleashed a miracle in this prison. Not even once. People outside gasped. It's over. He's aiming to kill. Don't even think about finding a whole body. Whether you could even find all the pieces of meat in the debris is hard to say. What a pity. A rather interesting man. Seeing him still dodging, someone was shocked. How? He's a beastman, someone exclaimed. How is he still not dead? Even if the miracle's power was reduced to less than 1%, Atu still stands. They had a different perspective on him. He wasn't exactly a weakling who couldn't be killed. You can't even hold a sword properly, can you? After enduring a few strikes, Atu had a realization. He could read the path of his sword. Kolap Bakim watched the arena floor intently. Langna suddenly exclaimed, the four divine pillars. Sylvia Sadie. The following sword strike brought a powerful force that sent debris and shockwaves crashing toward where Atu was standing. He thought to himself, the swordsmanship experience of Sylvia Sadie is no joke. At the start, I couldn't even see Orni's sword clearly. Now, just by looking at his shoulder, I can predict the sword's path. At least I know how to dodge. The spectators started whispering. It's just like the death match with the beast yesterday. That bastard. This Atu. He's such a monster that he's actually learning swordsmanship in the middle of a fight. Kolap Bakim felt uneasy. This is a prison, she thought, watching him swing his sword back. This isn't some elite training center, you idiot. The force made Atu slide backward. Orni stood firmly opposite him and asked, Do you really think you have a chance to defeat me? He replied. I just have a reason why I can't let myself lose to you. He asked curiously. What reason? Atu got straight to the point. I want to ask you, did Tilin Danyi send you to kill me? Is there another conspiracy behind my imprisonment? What does this have to do with you wanting to beat me? Atu answered. If I don't win, will you answer me? Orni was vague. Maybe, maybe not. Even if I did answer, could you even tell if it was the truth? Atu revealed. I asked someone else this same question earlier, and they said they could truly distinguish the truth. Orni was suspicious. So, you think you can too? He denied it. No, I can't. But I think after fighting you, the answer I get will be closer to the truth than just asking you. Isn't that right? Orni laughed upon hearing this. Ever since leaving the rearing facility, I haven't heard such a naive reason. Ah, that's right. Hundreds of years from now, bards will recite your glorious deeds on the streets. Atu, who had never learned swordsmanship, met an unreasonable elf swordsman in battle, and in the end, he defeated him like a miracle, starting a glorious, undefeated life. Atu asked expectantly, So, when are you going to write the book, Orni? He gripped his sword hilt and reminded him, Mr. Atu West Orni, please, I beg you to mention my name in your future autobiography. A brilliant flash of swordlight descended. Let me be the villain who goes down in history. Will you? The Sylvia Sadie strike sent Atu flying back. A cut appeared on his face, and blood began to trickle out. Atu winced at the pain in his thigh. This strike, it was so fast. It wasn't like before. Orni commented, You're slowing down. Your growth rate is truly admirable. It's a pity you're exhausted. You've been losing blood since the start, and after such a fierce battle, you've lost too much. Looking at Atu's drooping face, he exposed him. Your brain is starting to lack oxygen. Your stamina is dropping. So you're getting slower and slower. Suddenly, Orni asked, Do you know why I'm talking so much to you? Because the longer this drags on, the more your stamina drains. One final Sylvia Sadie strike came down. It's over. Thank you, Atu. I'm sorry, Atu. Before the brilliant sword intent shone down on Atu, he pondered his own energy levels. Is this as far as I can go? A voice whispered instructions. If you feel pain, imagine you are someone else. That way, it won't hurt anymore. His eyes widened as if he realized something. Sylvia Sadie, far away, quietly observed him. Atu muttered this truth. If it hurts, imagine I'm someone else, and it won't hurt anymore. Atu remembered the past. At dawn, the alarm would ring, forcing him to get up for work. At work, his boss would criticize and yell at him, throwing the plan he'd painstakingly prepared right in his face. Atu had to work overtime all night to redo it. In the dark, void space, a small orb lit up. On its surface, a small spirit art was clinging to it. Atu's consciousness tried to reach it. He realized, knowledge cannot be locked down. His fingertips touched it. Even if you shackle their hands and feet, Atu's eyes turned golden. They will still sprout wings and take flight. Facing that powerful sword intent, he didn't flinch, charging forward with his sword. Atu's body merged with that wave of power. A violent explosion erupted. Orni didn't even bother to look. It's over. Suddenly, his heart raced. No, that feeling just now was strange. Orni turned back to look. Where the thick smoke and dust were, the illusory clone that had been slashed in two was fading away, while he had already appeared behind him before he could guard against it. There are some things that cannot be locked down. Even if you shackle their hands and feet, they will still sprout wings and take flight. His blade was swinging toward Orni's face. Atu appeared from the thick smoke, looking indomitable. That Sylvia Sadie strike grazed the other's neck, and blood gushed out. Amidst the astonishment in the eyes of West Oni, a clinking sound rang out. The mechanical announcement updated. The victor had been decided. The winner is Atu. His vision gradually blurred. Atu was exhausted, and everything before his eyes turned black. When he woke up, he saw someone dressed in full gear wearing a mask. 222. The person in front reminded him, Don't move. If you don't want your face to fall apart, close your eyes for me. There, you can stand up now. 222 even handed him a plate of meticulously sliced apples. Here, the apples you wanted last time. She stood next to him, fuming, and asked, I helped you with surgery and treatment, so how could you doubt me? He touched himself, muttering, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Nothing is missing. Atu pointed at the other person and asked, Look me in the eyes. Did you really not secretly do some plastic surgery on me? 222 dodged his gaze, not daring to look at him. Actually, it was just a very, very small procedure. It was just a tiny bit of forehead skin. Removing the real wrinkles. Removing forehead wrinkles is what it was. She stood with her hands on her hips, proudly tossing her head. She said, "Since I was willing to perform this surgery on you, you should be bowing down to me. You have to know that forehead wrinkles really affect a person's appearance. Outside, for such a procedure, the Dello family has to spend a lot of money." Atu Huituyet touched his smooth forehead, angrily asking, "What? You erased my most handsome, manliest forehead wrinkles? You unscrupulous doctor, taking advantage of a patient's sleep to ruin their face, stealing away my most beautiful features. Is there no law in this place? No reason left? This is medical malpractice. This is murder for profit." He held out his hand, demanding, "Compensate me." 222 fell flat on the floor and asked, "How? How much?" Atu replied, "1 silver coin. That price was way too cheap for a rich person like 222. A gold coin. Is that all right? I don't have small change." He stared blankly at the gold coin. "So, in this world, silver coins are just pocket change for beggars? There was a reason for this. After all, the sword manual once said that spirit arts need money to be nurtured. Having no money, he could only think of ways to scrape together some reserve funds from the low IQ people." Atu suddenly remembered and asked, "Oh, right. Let me ask you something. Is there a place to trade spirit arts in the prison? A man living alone is a bit lonely. I want to keep a pet." 222 loudly said, "Trading spirit arts? I want to report you for malicious intent and attempting to break out of prison." Seeing her turn toward the door, Atu held her back. Don't. I'm already a death row inmate. Even if you report me, could they really increase my sentence?" For 222 brushed his hand away, the one touching her. "You are not allowed to touch me. Anyway, I won't answer that question of yours. Someone like a death row inmate should just honestly become our treatment material. When you're no longer useful, just die obediently." Atu asked seriously, "If I said I was framed, would you believe me?" She, of course, did not believe him. "Don't think I'm that easy to trick. Ever since the memory evidence system was introduced, there hasn't been a single wrong or unjust case. The crime hunting hall must have discovered the criminal process in your memory to convict you." Atu immediately denied. "That's not true. The crime hunting hall never took evidence from my memory at all. You can go check the reports, but the crime hunting hall really didn't take my memories." Her voice trembled in disbelief. "How can that be?" He replied, "I was truly framed." 222 was pondering this. She then asked, "You're not lying to me, right?" Atu swore a solemn oath. "If I'm lying to you, may I never receive overtime pay for the rest of my life." 222 threatened. If he dared to break his word, "If you dare to lie to me, you're dead. You'd better pray you don't get injured again. Otherwise, when you land in my hands, let's see if I don't change your gender and species." Atu heard this and shuddered, his hair standing on end. Is the treatment technology in this world at this level now? He was feeling worried. Walking on the street, can you even trust a pretty woman anymore? Is there any trust left between people? 222 continued. "But even if you say that, I still can't answer you. Doesn't trading spirit arts require the seller to use spirit power to release the spirit art and the buyer to use spirit power to reactivate it? The spirit power of you death row inmates is all restricted. You can't release spirit arts, nor can you reactivate them." Atu Huituyet sighed. "Isn't there a place like a fighting arena where we can lift the spirit power restrictions?" He thought to himself. Looking at last night, it seems in the Reborn wasteland, finding specific spirit arts is a matter of time. She replied, "Oh? You don't know?" Atu was surprised. "Why do you know?" 222 revealed, "Because this is something all death row inmates have to go through at least once." "Oh right. You just entered the prison a few days ago. You haven't yet," he asked curiously. "The Blood Moon trial?" She replied in detail. "That's right. When death row inmates participate in the Blood Moon trial, the prison will lift all of your restrictions. At that time, all of you can use spirit power to promote spirit arts. In theory, there is indeed a chance for trading, but no one has ever been able to do it. As for why, I don't need to say much more, right? You haven't seen the Blood Moon trial, have you?" Atu blurted out, "I have never seen it." The atmosphere between the two fell into silence. 222 fumed and shouted loudly, "Do you think I'm really that easy to trick? I won't believe such a foolish lie. Using a lie that even a child, I shouldn't have been fooled by your attitude, always acting like you look down on AI. I noticed you were about to leave, so I thought I'd ask one more thing," 222 said, sounding a bit annoyed. I'm not answering any more of your questions. The only thing you care about is whether that spirit fighter is still alive. She replied. His injuries are lighter than yours. He already left. A throat wound. Yet his injuries are light. Why are you asking about him? Are you worried about him? As Tu Hui Tu denied it, saying, being worried would make things quite awkward for me. I'm just a little curious. After all, he's basically the first person I've ever killed, 222 asked, sounding incredulous. Seriously? He was your first time? The way you put that is really easy to misunderstand. Do you hope he survives? Or do you hope he doesn't die? You countered, both. Actually, 222 automatically assumed, both? She looked disgusted. You want him to be both dead and alive? As Tu explained, truthfully, the grudge between him and me hasn't reached a point where he absolutely must die. If I could, I'd want to use a crescent-shaped soft staff to give him a good beating to vent my anger. Plus, I have questions I want to ask him, so I don't really want him to die. But if he really did die, I suppose I would just sigh before bed tonight, thinking that life is like the ocean, and only those with a strong will can reach the other shore. So, even if he died, I wouldn't care all that much. 222 had finally softened up. I'm starting to believe you that this was your first time killing someone. Your way of speaking, neither side is going to look good in a public court trial. If you say you're soft-hearted, you might get the attention of human rights organizations. If you say you rooted out the evil completely, you might get the support of extremist groups. Only this half-hearted, indecisive way of speaking will get you criticized and disliked by everyone. You sighed and said, but in this world, are there really that many decisive, extreme people? Aren't most people just as indecisive as I am? 222 fell into deep thought after hearing that. She raised her two hands, then walked in front of you and said, it's not that there are no indecisive people. 222 opened a book and showed it to you. But you need the assets to be indecisive. For example, being handsome. Look, these are the handsome model photos that have been trending over the last 5 years. Do you want to pick one for your new face? I recommend this number 1 face. It looks a bit like a popular singer right now. You'll definitely like this face. As Tu thought, clearly, you're the one who likes this face. 222 replied defiantly. So what if I like it? You're the one getting the benefits of having this face modified, you retorted. Who says that? As Tu pointed at his own face and complained angrily, I don't even look in the mirror all day. What use is it for me to look good? On the contrary, others look at me all day. I have to endure the scrutinizing gazes of others. What a stupid thing. You think I'd be willing to have my own body used for someone else's benefit? 222 collapsed and replied, you're right. As Tu smiled, his eyes curving. But you're willing to listen to my grievances and talk to me for so long. That is the only warmth I've felt in this cold prison. If it's a request from a friend, I suppose I could agree to it. She was extremely surprised. What? We're friends? You finished your conversation and turned to leave. Well, I'm going to go eat. She held you back. No, don't. Wait. So, are you willing to let me perform the surgery on you? As Tu crossed his arms and acted coy. Actually, I'm not that willing. I still like my current face. After all, I've looked at it for so many years. 222 continued. So you're demanding more money? She agreed without thinking. No problem. When do we start the surgery? As Tu thought to himself, she really is a rich lady. 222 wasn't in a hurry to start. Wait, there are some surgical techniques I'm not that familiar with yet. Give me 2 more nights to review. Don't worry, it's very safe. My spirit art can effectively prevent issues like flesh necrosis. You broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that. I'm very reassured. Well, I'll be going then. Take your time preparing, don't rush. As Tu encouraged himself, if I manage to break out of prison, I'll need to prepare some money. Thinking it over, the only option is to bite the bullet and change my face. But looking at it now, the price seems a bit high. The chance of my face getting ruined is very high with that technique. Before leaving, you turned back and asked, come to think of it, I've wanted to ask for a long time. Are you being ostracized? By your colleagues? Both times I woke up, I only saw you. Where are the other attending doctors? Did they give you the hardest work to solve and then just patted their backs and left? 222 admitted, you are indeed the most difficult case to solve. That much is true. But as Tu had already seen through it, if you're being ostracized by your colleagues, remember to tell me. 222 was stunned, then smiled and asked, why should I tell you? You replied casually, aren't we friends? Friends are the ones who can be by your side and secretly rejoice when the other person encounters misfortune, right? 222 pushed you out of the room. Get out, get out. As 2 waved goodbye. See you next time, doctor. The apple was delicious, thank you. She stood frozen, looking at As 2 as he left. Then she turned around. 222 stopped in front of the public lounge. She opened the door. The people inside were lined up. Here, there was patient number 176, with lumps appearing on his face. Bubbles. Bubbles. It's the miracle of Venus bubbles. 222 secretly realized. It's the senior doctor. 176 said, Miss. He was peeking at your healing techniques. You haven't given permission, yet he tried to steal the fruits of your research on blood tears. This violates the constitutional principles where personal and collective sacred property cannot be infringed upon. There is no doubt this is a crime, she asked coldly. Did the master send you? The person accompanying him replied, I am a research staff member following your senior. The mistress ordered me not to disturb you on normal days, but this trash stole property from the research institute. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. 222 asked directly, so my identity is exposed now? Does that mean I have to leave here? 201 denied it. Miss, you're joking. Coming to Toai Ho Prison to perform the blood fusion ritual, who here isn't a descendant to be of the institutions under the 4 major research institutes? How could we betray you? 176 shouted loudly. I'm not convinced. Why should you be allowed to become a new descendant of the Blood Tier Research Institute, while I have to struggle in a small research lab? Based on what? I exhausted all my schemes just to get a chance for blood fusion, and you get it so easily. Based on what? Even the surgical techniques I begged for. You get to have them just like that. Based on what? The best inmate materials all pass through your hands. Clearly, I am also a favored child of heaven among the mermen. Clearly, I could also have become the high bloodline, the supreme. The thing I hate most about you is why your talent is just as good as mine. The ball of flesh on his neck burst open. 201 roared, How dare you, trash! You have no intention of repenting. 176 collapsed to the ground, still mumbling. I can't bear to watch you surpass me, I can't. 201 asked respectfully. My lady, how should we deal with this trash? Normally, I'd say finish him off right here. 222 stayed silent. She needed a moment to think before replying. He doesn't make me hate him enough to want him dead. But if he dies, I don't really care much either. 201 was surprised. Huh? So, what is your judgment? Find a flexible, semi-circular rod. Whip him until he's covered in wounds, and don't allow anyone to heal him. Then, cast him out. Oh, and isn't he a blue-scale fishman? With his physique, he probably won't die from that. Tonight, toss him into the sea and let him swim back himself. 201 still wanted to advise her. But, my lady 222 walked away decisively. If you don't approve, then do whatever you think is best. I don't care. 201 dared not disobey. I have no such intention. Your decree will be carried out. She replied, Then I'm going to rest. 222 left that pressure-filled room. Afterward, she headed to another room, noticing someone following behind her. 222 turned around and asked, What is it? The other person replied, Since I've already disturbed you, I intended to take this opportunity to say a few words. Just a reminder, I'm only giving you these pointers because you agreed to let me speak. I have 201. I've noticed that the time you spend in the room treating prisoners is slightly against regulations. Of course, that's not a problem at all. I guarantee no one will use these rules to offend you, and I'm certainly not here to warn you. If it weren't for the Human Rights Association and the Racial Rights Protection Association making trouble, we wouldn't need to pretend to be doctors to perform these rituals. Those rules only exist to minimize the trouble we might face. But, milady, you don't need to worry about trouble. I'm just worried that while you're playing around, you might develop unnecessary feelings for those materials and delay the blood fusion ritual. 222 replied, Every prisoner I've treated has had the blood fusion seed planted inside them. Once they die in the judgment, the blood fusion seed will naturally condense into magic power and knowledge, all transforming into my primal blood. 201 bowed respectfully and said, As expected of you, milady. My worries were indeed unnecessary. 222 recalled his words. If you're being ostracized by your colleagues, remember to tell me. Aren't we friends? She took off her mask and said confidently, We of the Blood Saint race never develop feelings for bread. While eating, Atu Huitu went to ask West Oni, I'm only eating this much to celebrate? West Oni sighed. It can't be helped. It's too late. The lalafi has already been eaten by you guys. West Oni sat down opposite him and said, "Order something. I have 37 contribution points. Spending 1 or 2 points to treat myself isn't too much. Is it, Atu Huitu?" Atu Huitu was stunned. "Wait, ordering food costs contribution points?" West Oni suggested. "You can order any time. There's no limit to the canteen's supply, and they can even deliver it to your bedroom. You can order 3 items at will for just 1 contribution point." Atu Huitu thought 1 point was too expensive, considering prisoners start with 50 points a month and get 10 deducted. Westo Uni revealed, "Spending contribution points can also get you haircuts, tailored uniforms, special toiletries, and even a larger bedroom. Renting a bedroom with 2 halls and 3 rooms and windows is only 1 point a day." Atu Huitu protested, "1 point a day? Are you crazy? Who would live there?" West Oni revealed that the diamond tier prisoners always live like that. West Oni did the math. If you calculate it, 1 contribution point is roughly equivalent to 1 gold coin on the outside. Atu Huitu was skeptical. "We prisoners are only worth 50 gold coins?" West Oni explained. "The annual salary is 1 gold coin, and you can live a decent life in Kaiman City." Atu Huitu finally understood, recalling 222's comment about having no small change. "Wait a minute, she's a wealthy lady," West Oni whispered. "What I'm about to say is just me muttering to myself. If you hear it, it's best to pretend you didn't." Tilan Danyi, aside from being the president of the Kaiman City Elf Racial Rights Association, a member of the Kaiman Council, and a university professor, has a hidden identity. He is one of the backers of the Woodpecker Gang. On the surface, he acts to maintain the interests of other races and opposes the Blood Saint and Moonshadow Council members, but he has long been secretly conducting many illegal deals with the Blood and Moon Tribe Council members. The Woodpecker Gang is his black glove. The mayor of Kaiman, Phai Nam Tuyet, owes his position to his help as well. The cult of the 4 Pillar Gods hasn't appeared for many years and has practically vanished. Aside from rumors, there is no evidence. During the archaeological excavation of the eastern ruins 8 years ago, word had it that some important ritual books related to the cult of the 4 Pillar Gods were found inside. And in the excavation team leading the eastern ruins, archaeology was Professor Tilan Danyi, the chief advisory consultant. That same year, the eastern ruins encountered a void storm, and most of the archaeological findings were destroyed. Tilan is an extremely patient elf. At the very least, I have never seen any creature that can surpass him in endurance. If he wants someone dead, it means that person possesses intelligence that is extremely important to him, and once revealed, it would cause him massive damage. Anyway, I'm just muttering to myself. Atu Huitu realized. So that's it. Tilan thought I knew his secret, which is why he tried to murder me. Atu Huitu asked, "Why are you helping me, Westo Uni?" Westo Uni corrected him, "I'm not helping you. I just want to cause some trouble for that bastard Tilan." Atu Huitu asked, "Then do you know if there's anyone in this prison who can trade spirit spells? If I can find some sword-style spirit spells, I might have a chance to cause some real trouble for Tilan." Westo Uni looked indifferent. "What does that have to do with me?" Atu Huitu asked with concern. "You failed to kill me this time and lost to me. Are you in any trouble?" Westo Uni repeated his old line. "What does that have to do with you?" Atu Huitu pressed. "Then you must tell me how Tilan will deal with me next." Westo Uni maintained his enigmatic attitude. "You'll know Tilan's methods when we meet again." Atu Huitu concluded. "All in all, I'm certain now. The mastermind behind all of this is my former university professor, the elf scholar Tilan Danyi." As soon as Atu Huitu returned to his room, he called for Sylvia Sadie. "Are you there?" She replied, "Yes, but not entirely here." Atu Huitu walked in and asked, "Was it you who reminded me during the deathmatch? Why did I suddenly know how to use a spirit spell?" Sania retorted, "Isn't that obvious? You understood the knowledge of the Avatar spirit spell, and with the right conditions, you directly triggered the spirit spell resonance, so the spirit spell automatically took effect and influenced reality. The others here use this method too." Atu Huitu realized, "I understand now. Because this sentence, is that simple?" Sania replied, "It's not simple. Seeing knowledge and understanding knowledge are 2 different things. Deep perception is a necessary condition for understanding a spirit spell." Atu Huitu frowned and asked, "Is this considered a blessing from leveling up? If there's a spirit spell like that, can I go to the void?" Sylvia Sadie reminded him, "You can't find the gate of truth inside your own body." Atu Huitu was surprised. "Huh? Why?" Sylvia Sadie revealed, "Unless it's a soul-bound spirit spell you summoned yourself, you can never find the hidden gate of truth. The truth does not allow for even a single scratch. The truth is really strict. But Atuhitu asked curiously, "Speaking of which, why did you disappear for half the day?" Sania unhappily reminded him, "Do I have to report where I go to you?" She poked him hard in the forehead. "But I was in danger. You are the one I summoned, Atuhuitu. Before, you promised to respect me, but deep down, you don't think so. You still think I'm just an illusion composed of a string of data. I'm a paper person, born because of you. I am naturally expected to serve you." Atuhuitu fell to the ground with steam rising from his forehead. Sylvia Sadie continued, "Even though you've interacted with me for so long, even though I've gone on void adventures with you, you still can't stop standing on a high horse and looking down at me. What are you thinking in your heart? I can't change that. I just need you to remember one thing. I am also a person, and I have my own life. I have my own hobbies, my own pursuits, and my own world to live in. You are not my whole life. You're just an unexpected part of my life. Even without you, I can still live just fine in places you don't even know about. Understand? I'm helping you. You should be grateful I'm helping you. If I weren't, you couldn't blame me for it. Understand?" Atuhuitu's eyes lit up as he replied, "I understand. Thank you for all your help, Sylvia Sadie." Sylvia Sadie's face darkened immediately, and she raised her voice. "Don't address me like that. Who would want to be called mother at such a young age?" Atuhuitu thought to himself, watching the role play she was putting on. He asked curiously, "Sylvia Sadie, can you tell me if anything interesting happened today?" Sylvia Sadie recounted, "This morning I showed off the flowing spear art I got from the meditation tower. By noon, the whole school already knew I had obtained a flowing spear art in the phantasm realm. Even my roommate, who usually looks down on everyone, asked me if I would sell the flowing spear art." Atuhuitu realized this meant she had a great day. Sylvia Sadie waved her hand dismissively and said, "Boring. The air in the men's dorm is so stale. I have to leave." He pointed to the ceiling and demanded she apologize to the air purifier. Then, Atuhuitu asked, "So will we continue exploring the phantasm realm tonight?" Sylvia Sadie confirmed, "Of course. From now on, unless something special comes up, I won't appear on regular days. If you have anything to discuss with me, bring it up when we're in the phantasm realm." Atuhuitu asked hopefully, "Then, if I run into trouble and am desperate to find you, will you show up?" Before disappearing, she replied, "Didn't I already tell you? You aren't my whole life, but you are an unexpected part of it. If you really run into a crisis, I will appear immediately, only to laugh at you. So, don't expect me to show up and chat just because you're lonely and bored." Atuhuitu retorted, "I'm a mature adult. I don't get lonely." Atuhuitu laughed to himself. How ridiculous. She's acting so tough, yet she's afraid of loneliness. She even sees me as a lifeline. If we don't meet for a day, she's as anxious as a child. So, it's not like he was born like this. Good thing his brain isn't functioning well right now. I thought hiding things from him would be difficult. Scene changed to the Kingdom of Stars, outside the swordsmanship training hall. As Sylvia Sadie drank the very last drop, she sprawled out on the grass. "Why is this water so sweet?" "That's not water. That's premium liquor. Even better than the Palace Vintage," isekai'd, lying beside her, revealed. "Palace Vintage? I've actually had that before. I snuck some of my father's when I was little, and diluted it with water because it was too strong. That was the worst beating I've ever gotten from him." Sylvia Sadie laughed at the memory. "You were such a troublemaker back then." A classmate driving nearby stopped and asked, "Need a ride? It's on my way." isekai'd refused. "No need. Walking helps me relax my legs." Sylvia Sadie wondered, "Didn't Senior Leah come to pick you up tonight?" Philo Kurtfurt-Dalt replied, "We broke up." He drove off. isekai'd stood up and asked, "Finished resting? Time to head back." Sylvia Sadie, "I have something to do. You go ahead." "I'm heading straight to the meditation tower," he guessed. Trying to avoid that person? She hadn't even finished thinking about how to handle the flowing spear art. She denied it. "It's not that I haven't thought it through. I just want to trade for a different sword art." Earlier, Yitu had offered to buy it for double the market price. Sylvia Sadie's heart skipped a beat. Double the price. For her, that was a huge sum. In the past, she definitely would have jumped at it, but she was different now. Under the professor's guidance, her horizons had broadened. Spirit arts were the fundamental strength of a mage. Money was just secondary, the icing on the cake. A familiar voice rang out. "Actually, you have a third option. Use it yourself." A figure appeared behind Sylvia Sadie, who happily turned around to ask, "You just mentioned the flowing spear art. Can I use it myself?" Atuhuitu confirmed. "Exactly. Don't you have some foundation in the water lineage? I recall that a core spirit art of miracle swordplay involves vibration and flow." She stood up, excitedly. Wait, you know the techniques for that miracle? You want to give it to me? Atuhuitu smirked. I don't know it, but since you have these two spirit arts, you could invent this miracle yourself. Isn't that the joy of being a mage? Sylvia Sadie grumbled. Invent it myself? Even the professor takes months to develop something like that, he said proudly. How can she compare to you? You are Sylvia Sadie. Sylvia Sadie pouted to herself. That sounds nice, but why don't you just give me the miracle technique directly? I'm not a 3-year-old. She dropped the scoff, turned back gently, and said, So that's it. Wait, did you take the substitution spirit art just so you could give me the flow technique? You're so good to me. Atuhuitu turned away bluntly. Fine, stop probing. I took the substitution spirit art because I needed it. Aren't you heading to the meditation tower? Keep walking, and talk to me. Your level also needs a 0-1 wing technique. First off, there are no weak spirit arts, only weak mages. Right now, I'm just a weakling weaker even than you. My true self is locked in a dungeon and in danger. Not only am I weak, but I've also lost quite a few memories during the recovery process. So, I have to rely on your understanding as a mage, Sylvia Sadie replied. Is that so? Atuhuitu was shocked inside. This is terrifying. In just 2 days, she's already found a way to hide her inner thoughts? She can even deceive me within her own mind. As expected of the demoness, her talent and wit are incredible, letting her unearth her own potential first. Is that a good or a bad thing? He made an excuse. I'm very weak right now, and I've lost my memory. Sylvia Sadie followed behind, contemplating. Lost her memory? Could it be the miracle that erodes memories? No wonder he asks so many stupid questions. So he really is stupid. But if he's weak now, that means he was incredibly strong before. Doesn't that mean his potential is top tier? Potential usually leads to the top. If I can help him return to his peak, I'll have a nearly 100% chance of becoming an absolute powerhouse. She started daydreaming. Finding a marriage partner and finding a superior are the same principle. Instead of later, joining a big organization and becoming a worker, why not become a founding member and build a career with my superior? This is way better than marrying into a rich family, putting up with people's attitudes, and having kids. Sylvia Sadie changed her attitude, becoming caring and asking, Wait, are you in any danger? Do you need my help? Just say the word, for the sake of protecting you. Observer, I definitely won't hesitate. If you ask me to scout the Void Realm later and we run into any spirit arts, if there's a miracle, demon severing, please let me have it. Observer was puzzled by the name miracle, demon severing. He explained that he was currently trapped in a prison and needed that miracle to escape. Her eyes lit up. Observer recounted the details of miracle. Demon severing. It was a miracle not yet registered in the 6-star constellations. She asked eagerly, Is this a sword technique miracle for the inventor? He denied it. Not at all. This is a sword technique miracle I stole from an enemy. Sylvia Sadie was concerned. Will using this miracle cause any trouble? Atuhuitu reassured her. Rest assured, that enemy will absolutely never appear before you. Absolutely never? Sylvia Sadie agreed. Immediately. Then I will definitely do my best to help you find enough spirit arts. In her heart, she silently understood that this meant the inventor was already dead. A miracle that had never appeared in the Constellation Kingdom. A highly practical sword technique miracle that silver-ranked mages could use. She could use it to heal herself, or sell it enough to make her a little rich girl. Sylvia Sadie then waited for her silver wings to fully manifest, to find enough spirit arts for the demon-severing miracle. Couldn't she just keep this miracle for herself and sell it later? She had been discovered for her sword talent, and was dragged into adventures in the Void Realm, feeling nothing but gratitude. Now, she was extremely excited. This was what they called a pie in the sky. A future promise couldn't beat the immediate reward. Being satisfied mentally didn't replace being satisfied materially. If not, why say Sylvia Sadie's greed is just, well, greed? She hesitated before speaking. Observer, actually, there's something I want to discuss with you. Atuhuitu agreed, on the condition that they talk once inside the Void Realm. There was more time in the Void Realm. You can discuss whatever you want. He suddenly realized, right, don't you hate it when I hear your inner thoughts? So, I've decided not to seek you out on normal days. From now on, you don't need to call out observer in your mind before you go to the bathroom or take a bath. I'm not a roll of toilet paper or a towel. Having said that, Atuhuitu vanished into the Void Realm. He also specifically instructed, in the future, if you have anything to say, just save it and tell me when we're in the Void Realm. I won't appear in your daily life anymore. Sylvia Sadie, who had just stepped in, asked, If you don't listen to my thoughts, I would still welcome you. He replied seriously, I have my own things to do. I'm not free to watch you change clothes every day. Sylvia Sadie tried to change the subject. So, you've been peeking at me changing clothes? He was caught red-handed and immediately tried to dodge the issue. That's not important. In short, the time in the Void Realm is our time to interact. I won't disturb you the rest of the time. Even if you call me, I won't appear. Sylvia Sadie needed more guidance. What if I have something urgent and need to find you? He bluntly stated a painful truth. The figure that descends beside you is just an illusion. I can't even pick up a single strand of hair. I cannot provide any substantial help. To you. When you find me, I only mock you. I can't do anything else. But Sylvia Sadie was very determined. Mocking is fine. So, will you appear if I call you? Atu Huitu answered awkwardly. That is truly a request that's hard to refuse. But I'm a bit curious. Do you need me like this because I fill the void of the fatherly love you lost when you were young? Sylvia Sadie's eyes lit up. Then, do you want me to call you Daddy Observer? Atu Huitu thought it was gross. Forget it. Just call me Observer. The door to room 311 slammed shut. He was hesitating. Is it good or bad to let her awaken first? It was no longer a matter he had to worry about. Inside the Void Realm, Atu Huitu was practicing swordsmanship with Sylvia Sadie. She unleashed a powerful shockwave slash. The monster's hand blocked it. He anxiously shouted, "Another block! It blocked it again! It's the same destination on the map. Why is it many times stronger than the gun mage from last time?" Sylvia Sadie's attacks were just a light breeze to the monster. The monster growled, ready to charge. It froze when it saw them push the boat and run away. Run quickly. Once on the boat and temporarily safe, Sylvia Sadie was panting and breathless. The ascetic sect mage also knows combat arts? This is too hard to deal with, Atu Huitu asked disappointedly. Sylvia Sadie, you couldn't hurt him at all? I just learned a move with great power, but I need to be careful. There's no opportunity to build up the force. He dove into the water. Is that so? Then I guess I have to gamble. Atu Huitu used the substitute tactic. The monster's fist slammed straight into his face. Atu Huitu hugged the monster tightly from behind. He was trying to hold it down for her to strike. Atu Huitu called out, "Sylvia Sadie." As the sword tip pierced through, Atu Huitu was thinking of the principle. The difference between a strategist and a butcher lies in precision. He held the monster tight and activated the explosion chi technique vibration. When the monster dissolved into smoke, Sylvia Sadie jumped for joy. Success. Controlling the explosion inside his body, didn't it kill the observer? Injuries in the Void Realm were all illusions. As long as one doesn't die on the spot, a mage can recover in an instant, but it consumes a large amount of soul energy. The sensation of pain is increased by 10% to 20% compared to reality. He was still anxiously looking at the smoke that was slowly clearing. I sacrificed so much it's all virtual. At least drop some good loot. Item information revealed. Tree bark. Count 2. Spirit art. Bark armor. Mages must have organization to wrap the muscles. Basic effect. Converted into tree bark. When on the mainland, it can transfer 10% of the kinetic impact sustained to the ground. Passive effect. Can be converted into tree bark through daily training. Note. Exposure to wind, frost, sun, swamps, and bitter cold, all suffering brought by nature, makes you stronger. They were confused. Both were the same. Atu Huitu asked curiously, "Why are there two identical spirit arts?" She replied, "Ascetic sect mages love to stack passive skills." He asked for her opinion on the defense stat. Sylvia Sadie, "Do you need it?" Sylvia Sadie refused immediately. "I don't want it. It's ugly and not worth any money. The way that monster looked, even he had to criticize it. It really is ugly. Let's go sell it," Atu Huitu decided. "Then give that mage's notebook to me." Sylvia Sadie opened it to check first. A moment later, she threw it at him. Gross. Seeing his face turn red as he read intently, Sylvia Sadie snorted coldly. Typical man. The book that Beastman left behind was a book, how should he put it? A bit vulgar, called The Directory of Flowers. To put it seriously, it was a study on the customs of a different world. Notification. Update: the joyful secret only works on creatures taller than 2 meters. Intuition had been calculated. In close quarters combat, one could avoid sudden ambushes, and it was effective outside the line of sight. He felt it was good, but once he left this place, the island would sink just like before. Sylvia Sadie was curious. "Can you really absorb that mage's notebook? Your worldview is quite flexible, quite flexible." He decided to head to the next area. Sylvia Sadie softened her tone. "Observer, you should be a bit more reliable. The place we're going this time is much harder than the last one. It's best to find a small legacy island for a swordmaster or a small fortuitous encounter island for a spell sword. In any case, avoid the small islands for ascetic sorcerers. He tapped a corner of the screen where the words, "Wait a moment," were displayed. Sylvia Sadie sat up straight and asked, "Why aren't we going yet?" Atu Huitu replied, "We have to wait a little while before we can leave." She wondered, "Wait for how long?" Even he didn't know. She replied, "Fine, if I have to wait, I'll wait. I forgot to mention it earlier, but I actually want to discuss my daily training routine with you. Could you please cancel it? Cancel my mandatory training?" He thought to himself. Why is this paper person being like this now? Not willing to produce surplus value, truly the laziest paper person I've ever encountered. Very well. Atu Huitu replied verbally. Of course, that's no problem. I respect Sylvia Sadie's wishes. But, he steeled himself, I want to hear your reasoning. He remembered his past life working for capitalists. He had plenty of experience with this. Sylvia Sadie replied, Nowadays, it feels like I don't have any personal time at all throughout the day. At 8 in the morning, I start necessary lectures or general knowledge courses. I also have to study sword theory and combat sword techniques under Professor Delaton. He checks my sword progress almost every day and spars with me once. There's barely a moment to rest during the day, and at night, I'm still forced into 2 hours of sword training. Honestly, those sessions don't hold much meaning. If I have a sword vibration, I should focus on using that as the core to summon other supporting spirit spells, rather than continuing to drill basic training. Deep down, she didn't dare say more. It's truly exhausting. I don't have a shred of recreational time. This isn't just a small issue I want to say in my own life. Even if you refuse me this time, that's fine. I want you to remember every day just how much effort I've put in. One day, I will clearly understand your psychological limits and your way of thinking. By then, it won't be certain who controls whom. Atu Huitu was actually sympathetic. That makes a lot of sense, he said. Sylvia Sadie was stunned. Huh? You're actually easy to talk to? He retorted. But I want to ask you something. If you had 2 extra hours tonight, what would you use them for? Sylvia Sadie thought vaguely. Probably reading books, watching movies, joining a dance club, making more friends. Atu Huitu interrupted. So, it's all just for entertainment and fun? Tell me, have you ever met someone with a better background than you? Someone with better family circumstances and talent that rivals your own? Sylvia Sadie replied, I have. His voice turned stern. I have too. Do you know the most terrifying thing in this world? It's when someone with a better background than you, and talent not inferior to yours, works even harder than you do. The moment you can't help but stop to rest, they will seize the opportunity to widen the gap. Don't waste your prime years living a meaningless life. Don't spend your best years of striving just longing for comfort. There are too many people in this world whose starting line is our finish line. If you don't care about your future and can only look at the backs of others, if you don't care about yourself, you can only remain an ordinary person. Aside from the sea of knowledge, there won't be any other place for you to leave your mark. Sylvia Sadie pursed her lips, stubborn. I do care, she countered. Atu Huitu emphasized. Then, Sylvia Sadie, don't blame me for criticizing you. Don't let other people's lives cloud your eyes. Are you content to just be an ordinary person in the future like them? You are at a developmental age. You must bravely step out of your comfort zone. You must use hard work to add value to your life. Don't let the desires in your heart cloud your reason. Desires only affect the speed of your sword draw. In this life as a sorcerer, I have no regrets for the past and I don't pray for the future. I only need a glorious, brilliant life and absolute freedom. Determination ignited within her heart. Atu Huitu, you're right. If there's something you like, you have to fight for it. That way, even if you fail, you can at least heartily blame the world. Atu Huitu thought to himself, no wonder bosses often post that kind of motivational content on social media. You don't say, this kind of work that makes others worry is actually quite interesting. How about we change the 2 hours of training to 1 hour? That shouldn't have much of an impact, right? At this moment, the screen displayed the word, now. It was highlighted in the corner. The island was looming in the thick fog. Both were stunned, mouths agape, when they saw a light emanating from under a tree on the island. Look, there's a spirit creature curled up, sleeping under the tree. They recognized it as a mirror dragon. Neither of them made a sound, exchanging silent glances. Sylvia Sadie raised her hand, gesturing to finish it off. He raised his fist, but she stopped him, pointing at his sword. Atu Huitu thought of his gun, then drew a sword instead. It turned out to be a weapon he had used in reality. As Sylvia Sadie raised her sword, he stopped her. He then manifested a second clone. All three struck down at the mirror dragon's head. Caught off guard, its body and the clone dissolved into smoke. The two of them continued to slash at the Sylvia Sadie-shaped loot. Sylvia Sadie rejoiced upon seeing the rewards. "This is great. 4 spirit spells. We are hunters. We have no feelings." The item info appeared. Blue flame spell. Rank 1. Restriction. The sorcerer must have a tail. Basic effect. Use the tail to flick out different numbers of blue flames. The blue flame can attach to a designated target and burn for a period of time. The target being burned will not feel pain, and might even feel joy. Passive effect. The fur and hair all over the body become prosperous and flammable. Pain and joy are actually just an illusion. When you burn away the shell used for camouflage, you can see the true, black inner heart. Light spell. Rank 1. Restriction. The sorcerer must have a glowing connection or be near a light source. Basic effect. Emits a ray of light that can hover in the air, moving flexibly according to your will. Passive effect. In areas with sufficient light, you will be more energetic. It is not light that dispels darkness, but darkness that pursues light. Moon thread spell. Rank 1. Restriction. The sorcerer must have a glowing connection or a nearby light source. Basic effect. Creates multiple threads of moonlight temporarily suspended in the sky. Passive effect. You will become lighter under the moonlight. Listening to the moonlight weaving the night, he curiously picked up the last item. There's one more. What is this? Sylvia Sadie knew what it was. This was an experience orb. It had no restrictions and no requirements. As long as a sorcerer absorbs this experience orb, they can obtain all the insights of the creature's knowledge, directly mastering an entire lineage of sorcery. Knowing it's a matching lineage, it can even increase the sorcerer's academic level, allowing for a smooth path of advancement. No more barriers to the illusory realm. Exploration is the accumulation of 10,000 miles. The experience orb is enlightenment in a flash. This is an experience orb, light lineage. As long as you absorb it, even someone who knows nothing about the light lineage can instantly possess silver rank light knowledge, becoming a specialist in light sorcery. If one says spirit spells are valuable, then the experience orb is truly priceless. Atu Huitu thought to himself. The Moon Silk Stream combo is one of them. Though the power isn't great, the speed isn't fast, and the defense isn't sturdy. Isn't this an experience orb? Seeing how much she cherished it, he asked, "Isn't it amazing how we got one so easily?" Sylvia Sadie, she thought helplessly. "You're clueless, you little idiot." She patiently explained the theory to him. Experience orbs aren't rare. They can drop from any intelligent creature, but intelligent creatures are strategic. If they face a mage of the same rank and can't win, they'll run away, or even intentionally toss out a spirit familiar to distract the mage and escape. He was surprised. "They can run away?" she added. "Also, experience orbs can exist anywhere in an intelligent creature's body. No one knows where they'll form, so if you're not careful during an attack, you could easily destroy the orb. Now do you see how lucky we were to get this? If the lake-crossing dragon hadn't been asleep, and if we hadn't focused our attacks on its head, or if the orb had been elsewhere, or if it had the strength to fight back." He paused. Her previous hesitation was undoubtedly because she was waiting for the lake-crossing dragon to fall asleep. She admired his shameless tactics, something she had never heard of before. "This is truly amazing. I have to win him over." She sighed with regret and handed it to him. "Here, take it. Isn't your situation dangerous? You need items to boost your strength. I'm not in a hurry. You take this, and next time we find an orb or a sword skill, don't fight me for it." As he reached out to take it, she held on tight. He urged her to let go, but she frowned and replied, "I'm trying to let go." "I am, but my fingers won't listen to me." He was stunned. Just by touching it, he could feel the knowledge contained within the orb, even more intense than watching a cartoon. It was like a show stopping right at the climax. The orb was a crystallization of truth left behind by the lake-crossing dragon, containing secret knowledge that mages usually can't obtain through normal means. Once absorbed, you can gain a massive amount of experience light. Sensing the residual value, he let go, causing Sylvia Sadie to tumble over. She blew her top. "What are you doing?" he reminded her. "Sylvia Sadie, you absorb it." Sylvia Sadie pointed at herself in disbelief. "You're giving it to me?" She misunderstood. "I see. You're from the Abyss faction of darkness, so you're at odds with the Light faction. After all, you're the devil," he replied. "I don't know anything about that." She clearly didn't believe him, "because I realized there is a bond between you and me. If you grow stronger, I grow stronger." She thought it was just a fancy way of saying he was kidnapping and threatening her. "I have ways to control you," she muttered. Sylvia Sadie asked one last time, You becoming stronger means I become stronger? This isn't just empty flattery. You're actually doing this? She prepared to absorb it. Then I won't stand on ceremony. A surge of power radiated from Sylvia Sadie. She felt the knowledge of the light faction, flooding her mind like memories. Atu Huitu himself also received the transfer. This is knowledge from the light faction. I really can share 30% of Sylvia Sadie's experience. I'm now a mage specializing in the light faction. If she absorbs it alone, it's 100% benefit. With 2 people, it's 130%. This is what you call a win-win. An experience orb is just a tool, like a hoe to plow a field. No matter how fancy the hoe is, you have to give it to a farmer for it to be useful. For someone without talent like me, I'll just wait to eat the rice. She would have to thank him. He instructed, don't let me down. Study the light faction knowledge well, and don't neglect your sword training. Sylvia Sadie rubbed her hands, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Thank you, Atu Huitu. He thought about the give the hoe to the farmer strategy. The spirit familiar, moon silk, is more useful. I'll share it with Sylvia Sadie. I'll go trade the other 2 for money. Sylvia Sadie flatly refused. You want me to find the miracle-slaying spirit familiar for you, and then take it to the void to trade? No way. He wondered why she was so dismissive. If you break the link between yourself and a spirit familiar in the void, the familiar will run away instantly. Atu Huitu was surprised. Can't you just catch it again? She explained that they run very fast. Because the ones you've met were familiars that had never been caught before. We mages are just travelers from outside. In this void, the spirit familiar is the true master. For a familiar that has been caught once, it will be desperate to escape, and the whole void will help it. I don't know what the price is, but countless cases prove that as long as you break the connection in the void, the familiar disappears. To date, no mage has ever caught one again. Another path was now blocked. Then, Sylvia Sadie mentioned that the fruit on the tree was also a resource. Yes, exactly that. Just pick 2, don't take too many. She handed him a bright red fruit. This is a void fruit. Eating it replenishes lost soul energy and extends the time you can explore the void. He popped it into his mouth. Why would you only let me pick 2 of such a good thing? As soon as he finished eating, Atu Huitu's face went pale. She frowned too, because I didn't want to eat a second one. Eating poop would be about the same. Atu Huitu agreed with that sentiment. To continue the journey, they had to take the risk, but the screen was showing 4 outcome boxes. It was all a wasted effort. The runaway box was flashing red. It seemed the experience orb had used up all their luck. He yelled angrily, "What is all this?" Later, Atu Huitu returned, still mulling over what happened, feeling like he'd wasted his time eating poop. The 2 had to end their trip. Atu Huitu took the lake fire lamp and these spirit familiars to cash them in. After all, danger was looming, and there was no time to charge up big moves anymore. Luckily, there was a double bonus for the first top-up, so it wasn't a total loss. He pulled the gacha, getting 2 purple and 1 orange item. A void telescope. When exploring the void, your observation range increases by 1. The map changed. Excellent. The Sylvia Sadie silver coin, one of 3 silver coins Sylvia Sadie collected, had been lost for many years. If someone takes this silver coin to meet Sylvia Sadie, he will receive a reward or die. After using it, he expanded the bond function. He went ahead and locked it. The item was full of the character's hidden mechanics. When Sylvia Sadie used it, she discovered, as expected, bond resonance, greed. The experience resonance rate has increased from 30% to 35%. When acting together, you have a higher chance of getting better loot. He decided, this is the strategy. From now on, I'll let Sylvia Sadie deliver the finishing blow to monsters. The next item information displayed. Combat card awakening. Overall danger level. System. Combat proficiency upgrade for staff active. Once awakened, you will receive 250% combat experience, plus an increased chance to perform miracles. Summoning skill. Breakthrough. Sylvia Sadie felt her spirit draining away. I'm exhausted. I have no time to rest. She firmly pressed the use button. Sylvia Sadie. Sylvia Sadie. I'm doing this for your own good. Inside the Starfall Kingdom's Swordflower Academy, the female students were murmuring, "Look, that's her, it's Sylvia Sadie. Sylvia Sadie will surely be used up quickly." I knew just by looking at her what kind of person she was. Onklid asked, confused. What are they rambling about? Sylvia Sadie, with a sour expression, replied, It's obvious. The news about Philo Kurt Furtdalt and Sylvia Sadie has spread. Lately, I'm the only woman who's been seen by Philo Kurt Furtdalt's side. She thought to herself, All I want right now is to stay humble and keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble for me." As they walked into the sword training room, a huge commotion was already happening in the center of the hall. Luo Lian, a second-year sword trainee, a silver rank, one-winged member of the Swordflower Academy competition team, pointed his sword forward. "Philo Kurt Furt Dalt, how dare you toy with my sister's feelings? Draw your sword. Let me see the martial arts of the Fudo family," he asked the person standing there. "Senior, is this really what you want?" Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at him. Sylvia Sadie understood well that hunters sometimes fall into their own traps. If Sylvia Sadie is truly in love, then using this tactic, wouldn't that just sever any last possibility? So what? Luo Lian's gaze swept toward the door. "Philo, Kurt Furt Dalt, I heard you've taken on a beautiful new junior lately." He pointed his sword toward them as he spoke. "As the student council president, I obviously won't bully the weak. I'll even give you a chance to gang up on me. Have your junior come over too. I'll take both of you on alone." Sylvia Sadie felt a surge of resentment. A person who keeps to themselves in books like her, why did she have to get stuck in this pile of filth? She agreed to step into the ring. Wouldn't that really make us look like a scandalous pair? On the surface, she tried to remain polite. "I apologize, Senior Luo Lion, but this is your personal grudge. I have no reason to participate. It doesn't make sense. The gap in our strength is too vast. Isn't this just bullying?" Leonie stepped up to her side. "As a disciplinary committee member, I won't allow this lopsided abuse. But Junior Philo Kurt Furt Dalt, Junior Sylvia Sadie, Professor Dalatan, would surely be very disappointed to know that you two can't even help each other out." A wave of murmurs broke out. "It's Senior Leonie, the Orange Knight herself? Why did she appear at the school? Did she just return from the abyss? That was fast." Leonie, nicknamed the Orange Knight, the most famous student at Swordflower Academy, who on her first day of school defeated all the new students of the sword department. A second year, silver rank, one wing. She was taken as a student by Nadara, one of the sword saints of Swordflower Academy. By her third year, she had already joined an abyss exploration team. Forming a squad with geniuses from Truth Academy, she had gained many treasures and insights in the abyss. Even Truth Academy wanted to poach her. She was considered by many to be a candidate for the Sword Saint title. Leonie patted her shoulder and advised her. "Even though Luo Lian is clearly bullying the weak, you are Professor Dalatan's research students. For him to bully you is equivalent to insulting the hidden Sword Saint." Sylvia Sadie reached out, feeling her hand grip like a tiger's claw. She really didn't want to participate, but this was their personal grudge. Leonie continued. "When Luo Lian said he wanted to challenge the two of you, even if it's just to protect the honor of the hidden Sword Saint, you must accept the challenge. Junior Sylvia Sadie, you understand this principle, right? Besides, 2 against 1, if you refuse such good odds, you'll look too cowardly. As a sword practitioner, you should have the courage to step forward, along with the skill to use your sword to reason and defeat your enemies. You are the most reasonable one here, Junior Sylvia Sadie. What do you think?" These words pushed Sylvia Sadie into a difficult position. There was no escaping now. Professor Dalatan was her biggest support in reality right now. Anything that would affect the impression Professor Dalatan had of her, she could not gamble with. Don't even mention that there were hundreds of people watching. If she retreated without caring about Professor Dalatan's face, the news would spread across Swordflower in 10 minutes. It felt so disgusting to be manipulated, to be coerced, to be trapped, and in the end, having to participate in a battle she didn't want to. A hand touched her shoulder from behind. It was Atu. "Do you need my help? I guarantee I can wash away that dissatisfaction in your heart." Sylvia Sadie, of course, didn't refuse. She needed Atu to free her from the power that was making it impossible for her to move. "You promised me this yourself, okay? Don't blame me." Sylvia Sadie was able to back away. Sylvia Sadie resolutely said, "I refuse, Atu. I will absolutely not participate in their personal grudge. I will absolutely not fight Senior Luo Lion." Leonie thought to herself, so this genius Sylvia Sadie is only capable of this much. But before she could finish, Sylvia Sadie interrupted. But she loudly criticized her. "As a student of Professor Dalatan, I cannot tolerate you. In front of me. You've used Professor Dalatan's reputation time and again to provoke me. I cannot tolerate you, intending to stir up student emotions and questioning Professor Dalatan's teaching quality. Even more, I cannot tolerate you using the outcome of our duel to slander Professor Dalatan's character," Leonie retorted. "I did not." Sylvia Sadie had already drawn her sword. No need to explain any further. "As you said, to defeat the enemy, You are the most reasonable one. Therefore, Leonie, I want to challenge you. Her sword tip pointed toward her. Behind her, Philo Furt and Sylvia Sadie were both stunned, frozen in place. Everyone else present was dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open in shock. Leonie hadn't expected her to say such blunt words. Sylvia Sadie kept her sour expression, waiting for her to answer. Leonie asked again. Junior Sylvia Sadie, are you serious? You want to challenge me? In her heart, she was screaming, it's fake. It's not real. That Guangzhe just controlled me. She silently cursed. Who is that Guangzhe, that little loudspeaker with no shame, controlling a girl's body when he's nowhere to be found? Only she was left facing the expert. She looked everywhere, but he was gone. Sure enough, he had run away. Everyone knew that Leonie had participated in a high-intensity abyss exploration half a year ago. Everyone knew she wanted to break through her sword realm. She had already advanced 2 stages in combat since then, and had even manifested a proper silver realm. She herself had only entered the void realm a few days ago. She hadn't even grown her feathers yet. The gap in their power was larger than the gap between a child and an adult. Her summons, her miracles, her combat experience were all much greater than hers. Guangzhe, why must you harm me like this? It would have been better to just fight Luo Lian. Losing to Luo Lian, others would only think Luo Lian was bullying. People think Leonie is arrogant and conceited, acting like she knows better than everyone. They say, if she loses looking pathetic, she won't have the face to see Professor Dalaton again. It was the same last time. She just suddenly told me to challenge Philo Furt, which caused all this trouble. Now, she's using the same old trick again. But to be honest, she wasn't wrong. I don't feel uncomfortable at all right now. I'm just thinking about heading to the void tonight to crush you. You are going to die by my hand. Leonie spoke up. Junior, are you sure about this? She gritted her teeth and replied, yes, I am. She didn't want to lose face. The words were already out, and there was no taking them back. Leonie praised her. Good, that's some commendable courage. As a senior in the sword arts department, I have no reason to refuse your challenge. As the disciplinary committee member, I can't let such a lopsided fight happen in the school. So, she took a sword from the rack. Leonie swung the blade to test it. Leonie set the rules for the training match. Even if my sword touches your body just once, I lose. As long as your sword leaves your hand, I win. Naturally, if you can make me drop my sword, you win. These rules also apply to the two of you, Philo Furt, or whoever is ensuring that you don't get hurt. Philo Furt, if you win. Do you agree? Philo Furt replied, you can make the rules even stricter if you want. I don't mind. Philo Furt continued. With such easy victory conditions, I have no reason to refuse. Finally, the truth came to light. So that's how it is. These two had been plotting this all along. The incident with Leah was just a coincidence. Why is she doing this? Leonie is a sword saint, and a disciple of a sword saint. The rhythm stuff? Philo Furt and I are disciples of a hidden sword saint. Is this a clash between two sword saint schools? Or is it just Leonie's magnanimity? She wants to test us, but regardless, I have no reason to back down. Such favorable rules, she's looking down on me. She accepted, and I have no objections. Senior Leonie, she announced. The battle begins. A professor walked by, waiting to watch. Wait, I still have a class to teach. Another professor held him back. Why bother? There's no need to interfere. The squabble between students researching sword arts doesn't need our involvement, colleague. The gap in skill is so large, it's very safe. The professor replied, you're right. If it were two people with similar skill, they might not be able to hold back. Outside the school arena, other students were calling each other, hey, forget class. Let's get to the combat training gym. Didn't you use the orange-ranked martial artist? She's there. Everyone rushed to the sword training hall. Let's go. The sword arts combat gym is having a fight. The third-ranked martial artist, orange-ranked, is helping Laya fight those two jerks. Laya's roommates were also discussing it. Laya is fighting a homewrecker? Could it be? When they arrived at the combat gym, the cheering was deafening. Leonie, 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 Leonie. Dalaton was surprised. It really is Leah. She's dueling the orange-ranked martial artist. The sword intent surged as she slashed forward. Leonie swung her sword, creating a shockwave, but she shattered that wave of sword intent. It's easy for her to borrow strength, to defeat strength. On Leah's face, there were a few tiny beads of sweat, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. She realized, slash sword, thrust sword, thrust sword. Up until now, she had only used the 3 basic sword techniques, She didn't even use her spiritual power to suppress her opponent. She seemed to know every derivative move I made. Every minute, every second, every move I made, everything seemed to be under her control. The true power of a practitioner that makes people fear is knowledge. This is a true practitioner. What have I been so arrogant about these past few days? Leonie asked. Continue, Junior. You haven't even started yet. Go ahead, don't worry about hurting me. Leah smiled, regaining her fighting spirit. In that case, Senior, I'm going all out. Be careful, every strike. Leah's sword moved incredibly fast. A stream of energy appeared on the blade. Countless streams of sword intent slashed forward. Leonie was surprised. The combination of Leah's strike and the sword vibration? Interesting. Leah accelerated and charged toward her opponent. It was Leonie's turn to counterattack. She praised. Interesting. But this combination, if blocked early enough, it's only… Yet, her feet had already retreated. Lia's figure shifted. Before Lia's sword could strike, Leonie jumped up to pursue her. Good movement. Their blades clashed. Leonie exclaimed. You kept up. Just then, light rays as thin as threads shot toward Leonie. A bright circle appeared on her leg. The spirit vessel had manifested right beside Leah. Everyone marveled. What kind of spirit vessel is that? Light element? Leah just became a practitioner a few days ago. How could she have this kind of spirit vessel? The hidden sword saint doesn't practice the light element, right? No way did she get that from the void. She just entered the void a few days ago, Leonie countered, stabbing a sword that grazed Leah's neck. She retreated and raised her sword to block the continuous barrage of attacks. Leonie started to speak. Junior Leah, to be honest, I was a little angry just now. I was forced to trigger my protective miracle. I felt insulted by you. I am a silver-ranked practitioner, and you just became a practitioner a few days ago. If Professor Nadara knew, I would definitely get a lecture. Leonie stopped and backed away. But very quickly, I realized I had no right to be angry. The person who should be angry is you. You used all your courage to challenge me, wanting a heated sword duel with me, and I treated you like a child. Insulting you was my fault. I apologize. You used the light spirit vessel to awaken me. It made me realize you aren't a piece of trash like Philo Kurt Furt Dalt. You are a true sword artist, she said. I will send my sincerest apologies to you. I will give it my all to respond to your fiery fighting spirit. After that, Leonie disappeared. Everyone was shocked. She disappeared. Leonie just vanished. Leah's eyes showed alertness. She blocked Lia's sword, which attacked from the side. Leonie was hiding and constantly launching sneak attacks. Lia felt the aura brush past. She turned just in time to block the blow. Leonie spoke. That wasn't luck, but from here on out, you'll have to see my real power. A wave of sword intent surged toward Lia's face. Leonie appeared, her entire body covered in a strange orange glow, while Leah had been knocked backward. Everyone looked up as she was about to fall. Finally, Leah landed and stood firm. After the previous blow, she said, "The rhythm miracle?" The first two attacks were for energy accumulation. The third attack was the burst. Her figure, Leonie, shifted again. Exactly, she thought to herself. It looks like nothing. But once you combine the speed spirit vessel with the stealth spirit vessel, the rhythm will become a death melody. It can easily destroy an enemy's entire defensive capability in a short amount of time. She used absolute force to shatter all resistance, leaving the others in awe. Senior Leonie had finally mastered the legendary Sword Saint's rhythm. But this wasn't the true miracle that the Sword Saint had created. It just proved that she was getting closer to those twin golden blades. Sylvia Sadie felt a wave of tension as cold sweat rolled down her cheek. A fierce attack came crashing toward her, forcing her to stumble back, desperately setting up light traps. She thought, I was worried I'd get hit, but I held my ground. These traps don't work on me anymore. If my reactions hadn't kept up with that speed, I would have died in the abyss long ago. Leonie's voice rang out. Lower your sword and just surrender. Do you really want to keep going? Even though Sylvia Sadie's hand was trembling, she knew the third beat of the rhythm was coming next. I can't possibly withstand that. If that burst of energy hits me again, I'll lose in the most humiliating way. She's messing with my mind. Besides, giving up now isn't shameful. I've fought Leonie this hard, and even forced her to use her protective miracle and her signature rhythm. After this match, no one will ever doubt that I deserve to be Professor Dalaton's student. I'll become the most famous sword genius among the freshmen. Stopping now is the right call. And if I'm lucky, I might even build a connection with Senior Leonie. I heard she's allied with the people from Truth University, which basically means a path to the elite circles. But Sylvia Sadie wasn't satisfied. She called out to her opponent. You planned all this just to see me suffer a crushing defeat, right? Well, let me tell you something. I'm not going to play your game. She was determined not to lower her sword. It wasn't about status, money, or even like or dislike, she just wanted to win. She simply refused to lose. With a surge of spirit, she raised her sword, radiating resolve into the void. Sylvia Sadie saw an arrogant shadow that looked just like her. Who was she? Why did she look so much like her when facing down a giant, ferocious beast? That woman just curled her lips into a confident smile and raised her sword. Sylvia Sadie slashed the monster in half. Sylvia Sadie stood there, stunned. So powerful, so incredible. That single strike, her own hand holding the sword, began to move. It feels like I can simulate that desire. This imitation is so intense. My body is moving on its own. Leonie rushed forward. Not putting your sword down? Not bad. Not bad at all, she thought. No wonder the reclusive sword saint said he'd take on such a good disciple. But I won't hold back. Giving it my all is the best way to respect a fellow swordsman. Leonie unleashed her rhythmic miracle technique, the third movement. Suddenly, a light flashed, and Leonie was shocked to see thin, wire-like beams of light slicing down. Light traps? She wasn't rattled. It didn't matter anymore. She swung her sword to shatter every obstacle in her path. Her blade, carrying orange energy, surged forward, but those wires didn't snap. Leonie realized her rhythm couldn't break them. No, these aren't just moonlight threads. There's flowing water on every strand. It not only absorbs the shock, but gives the threads unmatched durability. All the energy was being channeled back along the threads toward her sword. It was a counter-miracle. The water flowed along the light beams until Sylvia Sadie's blade was drenched. Sylvia Sadie's sword light shattered Leonie's intent. Sylvia Sadie stood there with a heroic aura, while 3 glowing circles appeared on Leonie. Leonie's sword snapped in two. Everyone was stunned. In the silence, the sound of the broken blade hitting the floor echoed clearly. Only then did they realize Leonie had lost. The orange-clad fighter lost. Leonie lost to Sylvia Sadie. What was that move? I've never seen such a miracle. It's a new miracle. Sylvia Sadie's only been a mage for a few days, and she beat the silver-tier mage Leonie, a freshman defying a senior. My God, am I witnessing the rise of a new sword saint? Sylvia Sadie was exhausted. She swayed, but Leonie caught her. What is that miracle called? Sylvia Sadie replied, Moonlight water. Atu Huitu cheered happily. Sylvia Sadie, you were amazing. Her name was chanted throughout the arena. Sylvia Sadie. Leonie's fans were still waving banners for their orange-clad hero. Both of them stood there, soaking in the cheers. Leonie encouraged her junior. After today, you'll be one of the brightest gems at Swordflower University. Just like me. Elsewhere, Lassie Yisi and Philo Kurt Furtdalt had stopped fighting, both looking defeated. He demanded, stand still and don't move. Let me punch you. A fist landed squarely on Philo Kurt Furtdalt's face. Lacey Yisi warned him, remember this punch, Philo Kurt Furtdalt. Not every woman you see is someone you can just mess with. His cheek was red, and he looked toward the other two. That's right, behind them were Atu Huitu and Sylvia Sadie. Atu Huitu spoke up. I remember losing to Leonie's orange light. That must be one of the few humiliations in your life, right? She replied, not quite. 3 years later, I beat her, so I don't let it bother me anymore. He closed his notebook, shocked. To think the infamous evil Duke was actually a sword genius back then. The notebook didn't mention it. She revealed, people from the post-Loda family aren't just sword geniuses. He wondered, could it be that through this learning experience, the evil Duke learned how to target the weaknesses of a swordsman, burying a seed for his future achievements as a sword saint gravedigger? She answered calmly, who knows? No one knows what the choices we make today will do to our future selves. All mages are just creatures digging their own graves, searching for the future they want on a land called destiny, only to accidentally dig up a grave that might bury us. We're all fools digging our own graves. Atu Hitu was curious. Why so sentimental all of a sudden? That's not like you. Just seeing Sylvia Sadie for a moment has made me change this much. Is that it? She drew her sword, warning him. Don't treat me like some ignorant girl. You're just a loser. Watch your attitude, or my sword won't be so kind. Atu Huitu didn't move as the blade rested against his neck. He said, I'm sorry. I was out of line. If you're really angry, then go ahead. Atu Huitu got annoyed. I don't mind saying it, the moonlight water miracle I saw before wasn't like this. Sylvia Sadie, are you still keeping energy in reserve to improve your miracles? I thought we were all the same, we could only decline, never improve. She denied it. You're wrong. This isn't a new improvement. It's an expired remnant. What you saw was the most perfect version of the flower in the mirror, moon in the water technique. Before that, I had created many different versions. For Atu right now, it's extremely suitable. He admits, it's true. There are no best miracles, only the most timely ones. Haha, I'm looking forward to seeing what Sylvia Sadie will be like without any major hatred. She reminds him, you'd better worry about Atu. Today is the day of his blood moon trial. He remains calm. Why should I be worried? The scene shifts to the Blood Moon Kingdom, drunken tiger prison. A voice rings out. The four pillars are watching you. Atu heads to the common room but doesn't see anyone. He grabs a food tray, picks a table, and sits down. Why aren't there any other prisoners around all morning? The combat arena, reading room, gym, movie room, they're all like that. Only the guards are playing cards. But even if they aren't going out, they still have to eat. It's not like everyone can spend contribution points to have food delivered to their cells, right? A ding sounds. Update notification. Dear Atu Huitu. Prisoner number 4,001,623. Drunken Tiger Prison officially announces, you have entered supervised statuses. Please keep a relaxed mood and cooperate with the supervisor's instructions. The food reaching his mouth falls to the floor. His body is forced to stand up. He doesn't understand what he's doing. Why am I standing up? Several others walk past him. Atu walks to the end of the line, following them. Eventually, they form a horizontal line, each one arm's length apart. He thinks to himself, my body is moving on its own. I can't resist it at all. Someone steps out and introduces himself. Greetings, everyone. I am your supervisor for today, Nagu Macmillan. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Please introduce yourselves. One by one, they shout their names from left to right. He opens his mouth and says, Atu Huitu. In his heart, he is shocked. My mouth opened on its own. Nagu speaks up. Good, very spirited. So, today's schedule is, finish lunch first, then in the afternoon, I'll take you to watch a movie and head to the seaside deck to catch some ocean breeze. Because of the recent proposal by the Human Rights Organization, I will give you 1 hour to communicate with the outside world. You are allowed to contact your relatives and friends. After dinner, there's nothing else to say. If you have any suggestions or questions, you can state them now. He raises his hand to speak. I want to ask, what is the arrangement after dinner? Nagu laughs and replies, Dear Atu, the arrangement after dinner is obviously to take you all to the scene of the Blood Moon trial livestream. He orders, all right, start eating lunch. Everyone starts lining up to get their food. Nagu asks, is it difficult to eat? Need help? He commands, open your mouth. Atu is subconsciously forced to open it. Other prisoners are all doing as told. Nagu says, put the food in your mouth. Chew once, twice, 3 times. Swallow. He walks past Atu's table and asks, need more help? Then they go to watch a movie. A romance movie is playing on the screen. A beast man happens to doze off and wakes up with a start, sitting straight up. Nagu demands they sit still, open their eyes wide, and place both hands on their knees. Watch the screen. Every 5 minutes, blink once. He steps forward with a camera and snaps a photo. Right, right, right. Just like that. With a smile on his face, you must show good spirit and posture and the harmonious group atmosphere of our drunken tiger prison. The prisoners are very cooperative, smiling brightly and posing. They are taking a group photo, pairs leaning on each other intimately. The friendly, harmonious atmosphere of our warden, Mr. Sui Hu, really has us inmates cooperating. We're all smiling and posing for a group photo, with couples leaning on each other so affectionately. With those happy moments captured on camera, Nagu offered his praise, thinking to himself that it seemed he wouldn't be needed to help with dinner tonight. Just get it over with. I'm tired, he muttered, looking around curiously. Why isn't anyone coming to eat? Fine, if they won't eat, then I guess we're skipping dinner too. Achibahavi cleared up the confusion, explaining, they have to avoid us until 5 o'clock. They've already come and finished their meals. Curiously, he asked, why, Achibahavi? He explained that he was a logistics worker whose job was to help the underground organization dispose of bodies. But then, why would a logistics worker end up on death row? He revealed that it was a fine tradition. At this, Atu's expression shifted to one of skepticism as a medical update notification flashed, signaling a critical warning within the Blood Moon state. Only a qualified doctor can legally declare a body dead, he said. Without a doctor to make that call, even if your head is chopped off, you are legally considered alive, said prisoner number 222, because a true doctor can actually revive someone. Even if they've lost their head, they can still be resuscitated. He felt this didn't necessarily mean Achibahavi was a good person or had been wronged. After the movie ended, He recalled hearing him say with his own ears, "What's so great about a warm woman?" He explained. "First of all, everyone knows the schedule, for the 8 people selected today. At this hour, no one comes. Who knows if they'll run into a supervisor on the way. Then, the supervisor might decide your walking posture is too cocky and swap your spot with some lucky person on the judge's list." Stunned, he asked, "The supervisor has that kind of power?" Achibahevi shrugged. "Who knows? Do you dare to gamble?" Atuhaitu refused. "I wouldn't dare." Achibahevi then revealed the second reason. "It's a bit superstitious. The other prisoners believe that if they're seen by unlucky people like us, there's a high chance they'll be selected for the next blood moon judgment." It was understandable. Everyone feared the contagion of bad luck. The third reason was that they simply didn't know how to face them. "Asking after you, cheering you on, offering comfort," he said. "If you saw another prisoner who survived the blood moon, would you feel that every single word they said was dripping with superiority, looking down on you? They aren't cheering, they're mocking. It's not comfort, it's pity and contempt. No matter how kind their words might sound, they feel like insults because of the fear of death. Between the 8 selected prisoners and the others, there's this thick wall of pity. If you survive, when the next blood moon comes, you'll have to uphold this fine tradition too." "Wait. No, I've seen your file. To be honest, the one most likely to die tonight is you." Atu was startled. "Isn't it just choosing someone at random?" Achibahevi stood up and continued. "It is random, but also not quite as random as you think. Have you really never watched the Blood Moon Judgment?" He insisted that he truly had not. "I didn't even know the rules of the Blood Moon Judgment," he replied. "Well, you'll find out soon enough. When I first watched it as a kid, the Blood Moon Judgment completely blew my mind. I never expected this world to have such incredible entertainment. I won't spoil the truth for you. A spirit magician despises the act of divination most. They don't realize that probing is the most joyful indulgence for a magician, and death is the greatest puzzle of all." Ashu thought to himself, terrified. "No way does this mean I'm done for. Is there really no chance left?" The voidscape exploration was clearly going so well. I even drew the voidscape telescope this morning. Maybe I could have gathered enough spirit-slaying miracle energy by tonight. Sylvia Sadie. Sylvia Sadie and I are getting stronger and stronger. The world of magicians just lifted its mysterious veil for me. I clearly just defeated Onir and dismantled Teelan's conspiracy. I'm still in the growth phase. Can't you give me a little more time?